be, the combustible engine would have to be able to work with that type of fuel. So if the cars aren't able to work with whatever you just said, benzene or some other fuel, I mean, then it's kind of defeats the purpose. Putting this stuff in is one thing, but if we don't have cars that are going to be using it and it's not going to return on investment, then it kind of is pointless. You know, we're still in business to make money as well. You know what I mean? We are here to help the environment, but also help, you know, make a profit.
Right. I appreciate that. I guess I heard the commissioner this morning talk about trying to mitigate some of this by different blends of gasoline that might be more environmentally friendly. And as she was saying it, I was trying to imagine a blending system that might go beyond 10%. Because like you, I believe that auto manufacturers, given a time frame of 10, 15, 20 years from today back, because that's really what we have to talk about, right?
Right.
Is that vehicles that are maybe 15 years old won't even run maybe on 10%. They may cause problems. Let me put it to you that way. And so from an emission standpoint, I'm not sure that gasoline blend of one kind or another is the same for all kinds. And then I was trying to imagine how you'd actually blend fuel to get around this additional surcharge on gasoline at the wholesale level, right? So it's the intention here is to build a fee into the tax before it comes to you. And the only way around it is if the gas is cleaner as you dispense it into the automobile. And it sounds, I guess I was trying to figure out whether you were aware of the technology in a blended pump that would allow a consumer to choose 3 or 4 or 5 different buttons to even do what the commissioner was talking about.
I've never seen a machine like that. I mean, I've seen blended gasoline and ethanol. Obviously, you have your regular grades of gasoline at the pump, but I don't even know of another chemical that can be blended with gasoline to reduce emissions. I can't speak to that. I don't want to mislead you.
But you're not aware of a machine that actually would allow it to be dispensed?
No.
And then how about in the case of diesel fuel? I haven't really paid an awful lot of attention because I don't drive a diesel automobile, but I know for some time the notion of blending it with a biofuel had some problems because of gelling. So you can blend biofuel for heating oil, but when you start to put it in a vehicle, especially in the northern tier of the country, it develops gelling problems. Are you aware of whether or not that's been fixed?
As far as I know, I mean, the diesel will gel if, it gets too low or there's, any kind of water evaporation occurring as well. But I don't know. I can't speak specifically to gelling. I don't see that happening at my stations. You know what I mean?
But do you know if it is a biodiesel at this point?
I believe it is a biodiesel.
Okay.
And we do have to put certain things in our tanks as well to take care of, because the biodiesel creates like an algae in your tank. So you have to get rid of that. So you got to put another supplement into your tank to make sure that's cleaned out as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you, Mr. Albu, for your testimony today. Appreciate it. Okay, looks like don't see them in the room, but I will say their names just in case they're in wait, and then we'll go on to Wayne Cobley. But first would be Rajan Shalat, followed by Sammy Alabi, followed by Firas Alrabet, followed by Betsy Guerra, and I don't see any of them in here. So Mr. Cobley, you are up, and if those others don't enter the room, it would be Kevin Miller next.
Hi, it's Wayne Cobley. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah, sorry about butchering your name a little bit there.
Hey, you're not the first one. Don't worry about it. Yes, I'm Wayne Cobley. I'm Vice President with GZA. I'm also representing the Connecticut Green Building Council, where I am the finance chair. And the Connecticut Green Building Council had several people involved in the Governor's Climate Change Council working groups. I personally was helping the finance and funding of climate adaptation So I am here to really support strongly the House Bill 6441. And I want to thank the committee for their time today. I've submitted written testimony, so I don't really want to go over the particulars of the written testimony. It's from the Connecticut Green Building Council. And I just want to hit some of the highlights of that. But because I am on the working group for finance and climate adaptation, and have been involved with working on that subject since 2013 with the state of Connecticut, I would welcome any questions from the committee that they haven't received an answer from yet, or something that's come up that they would want some insight on these funding programs. So firstly, the programs do need to address vulnerable communities. And you'll see in the legislation that it was mentioned twice, where the definition in section 16-2243Y is defining what a vulnerable community is in Connecticut and why they should be prioritized for funding under these municipal programs that are being set up. Connecticut Green Building Council is strongly in favor of that. As far as the work on the working groups, we had a lot of liaison work with the environmental justice working group of the GC3. And we made sure that a lot of our recommendations were pointing out the disparities that are created now by a lot of the resilience funding programs at the federal government level. We're trying to focus Connecticut's funding programs at the local level and make sure that at the local level, they know where the local needs are. They should be including those vulnerable communities in the committees that are working on climate adaptation resilience so that they're represented, but they should also be putting their priority projects in those areas because those are the areas of the community that need the most help. The second item is that we want to see projects move from the planning stage into the prioritizing stage and then to the project design and permitting stage. Right now in Connecticut, most of the work has been funded because of the Irene and Sandy disaster recovery funds. The company I am in, GZA, has done some of these climate resilience plans. The primary concern we see at the municipal level is the capacity to take on this work. And they need to be able to find the resources to apply for the federal funding, and they need to match the funding. This statute would allow the matching funds to be created, and that tends to be the biggest concern for advancing projects beyond the plan.
Thank you, Mr. Cobley. I think you've exhausted your time. Is there anything you want to say to wrap up?
Well, in final, the biggest funding program that's out there right now for Connecticut municipalities is the BRIC funding, and that is FEMA. It just started. The first set of applications were due January 29th, and we did work with several communities to get applications in, but every community in Connecticut will qualify for that funding for the next 7 years. And they really need to start putting in the matching funding now if they're going to apply to these funds over the next 7 years so that they can take a project out of planning and into permitting and design and construction. That's been the biggest slowdown right now is a lot of plans get written, completed, and they don't get acted on.
So do you, thank you so much for that. Are you envisioning that municipalities will be able to use some of these funds to put towards, I mean, obviously infrastructure is one of the uses. Do you work with municipalities frequently and, you know, coming up with plans to make these structures resilient against storm surges and flooding and the like?
Yes, we do. And often in the planning stage, the municipalities request us to help them pick 5 conceptual projects that kind of meet their priority concerns. And there's a cost estimate that's developed, a timetable, And that's the first step usually to saying, okay, now that we know order of magnitude, what we need to invest, how are we going to find the money to actually move the project forward? We've had several communities in Connecticut begin that process, usually with FEMA funds or with funds they get from the state of Connecticut that come through HUD. But each funding source comes with its own requirements. I think, you know, one of the main issues we found in the working groups was there's a need to build that capacity at the municipal level. I think that's probably why you didn't see a lot of municipalities taking advantage of the pilot program for stormwater utility fees, because they were like, how do we get this started? How are we going to do this? I think to the extent the state and CERCA and consulting firms can collaborate to kind of create some guidance, more towns will adopt these funding programs that we're asking you to enable through this legislation.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your testimony today. I don't see any questions, so thanks for your patience and being with us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I see, I believe our next testifier is number 64, Chelsea Gizzo, but I'm just going to run down this list again because we haven't heard from Rajan Shalat, Sammy Olabai, Firas Al-Rabada, Betsy Guerra, Kevin George Miller, Monica Rodriguez, Nick Jamal, and of course then Chelsea, followed by Jay Gandhi. So if any of those folks are listening, I'll give it a couple of tries and repeat that list and we can return back to you. Welcome, Chelsea. Good to see you. Oh, it's not Chelsea. You're tricking me, Amy.
Just trying to wake everybody up. It's so late in the day. Chelsea graciously swapped spots with me, which I owe her for that. So for the record, good afternoon. Co-chairs Cohn and Gresco, Vice Chair Slapp and Palm, ranking members Minor and Harding, and members of the Environment Committee. For the record, my name is Amy Blaymore Patterson, and I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council. I want to start out by saying congrats to Representative Gresco on his new position, as well as to Representative Palm. Thank you for this opportunity to present testimony on behalf of CLCC in strong support of Governor's Bill 6441, an act concerning climate adaptation. We support the bill in its entirety. This bill implements the recommendations from the GC3 Phase 1 report, including identifying and generating revenue sources to pay for resilience projects and programs. It also underscores the critical role that municipalities have in response to climate change. I was really interested in the previous testimony and recognize him from the working groups, as I was on the forest subgroup as well. We are especially supportive of Section 3, giving communities the option to establish a limited buyer's conveyance fee program, which I'll call the municipal funding option, to generate revenue for climate resilience and other local environmental projects. We did submit written testimony, so I'll highlight a few points. When it comes to climate change, and again, this was really just emphasized, Connecticut communities are ready to take action with a multitude of projects on their respective wish lists, from planting trees to installing green infrastructure like bioswale, to living shorelines, to battling invasives, to matching funds. And that BRIC fund is really one that we are paying a lot of attention to now as well, for grants to implement and maintain these projects and others. There is no shortage of ideas and projects coming from our communities. What there is a shortage of funding. Hence, Section 3 and the municipal funding option, which, by the way, is listed as a recommendation in 3 sections of the GC3 report. And why is that? Well, as emphasized by Commissioner Dykes this morning, it makes sense, especially now. The program is voluntary. Section 3 is clearly enabling. The municipal funding option has been implemented successfully in other states. And I would direct you to our written testimony to get some links on case statements in that regard. Representative D'Amico asked the question this morning regarding concerns raised by realtors that the fee may deter buyers and investors. Well, that's just not contrary. That is contrary, not only to the experiences and studies from other states, but from our own state as well. As underscored by the pandemic, people are attracted to communities that invest in local land conservation and other green spaces. They also see communities that protect property values by addressing flooding, sea level rise, and the other impacts of climate change. This trend is playing out all over the state. The real estate market is booming, a direction that is expected to continue. And again, I would direct you to our written testimony for links to recent articles, which I'm sure you have seen and digested. When it comes to property values, realtors recognize the importance of investing in amenities in our communities. To quickly close, CLCC has researched over 400 real estate listings since late 2019. Pandemic, which tout proximity to land trusts, preserves, and other open spaces as a selling point. I will stop there. I did want to address Representative Palm's question if I am able to in the question and answer. But thank you so much for all you do and for this opportunity. And I do hope you'll support this bill.
Absolutely. Thank you, Amy, for all of your advocacy on open space preservation and acquisition, forest management, and the like. You know, we hear a lot about the argument that we should rely on sort of wealthy philanthropy to help us purchase open space, and we do see that tends to be the case, right? In some of the wealthier towns, municipalities across the state, they seem to be rich in open space and very active land trusts. I just wonder if you could speak to that a little bit.
Sure, I'd be happy to. You know, CLCC works with communities all across the state. There are 130 land trusts in Connecticut. They range from our most rural to our most urban communities. So we see they run the gamut in terms of socioeconomics and availability and access to funding. So while some communities can rely upon private philanthropy to fund projects and even receive their open spaces through donation, I would tell you that most do not. We have a highly competitive grant program, the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Grant Program offered through DEEP. And what I was going to respond to for Representative Palm was another example of the Urban Green and Community Garden Program, which is specifically for targeted and/or distressed communities. Both of those programs are match fund programs and grants. And so the communities and the land trusts, and in the case of the Open Space Grant Program, water companies as well, they have to raise that match money. And oftentimes delays in closing projects are specifically because that match money is so difficult to find. So for those communities that do qualify to use the funds for open space acquisition, then this can be a source of match money for them. But for the communities that don't, this is all the more reason to institute a fee like this, because there are all these other types of projects that go to stewardship and some of the other, that laundry list of projects that I started to rattle off with respect to resilience and other projects in towns, whether it's management plans, et cetera, all of the other things that go along with open space that there is just not enough funding for. This program will give all communities access to those funds, and it will help really to equalize the playing field quite a bit.
Thank you for that. And I do see some questions from my colleagues. I just wanted to quickly ask you, are there other states that have exercised similar legislation or optional, municipal conveyance?
Yes, and yes, there are. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt that. Yes, in our testimony, we rattle off a few of those, and there are links to more information through case statements about them. But earlier, there was a question about Massachusetts, and I believe Ben Oko had testified as to the land bank program, which is funded through a buyer's conveyance fee on Nantucket. But Rhode Island, let's see, I'm blanking here, but many of our, Rhode Island and Massachusetts, New York, that's the one I was thinking of, because there's a number of case statements from New York. In our testimony, we have a testimonial from the first assemblyman from New York about that program, saying it was really one of the best things that they ever did. And it's optional. It's optional. So towns can opt in and they can use it, or they may choose not to. But there are success stories. And we also link to a report that is that shows programs like this across the country as well. So not just our neighboring states, but others nationally.
Thank you, Amy. I see my co-chair, Representative Gresto, has his hand up, followed by Representative Palm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to probably steal Representative Dillon's question from a while back, in that is there anything in the legislation, or would you be open to anything in the legislation that would specify what open space is. For example, let's say New Haven passes something like this and collects money from home buyers, assembles a fund, and then buys a golf course. Is that open space? Is there any kind of parameters with which an open space parcel would be defined?
The bill is not drafted in that way at all. And I think one of the purposes for that is that this is very much, and this comes so much out of the GC3 process, where there is a strong push for local input and local decision-making around these types of programs. And so no, the answer would be that there's nothing in the bill that would prohibit the use of the funds for a golf course. That would be up to the community if it chooses to adopt this program, if it considers golf courses open space for their purposes.
And then my last question is the same as, I've read some of the opposing testimony, and it's basically, why don't you just bond out for the funds or raise the mill rate? But you think different.
Well, yeah, and I think many residents would feel differently as well. I think the beauty of this program is that it does allow towns through an optional means to put another tool in their toolbox, which would generate revenue for certain types of projects without raising the mill rate, without having to go to bond. And so this would be something that would be a one-time fee paid by buyers coming into the community who are attracted to the community for the types of amenities that these funds could pay for, and for the types of projects that will protect property values in that community. And it doesn't fall upon the residents that have been there and have been paying their taxes for these types of projects and amenities that, again, are attracting people to the community. And so it really is a way of shifting that burden off of people who are paying their taxes day in and day out for things like this. And I'll also say this, that what we see is that because towns are struggling with their budgets, that if it comes to, I'll give you an example. Let's say they need to do a management plan for one of their open spaces, and they don't have the funds in their budget. It's not a line item. It's not in their budget. Well, that's the kind of thing that's going to fall off the table. When they have to start cutting, those are the types of things, whether it be, again, baseline reports, management plans, environmental assessments, things that are associated with these types of projects, planning. Now they're ready to implement, but they don't have the funds. So these are the types of things that often get cut when budgets get tight. And now they will have this optional form of funding that will give them some revenue to put towards the projects that they really need, but often have to cut because of budget constraints.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Pond, followed by Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Amy, you did answer the question I was going to ask you. So I simply want to just say thank you for all your wonderful advocacy and for pointing out the environmental justice and also the optional nature of this. Certainly, this is not a mandate on any town, and I think people need to remember that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pond.
Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to thank the House Chair for listening early, but I want to make it very clear, there is no potential right now for the city of New Haven to purchase a golf course. Because we would be conferring, the state would be conferring new powers on the towns, I was trying to think of guidelines, and my early years in the legislature were spent on the Finance Committee, where we spent a lot of time debating what golf courses were or were not and whether there was public access. But I do appreciate the work that you do, Amy, and you know very well because you came to, we were together at down on Grand Avenue at an opening that a lot of the space that I would be interested in, it's difficult to use. It has a lot of lead in it, so I'm very interested in guidelines, but I'll keep listening. And I do appreciate your advocacy, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. That project was with at the time the New Haven Land Trust, which is now, as you know, Gather New Haven, and that community garden was funded through the Urban Green, in part through the Urban Green and Community Garden Program funded through the Community Investment Act. And just to your point about lead in the soils, I mean, this is exactly the type of programming that and projects that this type of fund could go for, which would be doing an assessment on the property, getting a handle on what kind of contamination there might be, and then having the funds to maybe do that cleanup and convert that property into a community garden or other local green space.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Amy. And I just have one more question. And this sort of was prompted by you going through some of the places that have this option and mentioning Nantucket, and it sort of prompted a thought. Now, are these happening, these options being acted upon in wealthier, more affluent communities in states where they do have this option, or are you seeing them being enacted as an option in, well, not as an option, as an ordinance in urban areas? Or, you know, I just worry a little bit about is this only happening in the communities that are already able to get the philanthropy necessary to produce the matching funds, or is this something that you foresee, you know, happening statewide in communities of all different socioeconomics?
So I would direct you to the study that we have linked in our testimony, and it's called the Rhett Study, and it talks about towns throughout the country that have done this. The Nantucket example is really, you know, in that regard is not the best example for exactly the reason that you state. And I think one of the reasons, I think one of the ways that our bill, the 6441, is different than the past versions of this bill is that the governor's office has made sure that the fee structure is very progressive. And they also added, as you know, the affordable housing provision in there, so that it is meant to encourage communities across the board to be able to take advantage of this. The percentages are, again, it's a progressive fee structure, and they are all ceilings. And so a community that feels that it is, you know, let's say the 0.5% in the lowest category of purchase prices is too high, they can lower that. They can lower that as low down as they want, as far down as they want, I should say. So I think that this bill is different than most of the programs that you're going to see in other parts of the country because it's newer. Those programs are older, and they went for farmland and open space almost exclusively. I think in New York, you can use it for some different, you know, more expansive uses like park development. But in this case, this is a pretty progressive bill because it's looking to use the funding and focus it on climate adaptation, resilience, and mitigation projects in communities. So I think we have an opportunity to really model what can be done with something like this. Again, being an optional bill, one town might choose to do it, the neighboring town might not, but we will be able to see it play out and hopefully see the positive impacts of it.
All right, so it sounds like maybe there was that recognition and we've made some modifications to entice other communities in.
Absolutely, I believe so. And I believe that that was the intent of the governor's office in the language that they had suggested here.
Okay, thanks so much, Amy, again for your testimony and your time today.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, I do not see any of the others that I mentioned before in the room, so I'm going to move right on. 65 would be Jay Gandhi, who I also do not see, followed by Kate Childs, who we'll go to next, and then Senna Wazer, followed by John Scher. So Kate, welcome.
Hi, good evening. Sure you guys have had a long day, and I think you have a long way to go. So thank you for your time and effort for our state. So I'm here today to oppose SB 884. I own both a trucking company and a diesel fuel truck stop actually in New Haven. Actually spent quite a bit of money cleaning up a not so pretty site to put in my truck stop there just a few years ago, hoping that I made New Haven look a little better and did my part there too. But you know, my issue with this is that as much as we're refraining from calling it a tax, it's a hidden tax that's affecting the people of Connecticut. And, you know, you may remember my daughter testified in front of you guys on the PFAS bill. We had an accident and we spilled our gasoline, but like our industry has done for years, we do our part to be responsible environmentally, clean up every gallon we spill. It's important to us. It's important to our future. And, you know, I want to leave this world a better place for my daughter too. And when she heard about the PFAS and the unnecessary need for it, you know, she took kind of heart to that. She sees how hard we work to do the right thing. So just a little background there. You know, it always seems like we're here fighting you, and it would be nice one time to be on the right side of this, but or what feels like we're in support of things. But you know, batteries are not the cleanest thing in the world. You're refining precious metals to get them, just like we refined petroleum products. And down the road, we're going to find the same problems going on with batteries that you feel are the problems today. I mean, there's an article I read that said that the battery contributes 74% more CO2 than a conventional vehicle, the process and the life cycle of the battery. So I just implore you to think about keeping things in balance. A little bit of everything is a good thing, and to put all of our eggs in this basket and electrify this state and tax us in order to do it just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, the free market's moving. People are buying electric vehicles. We don't need to charge more money on the products we use in order to get that, because innately we want to leave the better place than we found it. So again, it's just a tax that I just don't think is necessary. And I hope you feel the same way.
Thank you, Ms. Childs. And I could not forget your daughter's testimony. She was terrific. And certainly we were on the same side of the issue there. So
Sure.
I appreciate your testimony. I don't see any hands raised. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. We have Senna Wazer is next, followed by John Scherer, followed by Ann Hewlett. Welcome, Senna.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for allowing me to deliver my public testimony. My name is Senna Wazer. I'm a 17-year-old climate activist from Mansfield, Connecticut, the co-director of Sunrise, Connecticut, and a junior at UConn. I'm here today to testify on a few bills. First is SB 884, an act reducing transportation-related carbon emissions. As I'm sure you're aware, the transportation sector is one of the biggest contributors of climate change. And as a young person, I can't help but worry about what those emissions mean for my generation's future, as well as for current communities which are struggling with asthma, as well as many other climate change and emission-related issues. I'm also excited that this bill takes into account equity disparities and ensures that at least 35% of the proceeds from this program go towards underserved and overburdened communities. I hope that the legislature and the Connecticut Deep will ensure that these funds truly go back to expanding clean transportation in these communities and don't get diverted to other areas. Additionally, I would like to voice my support for HB 6551, an act concerning environmental air quality. This bill is a huge step forward in that it allows DEEP to deny permit applications if they would result in an environmental or public health cumulative effect that is higher than those borne in other Connecticut communities. However, there are a couple issues in this bill that should be addressed to make it stronger and ensure that more fully protects communities from environmental injustices. First, it is critical that the definition of affecting facilities should include all facilities that affect public health or the environment, including data centers, power plants, sewage treatment plants, incinerators, gas plants, and more. Secondly, it is important that the residents of Connecticut, and specifically members of environmental justice communities, have a way to hold the state government accountable for its actions, as Charles Rathenberger explained. Specifically, accountability measures in this bill should be expanded to include a citizen suit provision, which would allow for citizens to sue the government should they not comply with environmental justice laws. Additionally, there should be a fee for certain permit applications to cover the cost of providing environmental justice or technical assistance to overburdened communities. And finally, this bill should be strengthened to ensure that there is a meaningful public participation and dialogue as well as adequate notice given to the community in an easily available format. The last bill that I'd like to voice my support for is HB 6441, an act concerning climate change adaptation. Although I focus primarily on the mitigation side of climate change, it is absolutely essential that we recognize the effects that climate change will have on our state and prepare for those effects. In closing, I hope that the committee will support these bills and do your best to ensure that they pass the state legislature. I believe that it is high time for Connecticut to be a leader on acting against the climate crisis, and these bills, along with the suggested amendments, have the opportunity to help make us such. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senna, for that testimony. I see Representative Hahn has a question for you.
Hi, Senna. How old were you when you started worrying about the environment?
I was very young. I was about 5 when I first got into environmental activism, but like 14 when I started working specifically on climate change.
Do you remember what happened when you were 5 that triggered your awareness? Was it your parents?
Yes. It was a book that my parents read to me about a whale, and the whale got caught in a fishing net, but she got rescued. And then I found out that most whales don't get rescued, and that was very concerning to me. So that was how I first got into environmental activism.
The power of literature, huh?
Yes.
Well, you're one of our preeminent activists, and I just wanted to hear from you. We've heard a lot of testimony today, and it's been very informative. Some of it has been very, skewing a little bit to the dry side, the technical side. I think this is a chance for us to hear from somebody whose future is, well, let's put it this way, who's motivated by something other than an economic interest, pro or con. So my last question to you is really very open, and that's, I would just like you to take a minute to talk to us about the fear that you have or the concern that you have about your future. Starting when you were 5 and then getting, kind of solidified when you were 14 as an activist. What do you see ahead of you personally in your own life?
Yeah, well, so when I was 14, I, read about the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report that really released a very startling timeline in terms of climate change. And for me, that was a thing that really prompted me to get into climate activism because, like I said, I'm 17, my sister's 15. And so knowing that, we'll be 26 and 24 when our, carbon timeline runs out. If we want to call it that, is very alarming. I'm someone who wants to go into public service and I want to go into politics, but it's hard to even know, will I have that chance? How is climate change gonna play out? What does that mean for my future? How are, communities around Connecticut where I hope to stay going to be impacted? And so all of that it's really, scary and hard to think about. And sometimes, honestly, it's easier to shut that out for a minute and just focus on, the actions that I can take now. But I think that there is just a lot of uncertainty, and not just for me, but, I work with students on a very regular basis. And I see those same fears reflected in them and their concerns for the future, as well as their concerns at the lack of action that we're seeing from, many levels of government.
Another young woman who testified a couple of hours ago talked about this as the most important, or I think she may even have said existential question of your generation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree with that.
Do you think most people my age understand that?
Well, it's hard for me to make that judgment because I do work mostly with young people, but I do think that my generation students my age may have a better grasp of the timeline and of just how shocking that is, because it does seem like sometimes decisions are being made where our voices are rarely heard, but yet they will affect our generation disproportionately.
Thank you. I can assure you that the people on this committee hear your voice. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Reyes, followed by Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just thank you. Just following up on the co-chair's line of questioning, because I really do believe that the environment is that the young is really going to be able to help us with the environmental gains that we're going to achieve over the next few years. And I want to compliment Ms. Glaser for her testimony, and somebody so young. And I have a even simpler question for you. So in the environment that you come from, do you see many people of color involved in this arena, African Americans and Hispanic, in your arena? And I'll tell you why after you answer.
Yeah, so I think it very much depends on which meeting I'm in. And so there are some meetings that are definitely predominantly white, very, very much that way. But there are also other groups. I work specifically with the Sunrise Movement, and a lot of these youth organizations do have a very strong focus on environmental justice and having youth of color leading and at the front of the movement, because they are most of the time the ones who are affected the most out of our generation. And so yes and no, I guess. It depends where you are, which room you're in.
And thank you for that. And then the reason I even ask is simply because I'll take myself as a case study. I'm late to the table. I'm 5 generations here, but I'm late to the table on environmental justice. And in the last 10 years, I've been advocating and talking about environmental justice needs affecting communities of color, air, land, and water. But I'm late to the table, and I really applaud you as a 14-year-old with what you're bringing to the table. And I didn't learn any of this till I was after 50. So I really, and my point being, I believe that we need to be teaching this younger and more often, and actually expanding this to schools, especially public schools, where these young children don't have the opportunities and maybe some of the opportunities that you've had. So I thank you for your advocacy, and I thank the chair for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to briefly thank Senna for all her amazing advocacy and work. We've seen you at the Capitol, and we're looking forward to see you again at the Capitol under better circumstances. But thank you for your advocacy and your loud voice. It's well needed and well heard. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I don't see any other questions. So Senna, thanks again for being with us today. All right, we've got John Scher, followed by Ann Hewlett, followed by William Lucy. Welcome, John.
Thank you. Chairwoman Cohen, Chairman Gresco, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and members of the committee. I'm John Scher. I'm the Executive Director of the New England Convenience Store and Energy Marketers Association. Our organization represents convenience stores and transportation fuel distributors, the regulated community under TCI. I'm speaking in opposition to Senate Bill 884. TCI is an unnecessarily burdensome and potentially dangerous way to raise revenue for bottom-up emission reduction projects. You may have strong opinions on gas and diesel as they relate to greenhouse gas emissions, but as the lifeblood of our economic and social existence, we should be very careful about manipulating this complex and hyper-competitive distribution network. But TCI risks just that by constructing a system that creates allowance allocations and authorizes in-state and out-of-state regulators to determine how those allowances are priced. It has been reported the initial cost of allowances will be 5 to 9 cents for a 26% emissions reduction. But that contradicts the MOU, which promises a 30% reduction by 2032, as well as the 2019 projections of 25% reduction with a 17-cent allowance fee. So which is it? In spite of Deep's earlier testimony of a 9-cent cap, there isn't anything in writing to commemorate that. And let's not forget, this is just the first 10 years we're talking about. The purpose of the allowances is to drive down emissions. So the cost of those allowances over the next 10 years and beyond will be driven by auction values, emission reductions, and vehicle miles traveled, not promises. The truth is there isn't any way to know what the cost of the allowances will be over time. You can call it a fee, you can call it a tax, it really doesn't matter. The bottom line is people are willing to pay, people will be paying more for the fuel they put into their cars. And raising the cost of operating a vehicle in Connecticut, be it through tolls or a gas tax increase, is always hotly debated and generally unpopular because Connecticut already has among the highest gas tax rate in the country at 60 cents per gallon. TCI is an unencumbered license to increase the cost of gasoline and diesel beyond that 60 cents. And to reiterate what Mr. Bolduc said earlier, just like every other state tax and fee imposed on motor fuels, the cost of allowances, no matter if it's 5, 9, or 59 cents, will be passed through at the pump to the motorist. Anything else is just not reality. So if the legislature wants to create a funding source for bottom-up emission reduction programs, I suggest a new tax specifically for these programs. I realize this may not be easy to pass, but at least it will create a transparent conversation about how much your constituents are willing to pay for transportation-related carbon reductions, and you won't cede your ability to influence future gas taxes. What you have before you today is just the opposite. A veiled tax very few understand, and jeopardizes a critical distribution network that will raise the price of fuel in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned that it is an unencumbered way of raising prices. I might argue that with the cost containment reserve, it is in fact encumbered by a cap. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I have very little confidence in the cost containment reserve for a variety of reasons. Number one, there are the purpose of this, so that the top down part of this is to reduce emissions over time. And if those goals are not achieved, so take the 2030, and I'm not sure if it's a 45, I think it's around a 45% target. Just say we're not getting to that 45% target by 2030. TCI is just one of many levers that can be pulled to get us closer to that. So if that's the case, then I have little doubt that those allowances will either be restricted or the price will go up to encourage further, or to encourage less vehicles mile traveled. I guess I just don't have a lot of confidence in the cost containment reserve for that reason. The other reason is it's the revenue source. So if we get a little drunk on this revenue, there's really nothing to say going forward that this tax or fee, if you will, won't be increased.
Right. Well, it is written in the legislation, so we would have to legislate that. But you know, in the past, and we heard from the commissioner a little bit earlier on the regional greenhouse gas initiative, which has worked very well, and they too have a cost containment reserve. It has been used twice, as we heard, and it has in fact worked. Are you suggesting that it wouldn't work here, but it works in that instance?
I think Reggie is very different from this in that you've got utilities that are regulated. You've got a few quasi-governmental agencies versus what we have in this industry is a widely competitive, highly competitive, open market system. So I really don't think it's apples to apples. I know as though the proponents are trying to make it a true apples to apples, but I really don't see it that way.
Okay, and you mentioned that that we should instead think about taxing. You know, just come out and say that we're going to tax something. What would you suggest that we tax in order to come up with these dollars?
Yeah, the reason I suggest that is because TCI takes it out of your hands. You literally, the legislature will literally cede its ability. Well, unless of course you do want to raise taxes on top of TCI, of course. But in terms of raising revenue, you really do cede your ability to influence TCI because it turns it over to Georgetown, and it turns it over not just to Connecticut regulators, but a consortium of regional regulators. So what may be good for Connecticut may not be good for Massachusetts or any other jurisdiction. So I worry about how the legislature will be able to influence that going forward. Whereas while a tax is never an easy thing to debate or to pass, if the constituents of Connecticut want to generate carbon reduction programs and the money will flow directly to it, then I think that is probably a cleaner way to do it. Certainly more transparent, far less burdensome. There's no bureaucracy needed other than the one that already exists, and you can pick and choose what that number is going to be based on what the need of the day is. It's just cleaner. It's less bureaucratic, and you retain control. That's why I suggest that versus a program that is very hard to understand, requires a lot of bureaucracy, and sees a lot of the control that you currently have today.
So what is it that you would tax though?
I'm sorry, a gas tax or a carbon tax.
Okay, so
you add it to the existing taxes.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. I believe Representative Michelle, is your hand up from before or did you have a question? I have a feeling that his hand never went down. So I don't see any other hands up, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your questions.
All right, we have Ann Hewitt, followed by Bill Lucy, followed by Kevin Gregg, followed by Zell Seaver. Welcome, Ann. Nice to see you again.
Hi, Senator. Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, Vice Chairs, Senator Slapp, Representative Palm, Ranking Members Minor and Harding, and esteemed members of the Environment Committee. My name is Ann Hewlick. I'm the Connecticut Director of Clean Water Action, and I'm here today to just make a few comments on two bills which we are in full support, Senate Bill 884 and also raised Bill 6551. You've heard a lot of testimony on both bills today, so I'll just make a few comments regarding Senate Bill 884 first. Again, we thank you as a committee for raising both bills. We support both and hope that they pass. We've participated in the TCI meetings right along for many years. These have been regional and statewide meetings. And while we support the concept of the plan, which is critical to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by our transportation sector, which contribute to 38% of emissions, we want to add a few comments with respect to the environmental justice portion of the bill. So again, we fully support the bill, just want to make a few recommendations. As written, the plan currently calls for no less than 35% of the revenues to go to environmental justice communities that have been overburdened by pollution and those underserved by our current transportation system. We support other comments by other groups previously and suggest that a greater percentage be prioritized and invested in those communities that need it the most. We have provided certain examples in our testimony, but green jobs, electrification of public transit and school buses, garbage and other municipal trucks in those communities should be a real priority. And also solutions like green infrastructure, planting of trees, improving mass transit and transit stations should be, again, prioritized as part of the revenues going into those communities. With respect to House Bill 6551, again, we fully support this bill and we appreciate the good work of this committee in raising this bill. Connecticut was a leader when we passed an EJ law in 2008, thanks to my mentor and friend, Dr. Mark Mitchell, and many other EJ leaders. Yet the historic patterns of racial segregation and harms to these residents in these communities have continued. So while we appreciate and support both aspects of these bills, we want to just recommend a couple of suggestions.
Okay,
I don't know if that's my time.
Yes, that is your time. So you just try to wrap up.
Okay, I'll make
quickly with those
one comment. We believe that folks on that equity committee should be from those communities and should be compensated for their time. And we support that all of those members should have the opportunity for true meaningful participation. And with the last section, we also agree with my allies at Save the Sound and others that we must align agency permitting business growth with our climate reduction goals. We've worked together collaboratively on those comments, and we fully support and hope that the Environment Committee will consider those thoroughly as you move the bill forward. In general, we fully support both bills, and we thank you so much for your leadership in raising them.
Thank you, Anne, for your testimony. Representative Michelle, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you, Anne, for testifying today. Can you elaborate a little bit more in details on what changes you'd like to see in the environmental justice piece of 6551?
Yeah, we'd really like to see that more than 35% of the monies go to environmental justice communities, and that the leaders on that group are residents from those communities and empowered and compensated to serve in leadership positions. And then secondarily, we really would like to see, and we would support, real investment in those communities as a top priority. So again, green jobs, green infrastructure, all of the things that are going to address the harms that those residents in those communities have dealt with for so many years, those should be the top of the list. So we'd like to see those leaders in those communities, really serving as leaders to make sure that those issues are addressed and prioritized.
Right, and I appreciate it because, for example, in Stanford, in the area where we have one of the biggest, if not the biggest construction site in the US, there's obviously a lot of air pollution from construction as well, not only from existing industries, but as the construction builds and new buildings fill up with people from the city, it's like a transit community. They rent for a while and then they move to another place. But as they fill up, and the city of Stanford keeps getting more and more higher wage or higher income people coming into the city, one of the problems is the city is not part of the communities in distress. And so that was one of the problems. And I really thank you and also the other groups for working on suggesting amendments to get rid of that catch-22 and to expand the criteria for distress. That's why there's still a lot of vulnerable communities that are not being covered by the bill. Appreciate everything, and thank you again for testifying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I will say we all have been working collaboratively on those suggestions, and it's been a really thoughtful and productive and important conversation, and we want to make sure that we're addressing the EJ concerns that have been raised, frankly, by our partners, so that we do the best job we can going forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Anne, for your testimony and your time today.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. Next, we have William Lucy, followed by Kevin Grigg, followed by Bill Stever. Hey, Bill. Welcome.
All right. Hello. And thank you for the opportunity to testify to the leadership of the Environment Committee and all the members. I know you have a long evening ahead of you, so I will be brief. I want to speak to 6441, the ability for municipalities to get tools so they can adapt to climate change. All these municipal options are simply that, they're just tools. For 12 years, I worked for a home rule borough, and we had a number of tools at our disposal to come up with solutions and revenue for our problems. That's not the case in Connecticut, nor am I suggesting that here, but these are very reasonable, common sense ways for communities to figure out how they want to adapt to all the changes that are happening. Especially the Stormwater Authority. I testified to that earlier. And then this seems to be the best chance we've had at a conveyance fee. And it's been described not just as an open space bill, but also those dollars could be utilized to address a lot of this climate change. So I just want to express support for that. And then on the air quality and the environmental justice, I'll just mention that we had a fire in Waterbury last month, and it dumped oil into the Naugatuck River, which we're trying to restore. And it also put a toxic haze over the entire town. Now I'm in Killingworth. We get in trouble if we burn our leaves. So it's a case in point that when these industries are concentrated, it's a greater likelihood that you're going to have those types of events. And it's the people who live in those communities surrounded by those types of industries that are going to be at greatest risk. So I will close with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate your testimony. I don't see any hands raised, so thank you. Have a good night.
Night.
We've got Kevin Grigg, followed by Zell Seaver, followed by Digsy J, then Sal. Is Kevin with us? No, see Kevin. So let's move on to Zell. Welcome.
Co-chairs Cohen and Rico and vice chairs Slap and Palm, ranking members Minor and Harding, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm Zell Stever, and I'm chairman of the Groton Resiliency and Sustainability Task Force for the town of Groton. And I'm like to thank you for the opportunity to comment in support of House Bill 6441. We believe that this bill will benefit our town and cities in Connecticut by providing new authorities and innovative tools to organize and to fund climate adaptation and resiliency activities across the state. The impact of climate change will only become more severe, affecting our economic, social, and quality of life in the future unless we take action now. Section 3 of the bill gives the local communities the option to establish a buyer's conveyance fee and to fund a number of activities centered around climate resiliency and for matching state and federally funded grants and other opportunities. The bill establishes the opportunity for towns and cities to create long-term sustainable funding streams to help manage the impact of climate change and to protect our air, water, and land resources for future generations. Now, to be clear, this bill is just a start in what we ultimately need in Connecticut and in our local communities to effectively manage the impacts of climate change. This bill addresses climate adaptation by making our communities more resilient. This bill also benefits by addressing climate mitigation in ways to reduce greenhouse gases, and that include energy efficiency and conservation activities in our local communities. To be effective, both adaptation and mitigation must be considered together. Ultimately, for local communities to be successful in responding to climate change, we will need to develop a vision, establish a capacity, and have the resources available to be effective. Confronting climate change will be a challenge as it will require federal, state, and local cooperation, leadership, and long-term commitment. I urge you to support House Bill 6441 and authorize local communities to choose the tools and processes best suited to meet local needs and opportunities. I'd be delighted to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stever, for your testimony. It's really great to hear from municipalities, and it's great to hear that Groton has a resiliency and sustainability task force. Could I ask that has Groton set up any climate change and coastal resiliency funds under the passage of legislation that we did in 2019? Do you have a separate fund for these purposes?
No, we do not right now. We recommended that the town set up such a facility back in 2011. That did not happen. And just recently, the task force, a new task force, the one I'm chairman of, has recommended the town that they do that again. And we're hoping that that will happen. We believe a dedicated long-term fund will be absolutely necessary. We hope that in the case of things like energy efficiency, that the efficiency that we gain from reducing our energy needs, those extra funds that are there then could be used to start other projects and to deal with the whole issue of resiliency. Later in your program, another member of our task force, Jesse Stratton, will explain this in some more detail, and will also describe one of the recent resolutions the town council has passed, which we think, if we can fully implement, will be a terrific start in our really dealing with climate change in our own community.
Terrific. And so I'm assuming that you have a coastal resiliency plan then? Is that laid out already that you have created through your task force, or is that something that you're actively working on?
Well, typical of a number of communities, we're a task force, and so we have virtually no staff to do this sort of thing. However, I did have the honor to serve on an earlier task force where we did come up with a series of plans that were a result of the funding that came through the federal programs back in 2009 when we had the big downturn in the economy. And there were a number of plans that were developed in terms of what we would do. And I think our observation is that often these plans are put together and then they're unfortunately put on the shelf. And until those plans are actually acted upon, we have made little progress. And so we're hoping that one of our recommendations has been to get a full-time person at a senior level to work on climate change, resiliency, and sustainability in our community, so that this can be fully coordinated, because many of these activities go across multiple lines. For example, planning and zoning, the building inspector, the public works people, the finance people, all have to work together in these things. And classically, that does not happen in local communities. They tend to work on their own stovepipes, as they call them.
Could I ask, Mr. Seaver, is your task force an appointed task force by the CEO of your town?
The way this works in Groton is that the town produced an ordinance or a resolution appointing a task force, and then we were appointed through the town council. And so we're a group of 5 regulars and 2 alternates who serve on this task force.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your testimony tonight. I don't see any hands raised, but I really appreciate you being here.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for holding this public hearing.
Yeah, be well. All right, I see Kevin Gregg has joined us, so he'll be followed by Digvijay Bansal, followed by Uchenna Bright. Hi, Kevin, welcome. I think you're still on mute, Kevin.
You're correct. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
How many times do we say that nowadays? Huh? First of all, good evening, both to our chair, Senator Cohen, and Representative Gresco, as well as all the other esteemed members of the committee. My name is Kevin Gregg. I currently serve as the president and chief executive officer of Fuss & O'Neill, which is the state's largest consulting engineering firm. I also serve on the Governor's Council on Climate Change, the GC3, as well as on the executive committee of the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, or as most of you know it, CBIA. And I appreciate the opportunity to offer my testimony in support of the Transportation Climate Initiative program. Virtually since our inception, businesses throughout our state, in our region, in our country, and even worldwide have too often and unwittingly contributed to the acceleration of climate change. Businesses must therefore be an active part of both mitigating and adapting to the adverse impacts of climate change on virtually all aspects of our society and our lives. The transportation sector, which is so essential to both our state's economic health and to our social mobility, has been and continues to be, as Commissioner Dykes mentioned earlier this morning, one of the primary generators of greenhouse gases. And as you all know, those gases are those that create and maintain and accelerate climate change. And of course, most of them are due to automobile and truck emissions. There's no question that the cost to private business, including my own, the cost of addressing so many years of unintended environmental degradation is and will continue to be sufficient, particularly in the near to midterm. However, the funds that we invest now, in my opinion, will reduce the rate of investment required in the future. And in the process, as a number of speakers have mentioned, help create and maintain a healthier environment for us and for our children and for their children. Both DEEP and the Connecticut DOT estimate that the Transportation and Climate Initiative Program will reduce greenhouse gas pollution from motor vehicles throughout the region by an estimated 26% from 2022 to 2032. And at the same time will generate a total of more than $3 billion over 10 years for participating jurisdictions to invest in equitable and less polluting transportation options while helping to energize our economy. In closing, I'm often asked what we do at Fuss & O'Neill. We employ engineers and scientists primarily, and I often tell people in response that our engineers and scientists are the doctors and nurses of the natural and built environments. As such, we recognize and support the need for environmental triage in the form of initiatives such as the Multi-State Transportation and Climate Initiative Program. With that in mind, I respectfully request your recognition and support as well through the passage of Senate Bill 884. Thank you again for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg, for your testimony and for your service on the GC3 and for all your work in activism and working to shore up our communities with your engineering firm there. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thanks again for your time and testimony.
Thank you very much.
All right, I don't see our next speaker in the room. That would be Digvijay Bansal. So I'll call that name for the last time. And oh no, that's Uchenna. And then Uchenna Bright is next, followed by James Unterner, followed by Diane Moricella. And I'm probably butchering names, so I apologize. Welcome, Uchenna. Hopefully I'm not butchering yours.
No, you did great. Thank you so much. And I want to say good evening to all of you and thank you for staying on and listening to a full day of testimony here and for providing this opportunity for public input. So my name is Uchenna Bright. I am the Eastern States Advocate for a national nonpartisan organization called E2, which stands for Environmental Entrepreneurs. And E2 has over 9,000 members and supporters across the country who work or do business in every state in the nation. E2 members are business leaders. They are business owners, they are investors or farmers, engineers, and other professionals who come together to advocate for policies that are good for the economy and good for the environment. So I'm testifying today on behalf of E2 members and supporters who work or do business in Connecticut and in support of SB 844, an act reducing transportation-related carbon emissions. So SB 844, which would authorize Connecticut's participation in the Regional Transportation and Climate Initiative Program, comes at a critical time. The transportation sector is the largest source of carbon pollution in the state, and at a time when health concerns and the devastating impacts, economic impacts of COVID-19 are being felt across the country and around the world. Participation in the TCI program would not only provide emissions reductions for healthier communities through cleaner transportation, it would also generate the funds needed to drive investment and stimulate Connecticut's economy. With the $1 billion in proceeds that Connecticut can expect over the 10-year period from TCI participation, the state can invest in increased access to public transportation to help people get conveniently to and from work, equitable transit-oriented development to create transportation hubs where businesses can thrive, and safer streets that promote active transportation like walking and biking to improve the health and quality of life for all Connecticut residents. The jobs created from investing in clean, equitable transportation will be good paying jobs that support sort of a wide variety of occupations, including blue and white collar occupations. Investments will support electricians and construction workers and factory workers and engineers and people who work in advanced technology. These investments will support new charging infrastructure, better land use planning, and new Made in America businesses that employ local Connecticut residents. Adopting SB 844 and enabling Connecticut to move forward with the Transportation and Climate Initiative program will drive innovation, investment, and job growth at a time when Connecticut and the country are looking to recover from economic losses caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and as we look to build a cleaner, healthier, more resilient economy. And that is my testimony, and thank you so much for your time and consideration. And I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bright. I appreciate your testimony today. I don't see any hands raised, so thank you for your patience and for sticking with us. All right. I don't see DVJ. Then there's James Unterrainer. I don't see James. Diane Moricella, I see, followed by Jagruti Patel, followed by Dan Bosley. Welcome, Diane.
Welcome. You did very well with my last name. I answer to anything. Good day. I have attempted to listen to all of the important discussion, and I wanted to thank both co-chairs as well as vice chairs and ranking members and the committee members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for your dedication. This has been a long day. You have many, many important things I've listened to over the past few weeks. I'm here today in support of all three bills that are on your purview: Senate Bill 884, House Bill 6441, and I want to focus on Raise Bill 6551. So I'm going to speak quickly because I keep amending my comments because others have very well, gainfully expressed what I would have expressed to you today. I am so blessed, and we are blessed to have such wonderful groups like Save the Sound, Ann Hulick's group, Clean Water Action, the League of Conservation Voters. Coming up will be other groups, CCEJ, et cetera, Wayne Cobley and Connecticut Green Building Council, Senna Wazer. I agree with almost everything they've said. I stand in solidarity with them, but I just want to focus on a few things for each of those bills as quickly as possible. The first is with the House Bill 6441. Well, first of all, my background is I'm an environmental consultant. I used to be a regulator in hazardous materials management, and I try to green up my clients now as a private self-employed person. And I've worked on many, not volunteered on boards and commissions related to green infrastructure and elevating and cleaning up pollution, and making communities aware of how they can make government work better for them. So I want to focus on 6441 Section 3, the municipal funding option. There has to be that sense of urgency, and that conveyance fee is not a tax. I just ask that this committee ask that you amend this to actually make a list of innovative tools and projects that a municipality can choose from, so that we will not have more time wasting on projects that may be nice but aren't going to properly put forth the important issue of green infrastructure, and the municipality should have some accountability so that we don't just have things like has happened with some E&T projects where some towns just kept giving out LED bulbs instead of looking at energy efficiency and other important projects. Senate Bill 884, the takeaway from that is to ensure that community residents that are affected by the pollution are at the table. And actually, I would like to see us actually list the communities as defined in your overburden and underserved community, possibly following the EJ Law's distressed community guidelines. Lastly, Raise Bill 651. I just wanted to especially focus on Section 2 under definitions. Section 2A2, affecting facility. I will wrap up now. I ask that you please include not just new sources, but existing sources. Include renewals of permits. The actual facility should include contractor yards or at least construction yards where piles of silica sand are in place. I have asked and tried to get this to be at the table for several years now. Silica dust is a human carcinogen. And I agree with everything that's been said about the Community Environmental Benefits Agreement. I do think we need more public input and make sure that the community benefit projects actually benefit the community's environmental health and safety. Thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lauricella, for your testimony. I don't see any hands raised right now. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
All right, let's see here where we're at. I don't see James Unterreiner, Jagruti Patel. I do not see. They are listening. They can log on and I will call their names again. Dan Bosley, I see, followed by Matthew Mitchell, followed by Hawar Ramadan, followed by Mark Mitchell, two Mr. Mitchells. Dan, you're up. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Cohen, and through you to the members of your committee. I appreciate your hanging in there, and I appreciate your taking my testimony. For the record, my name is Dan Bosley. I represent the Northeast Clean Energy Council. We are a business association dealing with clean energy that are in all of the 6 New England states, as well as somewhat in New York State. We are here to testify today on 884 in enthusiastic favor of your entry into TCI. Chair Cohen, you have the testimony. I'm not going to read the testimony. I would like to, however, make a few points. I too have been here since 10 o'clock this morning, and I have listened to what people have to say, and it's all been very interesting. And there are people who are far more eloquent than I would be in reiterating the same points again and again. But I would like to react to a few things that were said. You had a gentleman here earlier who said for 30 years he's been up here testifying on bills. And I would assume that mostly what he's done is testify in opposition to bills that impact his business. But he said 2 things that I want to correct. The first is that we need to wait because this market will evolve and will evolve by itself. I don't know. I was going to give you some examples, but I think the best example is the 17-year-old student who just testified. How much longer do we have to tell her to wait? How much can we wait? How can we wait for my 33-year-old daughter? We need to act now to preserve our future and to reverse the threats of climate change. And the second thing that he said was he inferred that California's TCI tax, their cap and trade tax, was 61 cents. Their entire tax burden for gas tax is the highest in the nation at 61 cents. I think last year it was 14 and a half cents is what their cap and trade cost. So, and that's not outrageous when you consider that California has tremendous problems with ozone and greenhouse gas. I also listened to Mr. Bolduc, and I was very impressed with him, and I was very impressed with his testimony. And I think that's something that you're going to need to address as to what you do to replace the gas tax, what you're going to do to, there's a whole series of things. Zoning in parking lots versus zoning in handicap spaces. How we deal with charge stations. The way we deal with that is by putting money into that program. Everyone is concerned about people that are going to pay this increased, what they say is an increased fee. I would dispute that. The way to make the changes are to do what we did with Reggie. Since 2005, Reggie has lowered emissions from the power sector by 40%. It has increased economic activity by 8% in this area. So I think there are some lessons to be learned, and I do thank you for your time, and I thank you for hanging in there for this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Bosley. Can you talk a little bit more about how, we've heard others allude to this as well. I think it was you kind of a little bit earlier, and we've heard other testimony to this effect, how something like this could impact the economy positively.
Well, I'll give you two examples of how it could. That's an excellent question, by the way, and I'll give you two examples of how this has happened in the past that I think we can take lessons from. The first is the early 90s when they broke up the bells. We had telephones that were hardwired in our homes and we had rotary dials on them. Now I could run my local hospital on the computer power that I have on this phone. The reason that happened is because we gave people an opportunity to innovate. We gave people an opportunity to change the world and to use some of, and we let them into a market. And that's what we need to do with this. We need to let people into the market. The other is 1997 when we restructured electricity. We went from having a very few generators in New England and 56 plants to where we now have hundreds of thousands of generators. Every time somebody puts up a solar panel, it's a generator. That happened because we allowed people to participate in the market and we allowed innovation. And the innovation has led to a precipitous drop of clean energy costs. It has led to an increase in jobs. And all of that can happen if you give people an opportunity. I listened to Katie Dykes talk today, and I listened to her talk about we're going to take the $85 to $89 million, depending on who you talk to, and reinvest that. And when you reinvest that, you're going to reinvest it in creating a new program and creating new ways of doing things. And that's going to spur, that by nature, that just spurs new jobs and new opportunities.
Thank you for that. I don't see any other hands raised. So thank you so much, Mr. Bosley, for your testimony and for your time today. Sounds like you've been in there the long haul.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see the other names that I've called, so I'm going to move on. We've got Matthew Mitchell, followed by Hawar Ramadan, followed by Mark Mitchell, followed by Anil Patel. Welcome, Matthew.
Hi, my name is Matthew Mitchell. I'm president of Norbert Mitchell Company located in Danbury, Connecticut. Good afternoon to the members of the committee and thank you for your time today. I'm here to speak in opposition of SB number 884, the TCI tax bill. Our family business employs 212 Danbury area residents and was started by my grandfather in 1945. We provide gasoline and diesel at our service stations and we deliver gasoline, diesel, heating oil, and propane throughout Western Connecticut. It has been made clear by Commissioner Dykes and Governor Lamont that the TCI bill is part of an effort to help fund and encourage the electrification of the transportation sector. TCI and the electrification policies will put businesses like ours out of business and put the good people that work with us out of a job. According to a survey conducted by JD Power, about 80% of EV charging takes place at home. According to transportationandenvironment.org, only about 5% of charging takes place at public charging stations. Both surveys point out the simple reality that people like to charge at home. So there will be little demand in the future for charging stations at gas stations. And that's regardless of a lot of the technical hurdles that we've talked about today. As a resident of Connecticut, I am most concerned by the lack of honest communication about the cost to modernize our grid and weatherproof our transmission system so it can accommodate an EV infrastructure. So the basic questions that I have for policymakers to consider are, was August so long ago that we all forgot the dangerous situation that our electric grid left us in? Why are Governor Lamont and Commissioner Dykes pushing policies that will hand our transportation sector over to the very same electric utilities and grid that have let us down repeatedly in recent years? Why should we support policies that move a massive sector like transportation to our electric grid without first modernizing our grid and weatherproofing our transmission system? I have not forgotten early August. Our company and its 200 plus employees were working around the clock to deliver propane and diesel fuel to thousands of generators at hospitals, retirement facilities, essential businesses, and residences all across Western Connecticut. Losses of power happen because our grid is weak and our transmission system, which relies on above ground poles surrounded by heavy tree cover, is even weaker. When do we start talking about the real cost that our state will need to invest in order to modernize our fragile electric grid and make it more storm resistant? Isn't it common sense to make those investments before we start the transition of our transportation sector over to this fragile grid? The TCI bill is a regressive tax that will fall on those that can least afford it, with no clear statutory limit, to be spent in an undefined manner with no results required. So over the next few years, they will take $1 billion out of the pockets of Connecticut drivers with no guarantee that any reduction of carbon emissions will be achieved. However, there are two guarantees that we can all count on, and I'll wrap up if this passes. Guarantee number one, the cost of gasoline will increase. Guarantee number two, if a significant level of transportation electrification is achieved, businesses like ours will either go out of business or be forced to dramatically shrink our operations. So when the power goes out, companies like us will not be here to make the emergency deliveries necessary to keep our communities running. All those electric cars and electric heated homes will sit cold and idle, and there will be no generators to power them because there will be no fuel companies like us to keep those generator tanks full. Please do not support policies that put the cart before the horse when it comes to the energy that Connecticut residents rely on every day. Please oppose SB 884. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mitchell, for your testimony. I appreciate it. You mentioned about the bulk of your testimony sort of insinuated that we would be moving completely to electric vehicles. You know, certainly the market is headed in that direction, though the proceeds, as outlined in this bill, don't say that they will go directly towards, you know, putting an electric vehicle in the hands of every resident of the state of Connecticut. And I heard some testimony earlier from Mr. Fox saying that we're always going to need gasoline, right? There's combustible engines on the road. And even if automakers stop producing them at some point in the near future, you still have those cars on the road. Is it your position that these cars, you know, eventually won't need your gasoline? Or you know, you mentioned about this putting you out of business. So I just want to understand that a little bit better.
Well, every petroleum car that's replaced with an electric car will cut into petroleum demand. I think that's the overall vision of Deep's plan that it laid out. The climate initiatives that it laid out was to transition the transportation sector to electricity, to electrify the sector. And I know that doesn't happen tomorrow. You know that obviously, but it'll take time. But the ultimate goal is fairly clear. It's to transition new car sales to electrification over time and to electrify the transportation sector. And that's an infrastructure change that the state of Connecticut, in its current form and probably in its former 10 or 30 years, unless it makes serious investment in its grid and transmission infrastructure, cannot withstand.
Thank you for that. There was also some testimony a little bit earlier about I think it was Mr. Scherer who also was representing a bunch of convenience stores and saying that this is, you know, a bit disingenuous of the state that we're imposing, you know, what he believes is a tax, and that we should just tax something outright rather than saying that this isn't a tax, which, you know, arguably from my standpoint, it's not, right? We're selling allowances to a wholesaler who then makes the choice to pass those costs down. Mr. Sherrod had said that he would suggest a gas tax, a straight out gas tax. Is it your belief that that would be better than implementing TCI?
No, a gas tax wouldn't. We have plenty of gas taxes. We don't need more. An earlier suggestion to use some of the existing gas taxes if there's particular policies that the state of Connecticut would like to invest in, might be a better approach. But coming up with a new gas tax, I think we've gone down that road plenty in the state of Connecticut.
Okay. And I know you did mention that there's no guarantee in a reduction in emissions, but the program is innately a guarantee by capping the number of allowances that go out, and similar to the regional greenhouse gas initiative. So I don't know, how would you envision emissions staying at the same rate under a cap and trade program?
Well, I think there's an argument to be made that the driving public, there's not elasticity of demand, and people need to drive. So there certainly studies have shown in the past that people drive regardless of what kind of cost you try to pass along to them, or what's, what the government tries to do to curb demand. So
well, if that's the case, hopefully you won't go out of business. Okay, Representative Callahan, if you have your hand raised.
Matthew, thank you. I am from the 108th District, which is part of Danbury, and I'm quite familiar with your business and the wonderful job you've done to deliver fuels to the people of the Danbury area for many, many years. So I appreciate you coming in today. I have great concerns about the environment, but I also have great concerns about continuing to bump up the cost of energy for the middle class and those of us who have to commute. And I do appreciate your point of view, and I just wanted to relate to you and to the committee that is a major concern of mine. If any of you who have got your January electric bills saw your delivery costs skyrocket as well. And as far as gas outlay from your paycheck and for electricity rates is a major concern of my constituents. So I thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I don't see any other hands raised, so thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for your time and testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see these folks that I'm about to name on the list, but I'm going to call out their names, and hopefully they'll hear it and come on. That is Harwar Ramadan. Mark Mitchell is here. Okay, so he'll be next. Anil Patel, Sammy Jamal, Syed Jamal, Robert Goodrich, and Lauren Bailey. So Mr. Mitchell, you are up. Welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Mark Mitchell. I'm a public health and environmental health physician. I'm also an associate professor of climate change, energy, and environmental health equity at George Mason University, although I work remotely from my home here in Hartford, Connecticut. I'm also the founder and a senior policy advisor for the Connecticut Coalition for Environmental Justice, and I was one of the main authors of Connecticut's Environmental Justice Bill, along with Representative Jack Hennessy, who I see is on the committee today. It's good to see Jack. I'm here to testify in favor of SB 884 and HB 6551. Again, one of the authors of the 2009 Environmental Justice Bill, I think that it's really important that we strengthen that bill. I think that was the first step, but we need to move forward and to actually reduce the overburdening in environmental hazards in communities. The greatest predictor of where environmental hazards are located in Connecticut, like in most states, is the percentage of people of color in that community. So we support Charles Rothenberg's and Save the Sounds suggested changes for the bill. In addition, we want to change the terms from environmental equity to environmental justice as used throughout the bill. The participants on the working group should also be compensated for their work. With regard to SB 884, the TCI bill, it will reduce greenhouse gases, improve health, and address racial justice all at the same time, which is an opportunity that I think that we should take advantage of here in Connecticut. So I'm working with DEEP and the Department of Transportation, as well as other environmental health and environmental justice organizations on improving the language. And I think that we will be able to come to consensus on some improvements to strengthen the language that's already there. For example, I think that we want to increase the amount of the revenues that are going to those most impacted communities to at least 50%. Air pollution in Connecticut, as you heard, has high levels of air pollution. And this not only, I'll wrap up given my time. So according to the census, Hartford ranks 8th in the US for percentage of households without vehicles, and New Haven ranks 11th. So people should not be paying for their with their health and with their lives. We all pay financially because of this problem. If TCIP is well constructed, Connecticut taxpayers could reasonably expect to save at least $12 million per year from decreased asthma hospitalizations alone. So again, I strongly support both of these bills.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mitchell, or Dr. Mitchell, for your testimony, and appreciate all of your hard work, obviously, with the legislature for many years on environmental justice. Oh, I see a question from Representative Dillon. Representative, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really just wanted to say hello to Mark, who has a outstanding record, not only in environmental justice, but we worked together on lead, on gun prevention when we were both very young. So I give your words a lot of weight, and I'm pleased that you're supporting the legislation.
Yes,
Thank
it's
you.
good to see you again, Representative Dillon. Yeah, when we were both children, we were here at the legislature, yes.
Mhm. Thank you. And Representative Mushinski.
Hey, Dr. Mitchell, I just wanted to say hi. It's nice that you have a teaching gig now. That's wonderful.
Yes.
And I appreciate that you put some suburban towns like mine into environmental justice too, because there are some environmental justice neighborhoods in some of our towns. They're small towns, but nonetheless, there's issues there, and appreciate that. But I did want to ask you that we've had a whole series of speakers today saying, don't change the price of fuel, period. And, you know, in your experience working here as an advocate, are we ever going to get change that will get us to prevention or amelioration of climate change if we don't change the cost of fossil fuels, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think that that in order to, again, I'm an associate professor of climate change. In order to address climate change, we have to reduce carbon. And the most equitable way to do that is to put a price on carbon, and to make sure that those who are most impacted are the first communities that they're guaranteed at least a minimum amount of reduction in air pollution, because air pollution leads to so many health problems in our communities. And again, like I said before, if we can reduce the diseases from asthma, from traffic-related air pollution, the state should see a substantial decrease in cost, because over 70% of the cost for asthma hospitalization is paid for by taxpayers.
Okay, so if we leave things the way they are now, which is what many of the speakers had asked us to do, we are probably unlikely to see any change in terms of effect on the public who lives with this threat, in your view?
Right, yes, and we're going to continue to have the health disparities. We're going to continue to have the climate change, and the weather is going to get even worse and more unpredictable than it is now.
Okay, well, thank you, and it's good to see you again. I'm happy you're teaching. That's wonderful. Educating the next generation of advocates. That's a really wonderful thing.
Thank you.
So, thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Dr. Mitchell, for your time and testimony. So I see that Lauren Bailey is next up, and I'll just call out the few names before her in case they can join us. It's Emil Patel, Sami and Aya Jamal, and Robert Goodrich. Following Lauren Bailey will be Zaki Seta, Leora Trustman, and Allison Evans. Welcome, Lauren.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Thank you, Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, and to all of your esteemed colleagues from the Environment Committee for sticking with us and continuing to hear our testimony this evening. I'm here to testify before you today on Senate Bill number 884. I'm Lauren Bailey, Director of Climate Policy for Tri-State Transportation Campaign, which is a 27-year-old organization dedicated to improving people's lives by expanding access to transit and clean transportation options in New York, New Jersey, and most importantly, Connecticut. Tri-State would like to express our strong support for Senate Bill 884, which would allow Connecticut to join the Transportation and Climate Initiative Program, or TCIP. Despite the massive disruption to the daily patterns of our lives over the past year, transportation continues to be Connecticut's highest greenhouse gas emitting sector. The air pollution that our transportation system of cars, buses, and trucks sends into the air each day is also now proven to worsen the effects and lethality of COVID-19, adding yet another threat to communities that have been historically and consistently harmed by these emissions. Our transportation system is, to be completely clear, killing us. The TCIP would begin to help us protect and expand public transit and accelerate vehicle electrification as just the first steps to eliminate these harmful emissions. I'd like to echo some points from fellow supporters earlier today, in particular, the opportunity to invest these proceeds in environmental justice communities. Auction proceeds are estimated to be approximately $89 million in 2023 and go up to as much as $117 million per year by 2032. That's a significant amount of financing. And with a 35% floor for investments in disadvantaged communities committed to in the MOU in December, I truly urge Connecticut to commit to a higher percentage to help our residents that need these investments most. Transitioning our transportation system away from fossil fuels is an expensive but necessary endeavor. Providing that financial assistance to transition to zero-emission vehicles overall by making polluters pay is a part of a comprehensive, larger solution that we can get to meet our state's climate goals. These proceeds would also give Connecticut a unique opportunity to transform the transportation system into one that is accessible, safe, and community for all of our residents, regardless of whether they live in a rural community, one of our cities, or their suburbs. All of our residents deserve to have transportation options, in particular as we continue to strive for our older residents to age in place and for individuals with disabilities to have equal access to all points in Connecticut. I know electric vehicles have been talked about a lot today, and this is not just about electric vehicles. We want to see a safe bike network, sidewalks in every community, and bus lanes, just to name a few transportation options that would make our roads safer and make our society less reliant on cars. The discussion I'm hearing today around the cost of electrification and the potential financial impacts of the transition away from fossil fuels have truly only further made the case to me that the proceeds from TCIP could have a transformative, phenomenal impact on the resiliency, health, and overall economy of Connecticut. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bailey, for that. I appreciate your testimony very, very much. Do I have any questions from our committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here, and we're going to move on.
Thank you.
Next up is Robert Goodrich. Mr. Goodrich, are you with us?
I'm having some technical difficulties.
Join the club. That's perfectly okay. We can see you and hear you.
Okay, you can see me. I can't see you all.
Well, you are on the screen, sir, so go right ahead. You have 3 minutes. Mr. Goodrich, you seem to be muted now.
Yes, my name is Robbie Goodrich. I'm the co-founder of Radical Advocates for Cross-Cultural Education in Waterbury, Connecticut. Co-chairs Cohen and Gresco, I appreciate the opportunity to testify in front of you all, as well as vice chairs Palm and Derek Slepp. Now, you may be asking why an education advocacy organization may be testifying in the environmental committee on TCIP. Well, the fact is that we've been part of this coalition here in Connecticut working to promote and to organize our communities around supporting TCIP. Now, we support SB 884 with amendments. So we wanted to go over, like my colleague Michaela Barrett did earlier today, about some of the amendments that will ensure racial justice is achieved through this bill. So we want to make sure that the legislative language reflects and ensures a strong and independent equity advisory board, that TCIP and the benefits or the proceeds from the auction, more than 50% of those proceeds from the auction for overburdened and underserved communities, and that so that they can have access to those remedies to remediate some of the harm that they've experienced for decades here in Connecticut. We want the language to explicitly address neighborhood level pollution, where communities of color and low-income communities often breathe air and the dirtiest air in certain parts of Waterbury. As you may know, that and as Representative Reyes can testify to, that our South End contributes almost 10% of the total air pollution in the state of Connecticut. Now, the bill should also support workers by ensuring greater amounts of fair labor standards and workforce development programs that ensure diverse hiring and contracting requirements. We also know that the bill should reflect language that ensures communities who are impacted the most by our transportation system have a strong say in directing how the investments are made. Now, with all that said, we encourage the committee to embrace the Equity Advisory Board principles that we've been working with both of the agencies on. Now, we've been able to come to an agreement that the agencies aren't experts in racial equity, but some of us, like myself and the people that have been pushing for strong equity advisory board, are. So we would like to invite the co-chairs to actually have a sit down with us if there needs to be clarification around some of the equity advisory board language, as well as the commitments to provide power over the proceeds and how the solutions are directed in impacted communities. I really appreciate your time today, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Robbie, very much. So I gather from your testimony that you think we need more specificity in this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, I think largely that despite the best efforts of the agencies, that we think that the Equity Advisory Board should be completely independent of any type of political appointee or agency heads. That will ensure that the communities that are impacted most, that the overburdened and underserved communities can be free of that political persuasion and be able to operate independently. The other thing is that though the Equity Advisory Board needs to be resourced properly, meaning that the people that come from the community that contribute on that board need to be resourced with tools, technology, and even stipends so that they can participate fully as members of a professional body, when in fact, if we just take them as they are, they won't be able to contribute at the same level. And the pseudo experts about environmental justice will be able to dominate those conversations and persuade where the money's actually going to end up.
Thank you. It's clear you've done some deep thinking on this bill. I see a question from Representative Reyes. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Goodrich, and thank you for your testimony. And I was reading your testimony over last night, and well written, well thought out. And I wanted to ask you, I too agree that the equity piece is a little light when it comes to how it's going to be managed and how it's going to be outfitted. And I'm glad that you came with some conversation on that piece as well. My question for you is, what do you see? What do you think when you start thinking about these boards, and what are your thoughts on what the diversity of those boards should look like?
Well, I think that diversity is two or threefold. One, it's diversity of thought, right? And then it's diversity of identity. And then it's the diversity in which they can contribute to the equity advisory boards. So the communities that, there's two things also to add here, Representative Reyes, that this needs to be, these boards need to be enabled to participate in what they call participatory action research, so that they get to control the research that is used to make these decisions and create the own data from their own perspective. So that means communities like in the south end of Waterbury should have preference and eligibility to participate over the folks in the west end of town, which is less impacted by pollution and lack of transportation and economic opportunity. And the same goes for rural communities. So those folks that are in rural communities that don't have access to transportation but are impacted by pollution should have more access over folks that live in wealthier areas that aren't impacted by as much pollution and have access to cleaner transportation.
Well, I want to thank you for testifying tonight, Mr. Goodrich. And like I said, you really gave this really deep thoughts. And I thank you for your advocacy and supporting our distressed end down there in the south end of Waterbury. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, we're going to move on to Leor Trustman. Thank you, Robbie. Leor Trustman, you are up if you are here.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, members of the Environmental Committee, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Leor Trustman. I'm a resident of New Haven, and I'm writing this statement to communicate my strong support for the Senate Bill 884. For the past 150 some odd years, we've enjoyed the pleasure of burning oil into the atmosphere with abandon, and our history would look very different if we hadn't. However, it is now past time for this blip in the timeline of humanity to slowly come to an end. We can continue to put our head in the sand, or we can walk into the future. The arguments against this bill that I've heard today have centered first around the increased cost to consumers. To this point, I'm much younger than many of you, but even I can remember when for many years, gas prices were well above $3 a gallon. So forgive me for thinking that using the word skyrocket, which I've heard to refer to the prices of gas a few times tonight, to describe a few cents of price increase to be a bit dramatic. The environment can't directly exert market forces on the price of gas, so TCI is doing this in a small way, and gas stations, obviously, as they've said, will pass these few cents onto the consumer, like the cost was ostensibly passed on to them. So I'm not really sure why they're complaining if they're passing this cost right along. If the gas stations can't afford to exist on the flavored cigarette sales and gas sales, when nearly everyone is driving a gas car already, I think they need to significantly reimagine their business models. As far as this being a regressive tax, I think that having such inadequate public transportation that forces people to drive cars, not even having sidewalks, and incurring massive health costs and shortened lifespans on lower income people from emissions are all infinitely more regressive. TCI helps to address those. Another argument I've heard a few times tonight is that our grid can't handle a full transition to EV right now, or that the cost to install charging stations is prohibitive. Those are in fact reasons why we need TCI all the more, and so it's a pretty bad red herring argument in my opinion. Last is the argument that we will only remediate climate change as a global effort. That is true, and it's simultaneously a terrible excuse to not act now. I understand that this is easy to say and hard to do, but leadership isn't always easy. In this case, leadership means hearing people's concerns and yet stepping forward for the sake of everyone's long-term gain, and in this case, survival. We are so far behind, and we are already paying deeply for our inaction thus far. However, we needn't continue to dig our grave deeper. With this proposal, we can at least give ourselves the beginning of a fighting chance. This proposal should have been passed 20 years ago, but the second best time to pass it is now. I strongly support SB 884, and I urge you to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trustman, very much. Are you here representing Make Haven? Can you explain to us what that is, if that's in fact what you're representing, or are you just speaking as a citizen?
I am speaking as a citizen. Make Haven is a membership-based organization in New Haven, Connecticut, where we have all the tools in the world. And for $50 a month, we offer 24/7 access to that space for over 400 members to start companies, build businesses, and pursue creative hobbies of all varieties.
Great, thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the committee members? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Mr. Trustman, for your time and for sticking this out with us. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Next up is Denise Savage. Hi, Denise, we see you. Unmute yourself, please, ma'am.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
All right, thank you. Again, my name is Denise Savage. I am the chair of the Connecticut Council on Soil and Water Conservation. And I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 6441. I want to thank the committee for allowing me to testify. And I know it's been a long day, so I will try to keep it brief. I have provided written testimony that you can refer to. And if you have any questions or concerns, don't hesitate to reach out to me. As a member of the Connecticut Council on Soil and Water Conservation, I did serve on the Governor's Council on Climate Change, on the Working in Natural Lands groups, on the Ag and Soils, and also on the Wetlands Work Group. And I also participated in many of the meetings and a couple of the subgroups involved with environmental justice. In my work history, I worked with the Hartford County Soil and Water Conservation District for many years, which serves the 29 municipalities in Hartford County. And when I was there, I actually served on the first environmental justice task force. So I was very pleased to see such a focus on environmental justice in the Governor's Council on Climate Change. And in full disclosure, so that you know my whole history, after working with Hartford County and dealing with the municipalities there, I actually took the job as the conservation director for the town of Greenwich. So I've worked with some of the poorest communities, and I worked for one of the richest communities in our state. So I have a full understanding of municipalities in general. And I also served on the town council for the town of Coventry, Connecticut, which is kind of one of the communities probably in the middle of that. Not necessarily very as affluent as Greenwich, but certainly doesn't have the challenges that some of our other communities have. So it's with those contexts that I'm going to be talking today. And I laid out a few things in my comments, my written comments, that have to do with this. Soil and water conservation districts do a lot of work with municipalities. And that's, like I said, that I worked with the 29 municipalities when I worked for one of the conservation districts. And one of the couple of the different programs we work with involve federal funding. One in particular is the 319 program, which is an EPA funded program. And it's a lot of the work we do is on watershed management, looking at different ways that you can protect water quality, different ways you can protect flooding, and all of those types of issues. And one of the major things missing from that is the leverage match. So this particular bill provides that leverage that is missing from, when we're trying to work with municipalities. We've been looking at how we can work more with some of our disadvantaged communities. And one of the challenges is this match.
Ms. Savage,
I'm going to wrap it up there. I know I heard Yeah, I heard the buzzer, so I'll wrap it up.
Thank
I
you.
just want to say one last thing, and that is there's a relationship that I just want to make sure people here understand in watersheds that is between distressed communities and non-distressed communities. And that has to do with that watershed boundaries don't understand, where these political boundaries we deal with. So for example, some of the benefits that we see from, let's say, protecting public open space in a public drinking water supply, it's not the community where the public drinking water supply watershed is that gets those benefits. So for example, the city of Hartford, their reservoir is in the small towns of Heartland and Barkhamsted. So I just want to make sure that people, when they're talking about, a lot of times the ecosystem services or what we want to do with which open space we want to protect, that we're looking at that.
Yes,
And then,
thank you. I'm sorry to have to, I really have to cut you off. I'm sorry. We have so many people waiting. I think your experience with municipalities is very, very important for us to hear. And I agree completely, as I'm sure my colleagues do, with the phenomenon that when we're talking about ecosystems, we can't think in terms of political or geographic boundaries. Do we have any questions from the committee for Denise? Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am, for being here. Next up, we have Jay Patel.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Followed by M. Randall Collins and Elias Peterson. So we will hear first from Jay Patel. And I see you on the screen there, sir. Go right ahead.
Yes, good evening, Chairperson and Co-Chairperson, and as well whole committee. My name is Jay Patel, and I'm owner and operator of the several gas station, convenience store, and motels, working with the 70+ people team. I respect your green environmental program. It's definitely help future, good for my kids, other kids, and their other generation coming in the future. In COVID-19 period, we lost about 30 to 40% business of the gasoline gallons. It's hard to survive right now. Gasoline gallons margin is always very thin all the time. Any kind of extra burden in a gasoline gallon is impact lots to community in their everyday routine life. It's the wrong time to increase burden on country, state, and struggling with the high unemployment and other high cost to survive in a regular life. Our electricity bill is already up. Cost of minimum wage is going up and up every year. It's hard to survive for all the small businesses. My humble request to committee to think same or some other sources to put this extra expense to support Green Bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will move along. Thank you, sir, for being with us. M. Randall Collins, are you here?
I am. Hi, good evening. I will keep this brief. My name is Randy Collins. I'm an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, and here today to testify in support of House Bill 6441, an act concerning climate change adaptation. CCM supports this bill with revisions, just 2 slight revisions that we're looking for. This is about the 3rd or 4th year that we've been actively advocating for stormwater authorities. To see it included in the governor's package was very helpful, very welcome for our members. Ever since we've received we worked to negotiate the parameters of the new general MS4 general permit. It has imposed significant unfunded costs, unfunded mandates on towns and cities. And this as a local option provides them another means to pay for the requirements in that bill. It would build upon a pilot program that allowed 4 municipalities to enact stormwater authorities. Currently, New London is the only one that has implemented one. Stonington is actively working on it. But we feel that if it can work for New London, if Stonington has that opportunity, we should allow that opportunity for all of our municipalities. We would like to see language, slight modification in the language. I testified the other day on the committee stormwater bill. And that was language we had worked on previously, which did include a tightening of the definition of what a municipality is. We wanted to make sure that if a stormwater authority is enacted, it's enacted by one of the 169 towns and cities not a sewer district or a water district, but by elected officials. We support the buyer's convenience, though we do have concerns with the lines, with the language in lines 127 to 134, which would restrict the use of funds in municipalities that are unable to meet the 10% affordable housing threshold. I know CCM has been actively working with Desegregate Connecticut group. Hopefully we're coming out with recommendations, but there are many municipalities that, just due to environmental concerns, on-site sewage treatment cannot build out enough to meet that threshold. So that's something that would be of a concern to them. Today we are not submitting testimony on Senate Bill 884. We actually had a webinar with Commissioner Dykes and Commissioner Eucalito this Friday. Being a member-driven organization, they've wanted to take a look. I think they probably have as many questions as you do. But before we take a position, the members wanted to get a fuller understanding of that. So hopefully we'll be submitting comments as we move down the road. But thank you very much and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Randy. I have a quick question. When you talked about, I guess you would rather see us decouple this from the environmental justice or the provision for the affordability. Is that something that you're prepared to give us more detail on? Can you just run that part by me again, please, sir?
Some of our members do have concerns that if with the local option buyers conveyance, that they would have restrictions if they don't meet that 10% affordable housing. I'm sorry, my son wants to testify as well, apparently. Thank you, buddy. Oh, thank you. As I said, they have a little bit of a concern. As I said, I know towns I've worked with in the past have said, we've looked at it, but because of our soil restrictions, we can't do on-site sewage treatment. They don't have sewer systems. It really makes it difficult for them to meet some of those housing goals. And in that case, it'd be very difficult. Would it be fair to them to say, hey, you have restrictions that are placed on you for environmental reasons, lack of, as I said, on-site sewage treatment. And if you can't meet it for certain reasons, that you're denied that ability to use it for land acquisition. I think we'd be happy to work with the committee on that. Again, it's not necessarily my true area of expertise. Somehow I became the stormwater guy at CCM, and that's why I got thrown up today.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that distinction. I would say only that, there are very low density options in affordable housing that don't require an overhaul of sewer systems, which I know is a problem in the district that I represent, for example, as well. But I do think we need to keep pushing for other models and micro housing, perhaps. Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from committee members? Anybody? No. Okay. Thank you very much, Randy. I don't see any more questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Next up, we have Elias Peterson, followed by Alex Sarusi and Rita King.
Good evening. Chairs Senator Cohen, Representative Bresco, ranking members Minor, and Representative Harding, and the committee as a whole, and you, Representative Palm. My name is Elias Peterson, and I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 884 on behalf of Colmar Americas and its subsidiary American Green Fuels. American Green Fuels is a 40 million gallon per year biodiesel production facility located at the Port of New Haven. We are the largest biodiesel plant in New England and on the Eastern Seaboard, with an estimated employment impact of 250 plus jobs and an estimated economic impact to Connecticut of about $126.5 million annually. Biodiesel is a ready-made solution to reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector, especially in regards to heavy-duty trucking applications, which are notoriously difficult to electrify. Biodiesel is a drop-in fuel, meaning that it can be utilized in many existing on-road diesel engines with no modifications. On average, biodiesel reduces greenhouse gas emissions by 86%, particulate emissions by 47%, and hydrocarbon emissions by 67%. We're labeled a clean air choice by the American Lung Association, reducing the risk of asthma and other respiratory diseases. We support the goals of SB 884 to reduce carbon emissions from the transportation sector, And if structured appropriately, this program could incentivize the production and usage of fuels like biodiesel by ensuring that only the petroleum portion or the non-renewable portion of the fuels are required to be offset with emissions credits. Connecticut can incentivize the increased usage of greenhouse gas reducing fuels like biodiesel, which provide a low-cost carbon reducing fuel that can be utilized in conjunction with the electrification goals. Case in point, biodiesel is the early success story for other low carbon fuel jurisdictions like California and Canada, providing quick results on emission reductions in on-road diesel engines. We also urge policymakers to utilize the funds from the cap and invest portion of the program to invest in biodiesel, particularly, like I said, in the heavy duty sector in urban areas where the clean air benefits of our fuel can promote environmental justice in our state. Incentives could include incentives for higher percentage of blend fuels and diesel electric hybrid vehicles that can use both electricity and biodiesel where in traditional diesel engine applications. So we support the goals of TCI and hope it can be structured to support Connecticut clean fuel production. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for appearing before us. I see a question from our House Chair, Rep. Gresco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eli, I don't know if you were on this call or public hearing, but earlier it was made mention that potentially blending biodiesel in with transportation fuel would create a gelling issue. I was wondering if you can comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, historically, when you had fuels come into the state that weren't ASTM certified, there were problems in the state maybe 10, 15 years ago. Now, all the biodiesel that we make and that comes in the state is ASTM certified to meet the D6751 spec, which is the blend stock spec. Biodiesel has very similar properties when it meets that spec to diesel. So there's really not those sort of issues, especially at the lower level blends. If you were maybe getting up to a B100 blend, which would be 100% biodiesel compared to blending with petroleum diesel, you might have storage, additional investment needed. But for the most part, we're the same as diesel.
And that being for temperature as well. I mean, if it gets down, a couple of nights this past winter, it was in the teens to single digits. Does it react the same as diesel?
Yeah, I mean, I won't say it's exactly the same. I mean, you would want to take some precautions, like I said, with a pure biodiesel blend, but it's very similar. I mean, diesel has problems at really cold temperatures too. I mean, so the problems that fuels face are very similar. You might be, like I said, a little bit more careful with the B100 blend, but at B20, B50, you're going to face the same storage infrastructure.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Gresco.
Representative. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will move on to Alex Sarusi, followed by Rita King, and then Carrie Lynch. Alex, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you so much.
We can see you. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Co-Chair Cohen, Co-Chair Gresco, and esteemed members of the Environment Committee. My name is Alex Sarusi, and I am the Policy Manager for Mercy for Animals, a nonprofit organization dedicated to constructing a more compassionate food system for all. On behalf of our Connecticut-based supporters, I commend this committee for its consideration of Senate Bill 884 and ask that the bill be amended to include climate-friendly food procurement language this committee originally considered as House Bill 5030. In 2006, the UN warned in a landmark report that industrial livestock farming was one of the most significant contributors to the most serious of environmental problems and urged the world to take this problem seriously. More recently, a study found that food system activities, including the production, the transport, disposal of food, account for nearly 30% of all global greenhouse gas emissions. Connecticut has an opportunity here to go beyond the transportation sector emissions reductions outlined in Senate Bill 884 and reduce greenhouse gas emissions through the enactment of a climate-friendly food procurement policy. Senate Bill 884 provides that the Transportation and Climate Initiative Program may fund the assessment and planning of measures to reduce emissions and mitigate the impacts of climate change.
Adopting a climate-friendly food policy would enable the state to assess and plan for reducing its emissions in a more efficient manner by measuring emissions that occur through the life cycle of food procured by the state and establishing science-based reduction targets accordingly. A climate-friendly food policy would also support public health and save valuable taxpayer dollars. This policy would align with Connecticut's environmentally preferable purchasing program, which, as you know, promotes sustainability through the procurement of products that have a reduced effect on human health, the environment, and society. While the EPP program focuses on the electric, building, and transportation sectors, adopting a climate-friendly food policy would give Connecticut the opportunity to expand those considerations and further greenhouse gas reduction goals. Climate-friendly food procurement language this committee originally considered as HB 5030 has support from over 22 local and national organizations. By focusing on emissions associated with food, Connecticut can realize the environmental, health, and economic benefits of addressing food procurement. As such, Mercy for Animals strongly urges the committee to amend Senate Bill 884 to include climate-friendly food procurement language. Thank you so much. It's been a long day, but I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Alex. Have you read the bill language, and do you have a specific section in mind where your language would fit in?
Yeah, that's a great question. I have, in fact, read the bill language. I don't right now, but I'd be happy to follow up after the hearing today with the specific section. That being said, I know that our organization, along with several others, would be more than happy to work with any of the committee members on molding the language that originally came from House Bill 5030 to make it fit properly.
Thank you for that. I think I can speak for my colleagues when I say we'd be very, eager to hear that. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Alex, for testifying today, and thank you for your amazing work in these last few months. Can you elaborate when you say the bill HB 5030 had support to mention organizations? Can you go into more details on that part?
Sure, yeah. And I did submit written testimony, so some of the organizations are listed in there. So without going on and listing the 22 organizations, I will just further emphasize that there's a diverse coalition supporting this language, or it's at least supporting the Environment Committee taking a look, or more careful look, at these emissions that are associated with industrial agriculture as a means to further reduce the state's greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah, and I one of the things is that I think is important to note is to fight against emissions is a big fight, and there is definitely a lot of different areas we need to make sure we include as we try to tackle onto the effects of climate change in order to also attenuate those effects. But thank you so much once again, and thank you for your time today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Michelle. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am. We will move on. We will hear from Rita King, followed by Carrie Lynch, and then Karine Dumi.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Great. Good evening, Senators Cohen and Minor, Representatives Gresco, Harding, and Palm, and the distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Rita King, and I'm the Senior Director of Smart Grids Innovation and Planning for Avangrid Networks, the parent company for United Illuminating, Southern Connecticut Gas, and Connecticut Natural Gas. Thank you for this opportunity to offer testimony on Raise Bill number 884, an act reducing transportation-related carbon emissions. United Illuminating, in conjunction with our parent company, are committed to taking proactive measures to help achieve a clean energy future for our customers and the communities that we serve. We recognize and agree that electrifying the transportation sector is a key solution for the decarbonization of the economy. At UI, we seek to develop infrastructure and technology that enables electric vehicle market growth, with priorities placed on planning our system to support charging infrastructure, integrating EV loads in a way that improves our overall system efficiency, communicating the benefits of EVs to our customers, and leading by example by investigating ways to move our own fleet vehicles to clean fuels. We support the goals of the Transportation and Climate Initiative program to reduce CO2 emissions, improve air quality and public health, increase resilience to the impacts of climate change, provide more affordable access to clean transportation choices, promote local economic opportunities, and high quality jobs. We also support evaluation of all tools that might help achieve electrification of the transportation sector, including ways to advance equity for underserved communities. In other jurisdictions, we have launched EV charger make-ready and customer programs, which offer rebates to offset construction costs associated with the electrical infrastructure required to support L2 and DC chargers to business and municipal customers, including additional goals for underserved communities. We are actively engaged in PURA's Grid Modernization Zero Emissions Vehicle Reopener 04, investigating similar make-ready programs, and we're excited to collaborate with stakeholders to identify how we can best support beneficial electrification initiatives. So thank you for the opportunity to testify. Our companies are also appreciate the opportunity to be part of the conversation to advance Connecticut's energy and environmental agenda. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. King. I see a question from Rep. Chafee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. King, for speaking with us tonight. In a lot of testimony that came before you, people spoke to the fact, alluding to the fact that the distribution grid is not ready to handle electrical vehicles. I was wondering if you could speak to that a little bit, and do you think your distribution grid is currently capable of handling EVs, or what is the long-term plan for that?
Thank you for that question, Representative. We are currently seeing low penetration of electric vehicles. We do have a grid modernization roadmap for United Illuminating, so we understand the challenges, and we are currently looking at ways that the grid can be ready when we start to see higher penetration of electric vehicles, as well as other DERs such as renewable energy and energy storage. And so we are prepping our grid, and we're looking at continued forecasts on how we can integrate those sorts of flexible loads. So our plan, as part of our roadmap and the work that we're doing with the authority, is for the grid to be ready when our customers need it.
Do you have any sort of projections? How many EVs do you see coming online in the next 5 or 10 years, and are you planning around that?
We are forecasting based on the ZEV targets that are here in Connecticut, and looking at our portion, which is about 20% of the service territory for the state of Connecticut. And so we're forecasting along those lines and looking at what we need to do in order for us to meet those targets.
Great. Would you say UI has current capacity, or is it going to take a lot of investment to build up your distribution grid in order to supply, the potential wave of EVs we'll see?
Yeah, we're not seeing significant issues with capacity today, but as I mentioned, we do have limited penetration. We do anticipate that as we start to see higher levels of deployment of electric vehicles, that initially we're going to see localized issues. So at the distribution transformer level. And then that will start to continue to grow, across circuits. So we're developing those tools in order for us to be able to understand where that growth is going to be, what the propensity for customers to adopt electric vehicles and other types of DER is going to be, including solar and behind the meter energy storage. We're developing those capabilities so that we're able to understand where in our system we need to reinforce and potentially upgrade. We don't anticipate that we're going to see it all at once. So we are looking at ways that we can forecast and make sure that we have targeted improvements in place.
thank you for the information. Thank you for speaking with us tonight. And I yield, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Chafee. Any other questions for Ms. King? Okay, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. We will next hear from Kerry Lynch, followed by Kai Ade, and then Corinne Dumais. So Kerry, I see you. You are up and you have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Hello, honored chairs, Senator Cohen and Representative Gresco and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I am Kerry Lynch, Climate and Energy Policy Manager at the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of the Nature Conservancy in full support of Governor's Bill 884, an act reducing transportation-related carbon emissions. First of all, the Nature Conservancy strongly supports policy aimed at reducing emissions from the transportation sector. And we support and appreciate testimony from Commissioner Dykes, Deputy Commissioner Garrett, and others throughout the day today. The Nature Conservancy is committed to elevating policies that promote equitable and just outcomes as part of our advocacy for clean transportation. As many before me have pointed out tonight, the transportation sector accounts for a substantial portion of overall sector-wide annual emissions. Without policy to direct action towards reducing transportation emissions, Connecticut will not meet its future emission goals. By signing the Transportation Climate Initiative, TCI, MOU in December 2020, Connecticut signaled that we were serious in taking the necessary steps towards achieving a clean transportation future. The next logical step is pursuing regulatory authority for the state to implement TCI, as outlined in this bill. So we support this bill, and there are multiple benefits to reducing transportation-related emissions. Proceeds from TCI are substantial, and with reinvestment of those proceeds in clean transportation options and infrastructure, emission reductions locally and throughout the state have potential to be significant. There's also widespread industry support of TCI. The automobile industry has already started the transition towards zero-emission vehicles. Additionally, more than 100 major investors, companies, and institutions throughout the TCI region have submitted letters to Governor Lamont in support of TCI. In addition to contributing to the global problem of climate change, transportation emissions contribute to asthma, heart disease, preterm births, premature death, among other health impacts. Current transportation systems also create noise pollution, congestion, and stress. Assuming participation in TCI, the estimated quantifiable health benefits under a TCI-like program are substantial and are potentially larger than the estimated TCI proceeds. While we fully support policy that seeks to limit emissions from the transportation sector, we would suggest strengthening the language regarding equity in sections 1E and 1F of this bill. TCI cannot just be a funding mechanism. We support the creation of an equity advisory board to help decide how proceeds will be invested. We also support the minimum of 35% of the proceeds to be reinvested in low to moderate income communities to address environmental justice issues related to transportation. This will show a commitment to listen to and invest in communities that have been most impacted by transportation emissions and will be hardest hit by programs that will raise the cost of transportation fuels. But we think that this is just the first step and look forward to the potential evolution of such efforts. Information and action towards emission reduction policies will hurt Connecticut residents in a variety of ways. We lend our support to such efforts to mitigate these impacts as quickly and as equitably as possible. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on Governor's Bill 884. Thank you.
Thank you, Kerry. Nice job wrapping up in lightning speed. Do we have any questions from the committee members for Ms. Lynch? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much for being with us. Appreciate it very much. Next up, we have Kai Ade, followed by Corinne Dumais, and then Brian Moran. Kai, are you with us? Yep, I see you there.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi. Thank you, chairs, vice chairs, and members of the Environment Committee for allowing me to testify in support of Senate Bill 884 today. My name is Kai Ade. I'm a resident of New Haven, a leading member of the Safe Streets Coalition of New Haven. We're a group of community members who advocate for just, safe, and sustainable transportation systems in New Haven so that everyone can safely and easily travel without a car anywhere they want to go. And we support SB 884 because we know that we need transportation systems that are not only affordable, but sustainable and healthy for everyone in our community. And we can't keep relying on outdated and unsafe infrastructure for travel when we know that this is destroying our climate making people sick and leading to tragic injuries and deaths. SB 884 can make sure our transportation system works for everyone, help prevent catastrophic climate change, and support economic recovery from COVID-19. And I deeply believe that we have to take drastic action to undo climate change and prioritize the communities who are most negatively impacted by our current transportation system. So I urge you to pass SB 884 with a couple amendments. I urge you to modify it so it requires guaranteed localized emission reductions in the communities that are impacted the most, and to invest significant funds to the overburdened and underserved communities, more than the minimum threshold of 35%, probably something more like 50%. I really believe in the principles of SB 884, but think it needs stronger equity safeguards to begin to address the historic disparities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kai. Did you say you live in New Haven?
Yes.
And do you feel as though your community is one of these communities that has a disproportionate effect of climate change?
Yeah, yes.
We've heard some testimony from some other young climate activists. Do you, when did you start being aware of this problem? Do you remember how old you were, or are you relatively new to this?
I've gotten a lot more involved recently in Sunrise New Haven, the local chapter, but have been aware of climate change and worried about it since at least elementary, middle school.
So would you say that other generations are less aware of the concern, less worried about the future than you are? I'm trying not to put words in your mouth. I mean, it seems as though a lot of young people feel it's an existential issue for them. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think people my age and especially younger are hyper aware of this issue. It is the only issue I can think about. It's going to determine where I can live, where I can work, if I can have kids, how many kids I could have, where everything, because if the environment and the climate doesn't allow it, then the decisions are made for me.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Well said. I see no questions from other committee members. Am I missing anybody? No, I don't think so. So thank you, Kai, very much for being with us. Next up, we have Corinne Dumi, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Brian Moran, and then following Brian, we'll have Nicole Wong. So Corinne, are you here with us?
I am, yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go right ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I was going to say good afternoon, but already good evening. And thanks for staying up late and for the opportunity to share with you some brief remarks. It's a tough act to follow after Miss Ade, but I will try my best. My name is Corinne Demet, and I am Director of Market Development and Public Policy for EVgo for the Eastern US. And again, thank you, Chair Cohen, Chair Cresco, Vice Chair Slapp and Palm, and members of the Environment Committee for the opportunity today. We commend the Lamont administration and the legislature for its leadership on clean transportation issues and for paving the way for initiatives that enable greater access to clean transportation throughout the state. My testimony is in support of SB 884, an act reducing transportation-related carbon emissions. EVgo owns and operates the nation's largest network of public fast charging stations for electric vehicles, with over 800 stations across the US, including approximately 12 in Connecticut. Currently, more than 130 million people in the US live within a 10-mile drive of an EVgo charger. The transportation sector is an important contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in Connecticut, and the state will need a suite of comprehensive solutions in order to meet aggressive climate and greenhouse gas emission reduction goals and ZEV-related targets. EVgo supports continued economy-wide efforts to reduce emissions, and we applaud the state to address a wide range of policy considerations to tackle barriers to expanding EV and EV charging infrastructure deployment with programs such as TCI. This legislation would complement many ongoing initiatives, and we look forward to continuing to work with all of the stakeholders in enabling and in working with everyone for Connecticut to continue to lead in accelerating the transition to zero emission transportation. So thanks again for the opportunity and for your time today.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much. Any questions from committee members? I don't see any. Thank you, Corinne, very much for being here. And next up, we have Brian Moran, followed by Nicole Wong. And then after Nicole, we have Frank Ritchie.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. We can't see you,
Great.
but we can hear you. Go
Oh,
right
you can't see me. All right,
Nope.
let me try that.
There we go.
How's that?
There you are.
All right,
You
awesome.
have 3 minutes, sir. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Co-Chair Cohen, Co-Chair Gresco, and Representative Palm and members of the committee. My name is Brian Moran. I'm Director of Government Affairs for the New England Convenience Store and Energy Marketers Association. We represent convenience store and gasoline retailers, wholesale distributors, independent transportation fuel marketers, and the businesses that supply them. Next, my members own or operate most of the fuel distributed and sold at over 8,500 convenience stores in New England and employ approximately 120,000 people. In Connecticut, we represent almost 1,700 convenience stores employing 25,000 people. Nexum is opposed to Senate Bill 884 in its entirety. We urge the committee to review our detailed testimony, offering a variety of perspectives based on our years-long effort following and commenting on this program and our expertise in the retail fueling industry. Our perspective, TCI is a non-starter because it originally was proposed to be across the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic states, and now only 3 are participating. This magnifies the interstate competitive issues concerning retail sales and supply and storage in this fueling marketplace. It's a non-starter because it takes away from the General Assembly its critical role in setting government-related fuel price increases for the next 30 years. We don't believe that this approach is an appropriate surrogate for that balanced public policy making that is customarily within the sole province of the General Assembly. It's a non-starter because Deep and Georgetown officials believe these costs won't be passed down to consumers. In February 2020, we told Deep Commissioner Dykes just that in our comments on the draft TCI MOU, that these costs and the compliance cost associated with the draft model rule, 160 pages, will also be passed down to consumers at the pump. It's a non-starter also because TCI's own modeling of the baseline reference case that between 2023 and 2032 shows that 19 to 24% of the total 26% reduction in emissions will be achieved without implementing TCI based on projected emission reductions from new car fuel economy standards. This is according to TCI Georgetown modeling experts, no one else's. We ask the question, is this a good value for $1 billion? TCI officials and state regulators also overlooked a key design element concerning diesel fuel. They have not provided a cost allowance for diesel fuel like they have for gasoline. We do expect it to be higher than gasoline because of its higher carbon content. Every product in your home spent time on a truck fueled by diesel fuel. Unlike diesel, I'll wrap up in 1 second. Unlike diesel, gasoline-powered vehicles are a captive audience, and they consume the fuel close to where it's purchased. However, given the 1,000-mile range for diesel-powered trucks, this isn't the case. We foresee a precipitous drop in the Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island corridor of diesel fuel sales. This is a self-defeating public policy from the TCI allowance revenue collection perspective, as well as harming those who sell those fuels. And it also is contrary to Deep's own initiatives wanting to promote biodiesel. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time and your stamina of the committee addressing all these comments.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your being here. If I'm not mistaken, earlier, one of your colleagues said that, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Connecticut should actually increase the tax on gasoline. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I I think what we're seeing, because we're the regulated entities, and we see how burdensome this approach is, and believe that there is a far more streamlined approach to address this, either through using existing taxes that already are being collected, or looking at other taxes to fund these complementary policies. If you walk down the street, out of 10,000 people, probably only 2 or 3 are going to know about TCI and about this price increase. So I think one of the key pieces of this program needs to be broad, widespread public acceptance of this program.
One of the previous testifiers from the biofuel industry was in support. Did you hear that testimony? Were you listening?
I did catch part of it. Would you summarize?
No, I'm just wondering,
okay.
if you, looking across the spectrum of your colleagues and different people in your field, I'm just curious about whether you've heard some of the testimony in support of this program.
Yeah, and I think biodiesel certainly is a component that is emerging to address and reduce emissions. And I think what we're predicting is that because of TCI and the logistics technologies the trucking companies use to find, they'll tell a driver to drive half an hour out of their way to get a better price on the fuel, because they're filling up 250-gallon saddle tanks. And it's a very competitive business in trucking and shipping. So they're likely to send and require their drivers not to fill up in Connecticut, Rhode Island, or Massachusetts. And they can, because they have a 1,000-mile range. They're going to go outside to non-participating states.
Sir, do you believe the modeling that the TCI program would raise the cost about 5 cents on the gallon?
Do I believe that's what they're going to do?
I'm wondering what your modeling is that you are going by, or what you estimate it to be.
I'm just going by what they've modeled. They've modeled and projected a 5 to 9 cent increase per gallon to achieve a 26% reduction. And of that 26%, 19 to 24% is from fuel economy standards, has nothing to do with the allowance fee.
Okay, thank you. I see a question from Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brian, for your testimony. Just a question in general, and because you mentioned that you have convenience stores also, as the price of gas rises, do you see a precipitous or a correlation with a slowdown in your business in the convenience store also?
Thank you for the question. I believe you would see, I've read some studies that do show, to affect consumer behavior, prices need to rise very significantly for them to start to drop and say, gee, I'm not going to go to the store. Or if I do go on a trip, I'm going to do multiple trips at once. And I'm going to do my grocery shopping, go to the drugstore, and then get home. And that price increase is significant, upwards of $1.50 a gallon, where people start to change their behavior a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I also see Representative Chafee has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for speaking with us tonight. I just have a question. So I've been listening to the testimony all day, and it seems like the argument against this, excuse me, it's kind of a wide spectrum of everything from it's going to destroy my business, it's going to put every single gasoline service center in the state out of business, to it's not going to work at all. And it seems like you're leaning towards it's not going to work. So I'm just curious, how is there such a wide discrepancy in the opinion of what this is going to do?
Thank you for the question, and also thank you, Representative Biscopo, for your question earlier. I think there's one. I think we're at a moment in time where there's the intersection of ideology about taking action on climate change and the practical realities of that. And I think, fear in general, or change in general, creates fear and anxiety. And I think that shows the various reactions to these proposals. And that's more on a philosophical question. I think the addressing emissions is a huge, huge undertaking. You've heard it range, and there's truth in all of it, ranging from addressing the electrical distribution system, the grid modernization that needs to occur. I would also throw in the business model for EV charging isn't there yet. So you're not going to see the private investment by people like us until that's remedied, until the demand charges get remedied. Those issues, I think, are going to remain for a while as we transition. And how I would phrase it is that we sell gasoline and diesel fuel because that's what people want, and that's what they need to get around. As their fuel choices evolve around mobility, we're going to be there with them to evolve with them as well. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. I guess for me, just to push back a little bit, is it so much what we want, or is it what we're stuck with? Our state, we live in a suburban state. There's a lot of sprawl. I commute to work. I have no other alternative but to drive to work, whether it's an EV or a combustion engine. I think the whole point of this program is to accelerate the shift and create alternatives to driving everywhere.
Yeah, I guess, and that's where I see it, is TCI as a tool is not a greenhouse reduction tool. Their own modeling shows that the reductions, the majority of the reductions that they're going to gain from this program are being attributed to fuel economy standards of new cars. So what it can do, or what it's proposing to do, is address complementary policies. However, I think that it's premature at this point to do that. I don't see EV adoption jumping and accelerating. There clearly are market signals there, and I think those are good, but those should be left to play out.
All right, well, thank you for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the question.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Next up, we will have Nicole Wong, followed by Frank Ritchie, and then John Carlson. Ms. Wong, you're up.
Good evening, co-chairs Christine Cohen and Joseph Gresco, vice chairs Christine Palm and Derek Slapp, and other esteemed members of the Environment Committee. My name is Nicole Wong. I'm a campaign manager with Green for All, a program of the national social justice nonprofit Dream Corps. Green for All works to advance policies that address poverty and pollution, and has been actively engaged in regional conversations to push for a more equitable transportation and climate initiative. Through SB 884, an act reducing transportation-related carbon emissions, Connecticut can adopt the Transportation and Climate Initiative program to invest in needed transportation solutions that can support an inclusive economic recovery for those hit hardest by poverty, pollution, and the COVID-19 crisis. As a significant source of tailpipe pollution and the top contributor of greenhouse gas emissions in the state, transportation shapes the health of Connecticut's communities, environment, and the economy. However, the system does not impact everyone evenly. According to the National Equity Atlas, communities of color in Connecticut experience greater pollution exposure than white communities and are more likely to lack access to a car. Additionally, low-income families spend a greater proportion of their household income on transportation than wealthier households. We're actively working with community organizations, the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, and the Department of Transportation to develop amended language in the hopes of presenting joint recommendations. Please strengthen SB 884 in the following ways to ensure disproportionately impacted communities can actively shape the program and benefit equitably from investments. First, Connecticut must invest significantly more than 35% of program funds towards overburdened and underserved communities, and at a percentage that is significantly greater than their share of the total state population. Although SB 884 is designed to reduce emissions across the state as a whole, it does not explicitly address emissions in the neighborhoods with the highest air pollution, which is often concentrated in communities of color and low-income communities. SB 884 must also commit to localized emission reduction measures in communities experiencing the worst air quality. As Connecticut recovers from the COVID-19 pandemic and economic downturn, I urge you to incorporate fair labor standards to ensure jobs associated with the program are prevailing wage jobs with good benefits. Investments should support workforce development programs and diverse hiring and contracting requirements to ensure access to economic opportunities for communities underrepresented in the workforce or facing employment barriers. We also urge you to strengthen the language around equity advisory bodies so that disproportionately impacted communities have significant decision-making power to shape investments. SB 884 should outline this body's responsibilities clearly. To ensure this body is accessible to disproportionately impacted residents, members must be provided with adequate compensation and technical assistance to participate effectively. Connecticut can lead the region in its implementation of a more equitable transportation and climate initiative program. Please strengthen SB 884 to prioritize the needs and voices of disproportionately impacted communities and build a stronger and healthier transportation system for all. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Nicole. You are one of several people who have said that the equity piece of this could be strengthened. Is there anything in the bill in regards to the equity piece that you do find helpful or strong? You cited what the weaknesses are. I'm just wondering if there were parts about it that you did like.
Great question. Thank you for asking. I would say that a lot of the equity pieces that are mentioned in the bill are very similar to what was actually included in the regional MOU. And so the pieces that I brought forward tonight are really just offering suggestions for how Connecticut can expand upon what was committed to at the regional level and really lead in terms of equity in this regard. I think it is strong and it is important that the equity advisory body would be made up of a majority of residents of disproportionately impacted communities. So communities overburdened by transportation pollution and underserved by current transportation options. And additionally, the importance of giving this body significant opportunities to shape the program will be key, but I think there's a lot of room in terms of expanding specificity and what this body will actually be tasked to do, and also additionally how that body will be supported so that low-income community members, communities of color, and other members who are disproportionately impacted by these issues will have an ability to direct investments from the program.
Thank you, Nicole, very much for that. Any questions from the committee? I guess not. Thank you very much. So seeing none, we'll move on to Frank Ritchie, who will be followed by John Carlson and then Chelsea Gazzillo. Mr. Ritchie, are you with us?
Yes, good evening. Frank Ritchie, testifying in opposition to Bill SB 884. I provide this testimony in my capacity as a concerned citizen. Thank you for this opportunity to testify before this distinguished community. Connecticut residents are hurting, and approving TCI will not ease this burden. How much more will a gallon of fuel cost if TCI is approved? The governor states 5 cents, while his own staff stated 9 cents. And TCI documents state that the pass along could be as high as 17 cents. These numbers fail to make it clear that we are already paying over 50 cents per gallon at the pump in state and federal taxes. This indirect tax hurts those who are hurting the most. Not everybody has the ability or the luxury to work by Zoom. Whether it is a worker at the grocery store, a restaurant, first responder, hospital, delivery person or the custodian. This bill will end up costing them more at the pump. We also know, based off our experience, when the cost of fuel goes up, we all end up paying more for consumable goods. The prices at the grocery store end up going up. It is my hope that the elected leaders will advocate for our residents that keep our state running. Many of them can't come and testify because they're working today. We are all concerned about the environment. However, science dictates that our environment is improving, with pollution going significantly down since 1990. Our elected officials need to make Connecticut affordable, and rising the price of gas during a pandemic is not the answer. There's also one other thing that's very concerning to me. This was touted as a regional reform, but only Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and a city, the District of Columbia, opted in. 10 states quietly, well, I would say 9 states quietly opted out. New Hampshire's governor issued a stern rebuke by saying, under this scheme, he actually called it a scheme, New Hampshire drivers would be forced to pay a significant new gas tax with little environmental benefit to the state. I ask that our elected officials speak up for those who don't have a special interest group representing them today, that are just trying to go to work and don't want to pay more for gas. We need to make Connecticut more affordable. There's one other issue. We're still going to need to fund transportation fund. So if this money's not going there, the state's under crushing pension debt. We have to fund pilot, and we have to fund the transportation fund. So I know there's going to be some new revenue streams that you're going to be debating soon. So I'm hoping that those are earmarked and we make Connecticut more affordable, and we don't just keep putting it on the backs of the middle class and those who are poorest in our state. Thank you very much for your time. And I really appreciate your dedication and your patience to the state, because to be on this all day long is exhausting, and I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ritchie, and thank you for sticking with us. One thing that you said caught my ear when you said that pollution is improving and that the climate change is reversing. Can you run that by us again?
Well, I didn't say climate changing is reversing. I believe that the climate is always changing, regardless of pollution. But according to the Environmental Protection Agency, national concentrations of air pollution has dropped significantly since 1990. And that's 1990 to 2019. So I think you're going to see even a more drastic, because less people are driving right now. But from 1990 to 2019, during the same period, the US economy continued to grow, Americans drove more miles, and the population and energy use increased. So I think it goes to a speaker that was before me who was talking about that the fuel economy standards are making a big difference. So what I'm talking about for pollution is, if on this EPA study, CO2 emissions was down, I think, I got to put on my glasses, I apologize. CO emissions, carbon monoxide, was down 69%. VOx emissions was down 47%. NOx emissions was down 65%. So we are making improvements to the environment. I mean, I'm a fisherman. I'm concerned about the environment. I want the environment to be there for my granddaughter, to take those hikes, to go fishing. But the environment is improving from fuel economy standards, and we're just going to put another indirect tax that's going to be passed along to those people who are working the hardest for us right now during a pandemic.
Thank you for that answer. I just wanted to point out that in Connecticut, our air quality standards are not where they should be, but thank you very much for your testimony. I see a question from Representative Michel.
And just very quickly, just to comment as well on this, I was just going to say, were you talking about emissions from transportation?
Yes, sir. I'm talking about emissions from transportation, and I will be glad to provide the committee with a copy of the study from the EPA.
I know the reason why I was asking that is because I think also we need to look at overall emissions. But thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for your testimony.
Thank you, Rep. Michel. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, then I think we are going to move on to John Carlson, followed by Chelsea Gazzillo, and then Ken Coombs. John Carlson, are you with us, sir?
I am. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair Cohen, Chair Gresco, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I appreciate this opportunity to highlight my organization and the businesses who work with our support for the Transportation Climate Initiative. I'll try to bridge my remarks given the late hour and the fact that many of the points that I would make have been well covered by colleagues and partner organizations. My name is John Carlson. I work on the state policy team at Ceres. We're an organization that works with large companies and investors, mostly Fortune 500 and larger, who are committed to driving sustainability throughout the economy. Our policy coalition, the BICEP Network, Businesses for Innovative Climate and Energy Policy, is a group of 70 major corporations, including household names like Unilever, IKEA, JLL, DSM, who are committed to sustainable climate and clean transportation policies like TCI. I also am pleased to share the support that we organized over the last year from well over 100 businesses and institutions who signed on to our business letter in support of TCI, including other companies such as DHL, Wayfair, Timberland, Siemens, who all urged Governor Lamont to sign the TCI Memorandum of Understanding last fall. These businesses are now supporting the implementation of the proposal and encourage the Senate to advance SB 884 to enable Connecticut's full participation in TCIP. We support TCI because our companies have they've made commitments to reducing their environmental footprint, to reducing the emissions that result from their businesses. And these aren't corporations that are generally in the transportation supply chain. They don't stand to benefit from policies like this. But they want to reduce that environmental footprint. So they're procuring renewable energy, reducing waste, purchasing EVs, and taking a variety of actions to green their operations. But transportation is a particularly difficult problem because their companies rely on a transportation system for moving people and goods that is outside of their direct control. They rely on shipping companies, logistics providers, last mile delivery services that all burn fossil fuels. So if our corporations want to reduce their environmental footprint, they need a systemic reform. It's not something they can direct within their own operations. We need this modern, clean, reliable transportation system. And TCI alone will not achieve that, but it is the overarching policy that will tie the rest of the targeted policy efforts together and create the economic incentives that push carbon emissions out of the system. By charging polluters for the dirtiest transportation fuels while creating markets for cleaner options, or setting a cap on allowable emissions that decreases over time, you're going to ensure that reductions will be achieved. I also wanted to highlight our support for many of the equity provisions that my partners have highlighted and some of the suggestions that they have made for how these equity boards should be implemented. Our companies would like to center those policies as well and fully support the members of the community to have a voice in how these investments are.
Thank you. Thank you for wrapping up. I appreciate it very much. Sorry to cut you off. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I believe next up is Chelsea Gazzillo, followed by Ken Coombs and Kim Libera.
Thank you. And good evening, co-chairs Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, Vice Chair Senator Slapp, Representative Palm, Ranking Member Senator Minor, Representative Harding, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. Before I start, congratulations go to Representative Gresco for your recent appointment as Environment Committee Co-Chair, and to you, Representative Palm, for your recent appointment as Vice Chair to the Environment Committee. For those of you that do not know me, my name is Chelsea Gazzillo, and I am American Farmland Trust New England Policy Manager. In Connecticut, I direct the Working Lands Alliance, a broad-based statewide coalition dedicated to saving Connecticut's farmland from development and ensuring a prosperous agricultural future for all of Connecticut's residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 6441. Working Lands Alliance was proud to participate in the Governor's Council on Climate Change, Working in Natural Lands, Ag and Soils Working Group. Many of the provisions in HB 6441 are outlined as tools the state can implement to promote climate smart agriculture and increase farmland preservation efforts. In 2020, American Farmland Trust released a special report entitled Farms Under Threat, a New England Perspective, where we outlined that between 2001 and 2016, almost 23,000 acres of Connecticut's farmland were converted to urban development or low density residential land use. Section 2 of HB 5441 will give municipalities the option to invest in local farmland preservation efforts, including community farms preservation program projects. Farms that are protected through the Community Farms Preservation Program require a local match. HB 5441 Section 3 would be a tool to fund this local match. The Community Farms Preservation Program is the program the state uses to protect small farms. These smaller properties are oftentimes the only farmland young and beginning farmers can afford who are looking for land to start a farm business. Sorry, it's been a long evening. Finally, section 19 through 23 will authorize the Green Bank to establish an environmental infrastructure fund that can be used on climate change adaptation and resiliency projects. This will benefit farmers who want to implement climate smart agricultural practices but lack the funds to do so. This can include aiding farmers with cost share associated with implementing healthy soil practices, the investment costs in equipment and cover, crop seeds, water quality and infrastructure improvements, and on-farm energy investments. The Environmental Infrastructure Fund could support a short-term goal of getting the state to a cover crop usage of 50%, which would be an additional 17,000 acres of land that are in cover crops. This would result in the reduction of 157 metric tons of CO2 emissions over the next 20 years, which has the same mitigation impact as removing 1,700 passenger cars off the road every year for 20 years. In short,
I hate to interrupt you. Oh, it sounds like you're wrapping up.
I'm wrapping up. In short, our working lands hold the key to help the states adopt and become resilient in the face of climate change. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your very close reading of the bill. Do I see any comments or questions from our committee members? Nope, I don't believe so. Okay, thank you very much, Chelsea. Appreciate your being here.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Ken Coombs, followed by Kim Libera, and then Leah Haas. Mr. Coombs, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay. Hi. To the members of the Environment Committee, I would like to voice my opposition to the proposed Senate Bill 0884. And thank you for affording me this opportunity. My firm supplies over 30 independent fuel facilities in the state of Connecticut. The majority of these are single station mom and pop operators. Many of my customers are struggling to complete environmental and fuel dispensing system upgrades. In addition to SB 884, several recent legislative proposals threaten their very existence. Today, I am their voice. Migration to EVs and alternative fuel vehicles is a worthy objective. Over time, this will happen. However, the additional onerous taxes imposed by TCI, and they are taxes, will endanger the economic recovery. Also, it is unclear how much of these funds will actually go to the goal of conversion after the respective bureaucracies are created. I firmly believe that EVs become much more viable when the electric grid is upgraded, nuclear power generation is expanded, and rare earth mining is increased to accommodate demand. I wonder what the community advocates who oppose pipelines will say when the required new rare earth mines are peeled open. Since November, the futures price of RBOB gasoline has doubled. We have ceded the role of being the swing producer to Saudi Arabia. Prices are increasing rapidly. In a few short months, we have lost our position as the world's leading energy power. Losing our energy independence will not be far behind. We are familiar with the phrase robbing Peter to pay Paul. By subsidizing electric vehicles, not only is this occurring, but you are also depriving Peter from his livelihood. I urge you to let the free markets prevail. Do no harm. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Mr. Coombs. No, okay, seeing none, I believe next we have Kim Libera.
Good evening. My name is Kim Libera, and I am an earth scientist and mathematician with 110 plus credits in my field. I am concerned about this issue because I do not want us to become Texas and California if this body continues to make law based on emotion. I do not want a 100% electrified grid. What I do want is a market driven by consumers and welcome all players to the grid. Okay, it is very geographic specific there. Now to the issue of climate. Okay, this is my field. The sun is the primary driver of our climate, and there is no need for alarmism. The unique configuration of our globe's continental plates and oceans is the next biggest factor, and these move over time. The climate is not driven by a specific gas that comprises a mere 0.035% of the air and only absorbs photons in 3 specific wavelengths. I believe what you are concerned about are the sulfur and nitrogen oxides that accumulate, particularly in cities and out of the tailpipe, okay? This is known as the urban heat island problem. You cannot eliminate it, you can alleviate it. And what I don't see mentioned here today, and what I would like to see, is investment in the maglev trains and gyroscopic vehicles, because you will lose the entire source of diesel. And that will be a great improvement, and you will create hundreds of thousands of jobs. This area is where we trail China and India. Overall, the United States of America, calendar year 2019, led all countries in reduction of emissions across the world. That is a little known fact. You make it sound like we're not doing anything. We have, because we have regs on the book. But you can do this in the transport sector, and it will make a difference, and it will be able to transport people around, as they have been saying all day today. And the product is very good because it gets people to their destination faster with this technology. And again, another alleviation device for urban heat islands is, I do recommend that windmills be situated proximal to cities, because the problem with cities is you're not moving air. If windmills can slightly move air across the ground, you will get some relief in dissipation of these gases.
Thank you very much. Perfectly timed. I see a question from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you for coming in and testifying. You packed a lot into 3 minutes. I want to ask you a couple of questions about it. First off, could you rattled real quick what your qualifications are. Could you explain what your qualification in this area is?
Okay, I have a master's degree in earth science that encompasses 4 subjects: astronomy, meteorology, geology, and oceanology. I hold a master's in math and a bachelor's in math. I've been following this subject for about 20 years. I am an earth person.
Earth person, okay. Where do you work in the field?
I am a retired person by disability. I worked in different sectors of the public government. I also was a teacher, and I went back and finished my master's in earth science finished in 2009. That was my intention. So more of what I do are small projects, but I am a blogger in this subject, and I continue to take courses. I watch podcasts there, so it's not like I don't know what I'm talking about. I do know the prominent people in the field, and just because my name is not Al Gore does not mean I lack credibility.
Okay. Did you submit any written testimony?
Yes, I did. It is a lengthy testimony. I certainly would appreciate it. If you at least read it over the summer, you will learn a lot from it. Feel free to send me an email if you want to do a coffee chat. That's fine. But I can provide you with some education that is not out there because of bias.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned a new technology.
Yes.
You went through it very quickly, and I didn't understand what you were.
Okay, these are called maglev trains in gyroscopic vehicles. Okay, a maglev train is a highest speed train that does not use diesel. It runs on the principles of magnetism and semiconductors, and they can move as high as 600 miles an hour. And they are very clean and very safe. Okay, the gyroscopic vehicle moves somewhat slower because it's mostly an urban thing, but I suppose it could be used in office parks, and it works on those same principles of magnetic levitation. And what the vehicles are able to do is transport primarily commuters, okay, and it has retractable stilts that can allow it to follow a magnetic line ingrained into the highway or asphalt, okay, and it will adhere to this line, and it can lower itself for any bridge. It can go through tunnels. It can drop people off on a rotary depot, okay? This stuff is all on YouTube, and I have been trying to urge my congresswoman to go for it. I just can't get an answer, but this will alleviate a lot of the emissions sector problem that everybody seems to be complaining about today.
Do you know if that technology has been rolled out anywhere in the world?
It is rolled out in China, in India. It is already active in Germany, and the gyroscopes are being developed in Australia. I did hear from Tom Condon, a writer for the Connecticut Mirror, very recently. He indicates now somebody has maybe got a link. Maybe it's Elon Musk. I don't know. There, because like I said, I have been trying to lobby for this because you can move a decent amount of people, and if commuters use it, the word will get out, and you will begin to draw vacation people off the road by using it.
But now that technology uses electricity, right?
You misunderstood what I said. This relies on the principles of magnetism. It does use electricity at startup and the gadgets.
I got you on that, but in order to do the magnetic levitation, you need to have superconductors.
Semiconductors.
And you need
semiconductors.
You need to have electromagnets, right? And electromagnets run on electricity.
Well, the electrical part are some of the coils. The magnets are simply those alloys that are best used in magnets, namely iron and nickel and cobalt.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll take a look at your written testimony. I certainly reading it this summer is not going to be helpful for the purposes of this legislative session.
Well, I know. Look, I know it's long, and we're not going to build Rome overnight. Okay, you can talk to Len Suzio about it. I'm sure you know who he is. Okay, but I just want to say, it's very hard, as a citizen activist who really knows their stuff, to make headway because everybody has an unconscious bias. Oh, what do you know? Your name is not Al Gore. You don't have some fancy title.
Ms. Libera, I'm going to have to cut you off and ask Representative Dubitsky. I believe he was prepared to either wrap up or ask you another question. Sir, do you want to pursue your line of thinking?
That was my last question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in and testifying, and we'll see if we can take a look at your written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Libera, for being in here. We're going to move on. The next few speakers are Bruce Ho, Mark Borowski, and Ruth Kanovi. So beginning with Bruce Ho, are you here, sir?
I am, yes.
Nope, not me yet.
Okay, Bruce Ho is up. Thank you. We can see you and hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, co-chairs Cohen, Gresco, vice chairs Palm and Slapp, ranking members Minor and Harding, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening in support of SB 884. My name is Bruce Ho, and I'm a senior advocate in the Climate and Clean Energy Program at the Natural Resources Defense Council, or NRDC. We're an international nonprofit environmental organization with more than 23,000 members and online activists in Connecticut. On behalf of our Connecticut members and activists, I urge the Environment Committee to support SB 884 to authorize Connecticut's participation in the Regional Transportation and Climate Initiative Program to tackle the climate crisis. As has already been discussed today, the transportation sector is responsible for 40% of Connecticut's carbon pollution, which is almost twice the emissions of power generation. Without meaningful action to cut this pollution, Connecticut cannot do its part to avert the worst impacts of climate change. SB 884 would be a key step forward in tackling this transportation pollution. By authorizing the Transportation and Climate Initiative Program, the bill would ensure that tailpipe emissions from cars, trucks, and buses comes down over the next decade. And because the program is regional, Connecticut would leverage its action with its neighbors, including Massachusetts and Rhode Island, leading to even greater pollution reductions and benefits. The program will help fund solutions that Connecticut needs for cleaner, healthier transportation. By holding oil companies accountable for their pollution, the program will generate over $1 billion for Connecticut to invest in expanded mass transit, zero-emitting electric buses and trucks, safe, walkable, bikeable neighborhoods, and other innovative programs. These investments will create jobs, they'll grow the economy, and they'll put more money in the pockets of Connecticut residents by saving fuel and providing more transportation choices. The Transportation and Climate Initiative Program is an opportunity to build a better, healthier, fairer, and safer transportation sector in Connecticut. Under SB 884, at least 35% of investments would benefit Connecticut's most underserved and overburdened communities. And residents of these communities would help shape investment through an equity advisory board that advises state agencies on implementation. NRDC supports these commitments, but we also urge the committee to go even further. In Massachusetts, for example, legislators are considering a bill to direct 70% of that program's program investments to underserved and overburdened communities. So I want to thank you again for the opportunity to testify. And again, NRDC urges you to support SB 884 with even stronger commitments to equity in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ho, for your testimony and for staying with us this long. Any questions or comments from committee members? I don't see any. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Next up, we have Mark Borowski, followed by Ruth Kanovi and Marianne Turner. Mr. Borowski, are you with us?
Thank you, Representative Palm. Good evening, Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Mark Borowski, and I'm the Government Affairs Manager for BP for the U.S. East Coast. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 884, which will open the way for Connecticut to participate in the Transportation and Climate Initiative Cap and Invest program designed to reduce CO2 emissions from the transportation sector. The potential benefits of TCIP to Connecticut are well documented and have been covered by many of the witnesses here today. What I'd like to do is focus on why a company like BP, a major producer, distributor, and marketer of gasoline and diesel transportation fuel, believes this program is not only good for people and good for the planet, but also good for business and good for Connecticut, and why others should see it that way also. Last year, we announced our ambition to become a net zero company by 2050 or sooner and help the world get there too. That includes advocating for well-designed, market-based policy like this. This program offers an efficient and cost-effective way to tackle one of the most pressing issues of our time. BP has established some significant milestones along the path to our transformation. These include scaling down our gas and oil production by more than 40% by 2030, a tenfold increase in low carbon investments from around $500 million a year to around $5 billion per year by 2030, and developing 50 gigawatts of renewable energy generating capacity by 2030, a 20-fold increase from today. While companies like ours can and must play a leading role in bringing about a lower carbon future, government leadership is essential. We support well-designed carbon pricing programs, such as the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, for example, which use the power of competitive markets to change behavior, reduce emissions, and encourage innovation. Such programs also provide the certainty companies like ours need to invest and bring new technologies to people faster and at the scale required for real progress. Nowhere will this be more apparent than in the case of a company like ours, which will be directly impacted by the transformative effect the TCI program could have on the fuel and transportation system in the region. As the cap on investment on emissions lowers and the cost of those emissions rise, we foresee market signals incentivizing things such as the emergence of hydrogen fuel cells, biodiesel, and other low carbon biofuels, the electrification of trucking fleets, and in general, incentivizing EVs and increasing demand for EV charging infrastructure. We see tremendous potential business opportunities in these areas. We want to be a part of that transformation and think others should too. That is why BP is a founding member of the Coalition for a Better Business Environment, a diverse group of businesses representing important sectors of our economy to include energy, transportation, and manufacturing. Programs like TCI provide the predictability businesses like ours need. Its scaled approach over time allows us to build lower carbon innovation into our plans so we can all be a part of the clean energy economy. We believe strongly that investment in improving Connecticut's and the region's transportation infrastructure can yield multiple benefits for the economy, our employees, and our customers. In addition to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, a cleaner transportation system can facilitate more efficient goods and services. Okay, I'll wrap it up here quickly. I won't cover the economic benefits because I think those have been pretty well stated, but we also support efforts by the TCI states to address equity in the region. And we think that the resources that this program can provide will go a long way to those efforts for the states. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to working with you and answering any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir, very much. One of the things that you said really struck my ear, which is that this program would add predictability. Many of the folks testifying against it have said just the opposite, that it is too unpredictable and that they aren't sure what the net result at the pumps would be. I'm certainly not asking you to speak for them, but I'm just wondering if you heard that testimony and if you'd like to respond.
I did hear it, and I won't speak to anyone else's, individual business situation. But we see when there's a price built into the system, it provides us the long-term certainty we need to make long-term investments. When you're transforming a system like this, you're talking many years and billions of dollars. And decisions like that don't get made overnight. You need to be able to look out to the future and see what your costs are going to be and what the incentives are. And particularly market-based systems like this provide that certainty and investment incentive.
Thank you. Thank you for that very much. I see a question from our chair, Representative Gresco, followed by Ranking Member Harding. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your testimony, Mark, you said that BP would be affected financially if TCI went into effect here in Connecticut, in Rhode Island, Massachusetts. Am I correct?
Yes, and hopefully the broader region.
So my follow-up question, my 64th, well, the $1 billion question is,
don't date yourself.
Will, and I'm not going to mean to put you on the spot here, but would BP pass that cost on to their consumers and their customers?
I think it is, to be honest, inevitable that some cost, if cost of doing business goes up, there's the likelihood that some costs get passed on to consumers. But unlike a gas tax, for example, which is a set amount that's going to be defined by legislation, the market's going to decide what the cost, and we are very confident in the cost control mechanisms that have been placed into this program. There will always remain the incentive to remain competitive vis-a-vis other companies. And as technology improves and fuels, for example, become less carbon intensive, that will lower the requirement for credits. So it's a very complex market system that could be introduced by a program like this, which is why we think it's a much better alternative than a tax or regulation that would pick a winner and loser in a technology versus letting the market decide.
Well, your support of the program is noted, but the opponents, what I'm trying to say is if advocates and environmental groups and the government didn't take these steps to try to incentivize a change from fossil fuels, we wouldn't even be here at this point having this conversation. So I'm thinking that I would just like to see, as we go forward, more of a commitment that maybe you're not going to pass that cost down to the consumer. I know that you have to do business and there is a bottom line, but you said it's a competitive business, and I can't think of a better selling point than saying, hey, we're not passing the cost down to our customer.
I couldn't agree more. And I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with the margins in every particular market and how things get, what people have to do to maintain a profit. But I think that's clearly an incentive to lower your own costs so that you can provide a product better and cheaper than your competitor.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the ranking member, Rep. Harding.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And thank you, sir, for coming today and waiting so long and testifying. I appreciate your testimony. I just really am following up very much on pretty much on what Representative Gresko or Chair Gresko had mentioned. I'm just wondering, isn't there a better way to potentially fund these initiatives then? If you're going to testify in support of this and putting in the extra money to invest in these programs, which are critical, agreed. Wouldn't it be a better way to fund this than to pass it down to the consumers here in the state who have to pay these increased fees by your company?
Again, I think it's very hard to say that that the cost would definitively be passed along to consumers. And in terms of funding, transition to other, I'm assuming you're talking about funding of advanced fuels, technological innovation, et cetera. Is that what you're talking about, funding?
Well, no, what I'm actually referring to is the different programs that would be funded based upon the additional revenue the state of Connecticut would accrue from this program.
We generally try to avoid telling the states how to invest their money and what how they should fund certain programs, how they should what they should do with those investments. What I'm trying to focus on here is the incentive that this would provide us as a business to innovate, cut costs, and produce lower carbon products for our customers. So
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I think that again, and I don't want to speak for Representative Gresko, but I think he said it verbatim, and I'll just repeat it. I just think what we're concerned with here is how the bottom line and how this is going to, the fees that are going to be potentially passed down to the consumers of the state. I mean, these are all worthwhile initiatives. I think that any reasonable person would agree with that. I think that, as I'm sure your company is as well, I think that that's really the concern here. So that's what we're trying to, I guess, navigate through, is trying to fund these worthwhile programs, trying to make sure that there's equity in how we do this and everything else, but at the same time, not passing down these potential burdensome costs to the residents of the state.
Well,
so,
and the last point I'll make, unless you have other questions, is I think what we like about market-based systems like this that foster competition is that usually when you unleash the competitive nature in corporations to invest and innovate, historically, I think you find that costs to the consumer drop rather than rise over time.
and I appreciate that. And thank you so much for staying all night and for your testimony and for your hard work on this. And thank you, Madam Chair, for your time. Yep.
Thank you, Rep. Harding. Esteemed Ranking Member Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So
I'm not sure whether you heard some of the earlier testimony from the fuel community, I'll call it, where in some of their opinions, we've come a long way. No one's saying we've gotten to the promised land, but that because of changes in emission standards, changes in fuel economy, many of the factors that we're trying to continue to influence have in fact been significantly influenced already. Would you agree with that?
I think it's indisputable that there has been progress, yes.
And thank you. And so when I think about the next step, and I think about the step that we're about to take, let's say with the passage of this bill, it surprises me that the fuel industry would be advocating for a system of bidding and trying to recover costs in the hopes of developing better fuels, when that it would seem to me, if I was making a pitch to a board of directors, I would say we could do that right now. We don't need this rec system to provide revenue. If BP wanted to go into the bond market or wanted to float stock, they could bankroll all of the things that I think the commissioner was talking about, perhaps with the exception of the moving target of 35% of the revenue raised, which will somehow end up in the municipalities to deal with the disenfranchised people that bear the majority of the burden of pollution from one form or another. Well, am I wrong that you couldn't do this on your own without kind of getting into bed with the state of Connecticut?
So I'll give an example in some history from BP that far predates me, but I think is illustrative of why we would prefer a system in place that puts the costs on emissions and continues to lower the cap and make the cost of emissions higher, and why we would like the certainty that that sort of system provides. Many years ago, in the late 90s, the Kyoto Accords were adopted, and people thought there was going to be a real push to put a price on carbon or make an all-out effort to reduce emissions. And BP, many people may remember Beyond Petroleum from the early around the year 2000. And BP made the decision to invest a lot of money in solar, wind, other renewable energies. And then the price of natural gas and oil plummeted and removed all the incentives for continuing to invest all that kind of money. And BP lost all that money that they invested. I don't know if they lost all of it, again, way before my time, but the example still holds true. So, what you want is the incentive to continue to be there and to drive competition, to drive innovation, so that those things can be brought, those technologies can be brought to market at an ever increasingly rapid rate and at lower cost. Hopefully that answers your question.
Well, it does actually when you just mentioned the earlier investment. So I can see how if you had 5 different major players in the fuel industry, speculation, whether it's speculation to drill for more oil and gas or speculation to branch off into other energy sources, has some level of risk. And by creating a playing field here where everyone is assessed equally, the risk is the same for all.
And that's why we like market-based programs like this that don't pick winners and losers, but let the market decide.
Amongst petroleum producers.
Well, we we are committed to transforming away from being an international oil company to a integrated energy company. So we consider ourselves an energy company.
And I appreciate that. I don't know if you, just my last question, I guess, I don't know if you've been listening to the conversation around the 35% set aside for the communities that I spoke of earlier, and have you?
I've been listening to quite a bit of the testimony, and I'm familiar with the argument, yes.
And so the argument seems to be already being made that 35 is not enough, and that perhaps that number should be higher. Does that kind of a discussion worry you at all in terms of how big this piece of the pie will be when it comes to evening that playing field amongst petroleum or energy producers?
That is a discussion that we really feel is up to the states. Again, we support the efforts of the states that are considering this program to address equity, and we think it's important that they do that. But we believe that's a decision for the states to make.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you hanging with us.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will have at bat Ruth Canavy. On deck is Marianne Turner, and then followed by Andrew Haripal. Ruth, are you with us? I see you there. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. Good evening, distinguished members and chairpersons of the Environment Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Ruth Canavy. I'm the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association in Connecticut. We work to save lives by improving lung health and preventing lung disease through research, education, and advocacy. And we appreciate the opportunity to comment on Senate Bill 884, and we strongly urge the committee to pass the bill. As the Lung Association, we're very concerned about the quality of the air that we all breathe. For over 20 years, we've been releasing our State of the Air report, which looks at 2 dangerous air pollutants: ozone pollution and particulate matter pollution. We want to track this to see how we're doing in cleaning up our air and also educate the public about the health risks of exposure to poor air quality. Exposure to ozone pollution causes a number of health ailments, including respiratory harm and cardiovascular harm. And rising temperatures from climate change are making it harder to reduce ozone. Connecticut's ozone levels are too high. In fact, we have some of the worst ozone levels in the eastern half of the country. Particle pollution is a known carcinogen and has many other dangerous health impacts, including premature death, non-fatal heart attacks, aggravated asthma, decreased lung function, and increased respiratory symptoms. The transportation sector in Connecticut contributes to a significant share of these pollutants, as well as greenhouse gas emissions that drive our climate crisis. We simply cannot ensure clean air and a livable climate for all Americans without addressing transportation pollution. TCIP is an important tool to reduce transportation pollution, improve air quality, reduce carbon pollution, and invest in more efficient and reliable transportation system. In September of 2020, we released a report entitled The Road to Clean Air, which demonstrates the significant potential health outcomes and cost savings if we electrify the transportation sector. We recommend that the state maintain a comprehensive approach to reducing harmful transportation pollution that includes reducing vehicle miles traveled, through prioritizing active transit, transportation, making transit investments, and supporting widespread transition to zero-emission technologies. We recognize that major sources of air pollution are often located near where underserved and overburdened communities live and work, which means exposure to pollutants emitted can be immediate and harmful. The Lung Association also recognizes that people in these communities also face a greater burden of lung disease, making them even more vulnerable to these pollutants. Clearly, it is critical that the benefits of programs and investments intended to reduce the burdens of transportation pollution should benefit our most impacted communities. So we urge the passage of Senate Bill 884. TCI is a bold and necessary step to address air quality and climate change with a regional approach. And I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Well, thank you, Ruth, and thank you for your patience and your endurance.
Thank you to all of you for that too.
We got a little bit ways to go, but I don't see any hands raised of my colleagues. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You as well. Next on our list is Marianne Turner, and then followed by Andrew Harpal, and then Amy McLean. Mary Ann?
Good evening, Chairman and ranking members and esteemed committee members. I'm writing to you in opposition of Bill SB 884, an act reducing transportation-related carbon emissions. It would be great if the bill would benefit Connecticut and its citizenry, but it won't, in my opinion. This is an inadvertent toll tax. It'll force gas prices to go higher and our residents will not be able to afford to drive in our state. When Governor Lamont was on the record in January of 2020 saying he was backing away from the Regional Climate Initiative because of gas price hikes, it's curious to wonder what changed. This weekend, I received an email from Representative Arnone trying to soft pedal this bill, which will devastate the return to normalcy after a year of COVID-19 shutdown. How do I know this? Well, just go buy gas. It's already hitting $3 a gallon already. With the possibility of 17-cent rise at best and our already overtaxed gasoline now, the only group who will benefit will be OPM. The gross receipts tax will skyrocket. Does anyone actually believe the current administration will leave the money in the Special Transportation Fund when they've been known to use the words like divert rather than keep your hands off? Our governor has aligned himself with the Georgetown Climate Center, who is spearheading under the disguise of modernizing infrastructure, but it's really talking about underserved communities. This group's transportation and climate initiative is on the record saying they want governors to sign on to a progressive climate plan with a bloated and expensive administrative cost and with a timeline of 2050. Gasoline prices will rise to the point where Connecticut citizens will not be able to afford it. The state will not recover from the COVID government shutdown, and it'll put people out of work. And when people do venture out, it'll be out of necessity, not out of pleasure, making more businesses close and Connecticut stepping that much closer to being one of the worst states to live in. When the gas hit $5 a gallon, if I need to remind you, in 2011, the year of Obama, the state coffers enjoyed the gross receipts tax income. The public suffered and jobs are lost. Governor Lamont made a statement. He wants Connecticut drivers to drive less, and to do that, he will make them pay, and he'll make them pay a lot. That idea that cleaner travel options are available is not true, at least not in the near future. This is another bill that will turn America backward. Fuel use will decline, but for all the wrong reasons, and the group of the liberal think tank operatives from the Georgetown Climate Center will be the only ones smiling as they put one more nail in the Connecticut coffin, or should I say Northeast coffin. This bill should not pass on one point alone. Government should not be putting outside organizations before the very people they are elected to serve. The Climate Center itself the Climate Center realizes it's that the free market will drive emission change. The free market will drive emission change, and that it is how it should be, not government intervention. I oppose the bill, and as it will not make Connecticut a better state, it'll take us one more step closer to being the worst. How about we just say no?
Mary Ann, thank you for your testimony. You have a question from Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you, Ms. Turner, for your testimony, both at transportation and now environment. You've had a long day, and for the record, Mr. Chair, I've pulled over and put my blinkers on while I'm testifying, while I'm asking these questions. But I just want to say thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Drive safe. Seeing no other hands raised, Mary Ann, thank you for your patience and your endurance and for sharing your opinions with us.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Next on the list is Andrew Harpal, followed by Amy McLean, then Thomas Lefebvre.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Harpal, and I'd like to first thank you all for your time to allow me to speak tonight. I'm a retailer in the state operating several gas station convenience stores, and I'm against the Senate Bill 884, the TCI proposed bill. Two of my stores are near borderlines of Rhode Island and Massachusetts. We are currently priced over 30 cents per gallon than the average retail gas price in Massachusetts. Why? Because of our current gas taxes. Our consumers are well aware of the price differential, and if they decide to make a fuel purchase, it's a minimal purchase to get by. The more they have to spend at the pump equates to less they will spend in the store. While this is labeled as an environmental program equating to 17 cents per gallon increase, it will be seen as another gas tax. As you know, our margins as a whole are shrinking. Sales are down 30 to 40%, both in convenience store and on the fuel due to COVID. It is clearly not the right time to bring this matter to the table and have revenues collected off of fuel sales to go towards the TCI program. As it stands today, 2 of my stores are near failure, dealing with the loss of sales both at the pumps and in the store. We cannot afford to keep taking more hits, especially during these downward trending times. It will equate to a loss of staff, increase in retail, and potentially closure, not to mention me figuring out how to replace my income and provide for my family as well. The state also wants to push for a menthol and flavored tobacco ban, which makes up 40 to 60% of inside store sales by category. How much more can we tolerate as small business owners in this unfriendly business state? Lastly, I can't understand why we would support a bill that would help fund our demise in the industry and push to go to electric vehicles. In our future plans, we are exploring having EV charging stations available in our locations as the infrastructure is in place to make a convenient stop. However, right now, research shows it's a large investment and a long return of the investment. We would need local government and federal government help to make these moves. It almost seems as though we should push for tolls again and help lower the pain at the pumps with the excessive taxes already being passed through to consumers. Just in Connecticut alone right now on regular fuel, it is approximately 45 cents per gallon before even we get to retail the fuel. As it stands, the consumer thinks we make huge margins on fuel, and most of the pricing structures based on all after taxes make up the majority of street price plus freight. Just like to thank you for your time, and there's just one quick little thing if I do have time to add.
Go ahead.
Yep. I'm pretty sure I just heard the British Petroleum representative say they don't own any gas stations in Connecticut and they never deal with the consumer. They have no problem passing on their costs to the consumer. Unlike me, I have to stand across the counter, look my customers in the eye and explain why the price of the pump went up higher. It just makes for one more challenge for us out here as a small business owner. And again, I am against this bill. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the testimony. And how are you doing it now then? The price of gas has just gone up 30 cents over the last three weeks. So what do you say to your customers now that come in and complain that the gas prices are too high and it ends up in the pockets of the individuals who we are trying to target?
I mean, we have to do the same thing we do on a daily basis. We follow the news and we explain to them to the best of our ability why the prices have gone up. And we sympathize with them because we are consumers as well that have to also, front the same costs that they do.
As am I, but I would be able to stomach it better if it was an investment into infrastructure that might actually find its way to your business via the Green Bank, for example, during testimony, rather than say, oh, the price went up and there's nothing I can do about it.
I mean, we're in the business to sell fuel. If you guys have a better program to justify this with something solid, saying that this money will be reinvested into our businesses to help provide the electronic charging stations, and the language was a little bit more clear, maybe we would be, I'm not against it in the sense that we shouldn't be going green, but I am against it in the sense that it's literally going to take away one more thing that I have to offer as a business, or where we can help make these margins to survive with the incurring expenses going up.
Understood. I will put you in touch with the Green Bank and we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the testimony. Anyone else? I don't see anyone hands raised. So Andrew, thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you. Good night.
Next up is Amy McLean, followed by Thomas LeFevre, and then Chris Phelps.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody, and Honorable Chairpersons Cohen and Gresco, and Vice Chair people Palm and Slap, and all the committee members. My name's Amy McLean. I am here tonight in testimony in support of 884, reducing transportation-related carbon emissions. I work with the Acadia Center, and we appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony. We are a nonprofit research and advocacy organization committed to advancing the clean energy future. Acadia Center advocates for the equitable clean energy future for Connecticut, tackling regulatory and legislative energy policy, transportation, energy efficiency, beneficial electrification, utility innovation, and renewable energy. Connecticut today has an opportunity to deliver the clean air and improved transportation options that the state's residents and businesses deserve. Chronic underinvestment, both in marginalized communities and alternatives to personal vehicles, has resulted in congested roads, inadequate public transport, and neighborhoods lacking access to economic opportunities. At the same time, the imported fossil fuel used to power vehicles remains Connecticut's biggest contributor to climate change and a major source of the air pollution that disproportionately harms Black and brown residents. At this time, it's time to end the toxic combination by passing legislation to advance a modern, equitable, and sustainable transportation future. You know, no single policy is going to fix these challenges overnight. We understand that. But the governor's, this act, 884, is with a suite of other bills. Connecticut will deliver meaningful progress toward transportation and climate justice. While this hearing focuses on the equitable implementation of the TCI program through 884, the following bills are also critical to the equitable transformation and decarbonization of the transportation in Connecticut. And some of you have heard these bills already in different communities. One is 68, it is a bunch of them that all have to do with different types of transportation policies. It's in my written testimony. I won't go through one, but there are 8 of them that I cite in that. I know we've talked a lot about TCI and what it is, but you know, it's a collaboration between states stretching from New England to North Carolina with the goal of delivering regional solutions to transportation and climate challenges. Through the effort the states have made and developed the TCI program, TCIP, a cap and invest program designed to reduce pollution from gasoline and diesel fuels while generating a new source of funding for clean and equitable transportation investment. So I hope that you all will please see it as a good investment to support this bill in its entirety and move us to the path of clean energy and transportation. Thank you.
Amy, thank you for your testimony and for during the marathon here. I'm looking to see if we have any questions. I see none. So again, thank you for your time and for your advocacy.
I just want to say thank you all for your efforts. It's not an easy job and appreciate you doing it.
Thank you. Next is Thomas Lefebvre, followed by Chris Phelps.
Good evening, everybody. Mr. Chairman, esteemed members of the Environment Committee. My name is Thomas Lefebvre, and I am the coordinator of the Transport Hartford Academy at the Center for Latino Progress here in Hartford. And I'm here to show my strong support for Connecticut SB 884, an act reducing transportation-related carbon emission, and to amend it in order to strengthen its equity dimension. The Transport Hartford Academy is a nonprofit dedicated to advocating in favor of more sustainable and equitable modes of transportation in the greater Hartford region. We are particularly excited about the Transportation and Climate Initiative, and we have been working with a strong and wide coalition of supporters for the past year and a half. If approved by the Connecticut legislature, SB 884 will allow our state to implement transformative policies that will help curb the devastating effect of air pollution while addressing transport inequities and climate justice. And I want to stress that, and I really believe that in many ways, our transportation system reflects who we are as a society. And at the moment, it's a pretty cruel society and a pretty selfish one. In a state where 4 major cities have disproportionately high rate of households without a car, the inadequacy of our public transportation system is a major hurdle for so many to go to work, to school, to the doctor, or to the grocery store. This inequity has negative consequences on the economy, on public health, and on education. Our transportation system is also particularly harmful to the most vulnerable members of our communities. Air pollution, primarily coming from transportation in Connecticut, is at its most unhealthy level in communities that are the least responsible for it, including low-income and Black and brown communities. Our public transportation network needs to be modernized and extended. TCI will bring 89 million of revenue in its first year in Connecticut. By dedicating a share of those revenues to programs focused on overburdened and underserved community, TCI is going to help bridge the painful social and racial transportation inequities in our state. In addition, the program will set up an equity advisory body whose role will be to monitor the fair implementation of TCI. And it's more than justice, it's common sense. A healthy population that is able to move in a safe, reliable, and sustainable way will be a more productive one, and will boost the post-pandemic economic recovery of our state. For instance, TCI is projected to create 61 million in health benefits and 17 million in safety benefits within the next 10 years. And we're also in a moment where we need to be serious about climate change. I mean, the US President Biden, brought the United States back into the Paris Agreement and the pledge to make the US a 100% clean energy economy by 2050. Also stated some very ambitious goal on that. I'm going to wrap up now, and I'm just going to conclude by saying that my written testimony highlights some of the equity elements that I'd like to be strengthened, and I thank you for your attention.
Thomas, thank you for your testimony, and let's all guess who has a question. Oh, Representative Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bonsoir, Monsieur Lefebvre. I just wanted to thank you again for testifying tonight, and I really like the fact that you raised a really important point that we don't hear enough about, which is the parallel between inequities in transportation and education. And I thought that was a great point you made in your testimony, and I really appreciate you testifying. And bonsoir, Monsieur Lefebvre.
Bonsoir. Thank you very much for your time.
Merci, Monsieur Chair.
Merci. Thomas, thank you for sticking it out and for your testimony. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to Chris Phelps, followed by Stephen Pasteur, and then Paul Vosper.
Thank you, Representative Gresco, and all the members of the committee. I just have to say, one benefit of this Zoom format for public hearings is I think it makes it easier for both you and us to actually participate in these things for their duration. I don't think I've ever seen this many members of a committee sticking it out this long or able to stick it out this long in a public hearing before. It's
I'm in my pajamas, so let's go.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you can only see me from the chest up. Let me just say, I'm Chris Phelps with Environment Connecticut. I think I've just wasted a minute of my time here. We've submitted testimony in support of Senate Bill 884. And I'm not going to read that testimony because honestly, you've heard much of the same argument that we make in that testimony from many people today. But one thing I do want to point out is you've heard much the same argument in support of this bill from a cast of characters who I would hazard a guess you're never going to hear testify in support of the same bill before any committee in the legislature ever again. Environmental advocates such as myself, BP, I'm pretty sure this is the first and possibly the only time we'll ever find ourselves on the same side of an issue in the legislature, but also the CEO of Fuss & O'Neill and consumer advocates and people from across the state, because this is a really serious issue that we're confronting in this bill, that you're confronting in this bill, and that's how to decarbonize and drive our transportation system in Connecticut towards zero carbon, which is what we know the science tells us we need to do if we're going to combat global warming and climate change. I'd like to speak to a few of the discussion points that have come up today, because I think there's been a lot of really good and obviously passionate discussion on both sides of this issue in the little bit of time I have left. And I want to speak to, first off, to one thing. I think it was Representative Chafee and one of the members of the gasoline station owners community were talking about, and I think he asked a question about and pointing to the fact that even amongst that community here today, you've heard a lot of divergent, sometimes at least partially contradictory testimony and talking points about this bill. And I have a take on that I don't want to get into the truths or untruths of the point, because I think that actually misses the larger point here. This bill addresses an issue, as I've alluded to already, I think, that deals with disruption in our transportation system and the economy in which we live as it relates to transportation, that is happening now and is accelerating. And I think that creates very real fear of the changes that is bringing, particularly for people in that industry. I get it. I think we all get that. But I want to point to something that I think it was Commissioner Dykes said at the very beginning of the day, however many hours ago that was now, that one of the reasons for a program such as the Transportation Climate Initiative is that it provides guardrails around that transition from our current paradigm, if you will, for transportation systems, particularly on-road fuels, towards where we're trying to head, towards decarbonizing our transportation system, which really needs to happen, according to science, in the next 20 years or so. And I believe that's the bill. So I'll wrap up by just pointing out another trying to answer a question I don't think I heard answered earlier, but if it was, I apologize for taking more of your time. I think it was Senator Minor who asked a very on-point question about affordability of electric vehicles and what's the MSRP of electric vehicles today. I think the lowest priced new electric vehicle on the market today is the Mini made by BMW that comes in right about or just below $30,000. In addition to that, I Googled the info, and right now on the market within 20 miles of my house in Portland, Connecticut, there are dealers with 20 cars, electric vehicles that are used electric vehicles for sale for less than $10,000, and then dozens more between that and $30,000. The point being that I'm trying to make is, because it speaks to a theme that came up earlier today, the market for electric vehicles is growing, and it's increasingly accessible to everybody, average folks like us, as well as people who can afford the Mercedes electric vehicle, if you will. And policies like TCI provide the guardrails to help drive us even further in that direction and really benefit everybody in an equitable fashion, as has been discussed earlier today. I'll stop there because I know I'm way over 3 minutes, and I apologize for taking more of your time. Thank you.
Well, Chris, thank you, and thanks for sticking it out and for your advocacy and for your testimony. I don't see any hands raised. So again, thanks for being persistent and sticking with us.
Sure. Thank you, Representative.
Next, we have Stephen Pasteur and Nassim Abid, and then Paul Vosper. Stephen, are you muted?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, there you go.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Chair and Co-Chair, and everyone who hung in there today for the duration of this hearing. And it's been interesting listening to a lot of different perspectives on this. But for myself, I'm a second-generation service station owner and operator, and we've been in this business for almost 50 years at this point. And what I think is the biggest thing, and again, I'm speaking at this point in opposition to the bill, because my understanding of it is there's really not a lot of opportunity in it for people that are in my business at this point. And I think that's the major concern. Where's the opportunity for us as service station and convenience store operators going forward? Or is this the end of our business as we know it? You know, for my children going forward, do we not have a business that we can pass on, or that's going to be able to sustain and support our families and communities going forward? That to me is my main concern. And again, as we've heard other testimony this evening from other operators, you know, we're all about going green and, you know, the importance of that in the environment for future generations. But you can't forget about the people that are on the street operating these businesses and supporting families and communities by them. So again, my concern is what is the opportunities in this for us as service station owners that have been the kind of the cornerstone of the communities, especially during this pandemic, where we provide a lot of products and services that a lot of people couldn't get in communities from grocery stores and that in the early parts of the lockdown. So we're an important part of the community. We support a lot of people. We have a lot of employees that rely on these businesses, and we need some types of assurances or opportunities that can come, that we can be included in some of these initiatives going forward. Thank you.
Stephen, thanks for your persistence and hanging with us. And I would just say to you what I said to a previous individual who testified with the same concern, that I think the individuals from the Green Bank earlier in the day, when the question was posed to them about this exact instance, if we go forward with TCI, it's a big if, there would be availability for businesses who are interested to try to adapt and segue into what is coming down the pike, because you've heard the list of companies that have made it very public that they were not going to be making any more internal combustion engines. Now that's down the road a ways, but this is where you could start to plan for that down the road, now. So I think that component is included in this bill as far as the Green Bank goes. But I don't see any other hands raised in the room. Stephen, thanks again for your testimony. And thanks for having your business here in Connecticut, and go and get some sleep.
Thank you.
All right. Next is Nasim Abid, and followed by Paul Vosper, and then Maria Cecilia.
Good afternoon. My name is Nasim Abid. Could you hear me? Am I online?
Yes, we can hear you and see you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have been in gasoline business for the last 35 years. I have a gas station in downtown New Haven, in a real low income neighborhood. Our average customer cannot afford these electric vehicles. The cars they are driving is 15 years old. And if we're trying to put a little bit more tax on that, they're already too poor to afford a new car. And I heard even Wayne Weichel, the Alliance for Automotive Association, he said the Nissan Leaf and the Chevy Bolt are in $10,000 range. We agree with that, but those are used cars. How long those batteries gonna last? And once those batteries are bad, where those batteries gonna go in the landfill or where? Number one. And number two, we're trying to push for electric. Where is Connecticut electric come from? 95% of our electric is generated by fossil fuel, which is natural gas. I mean, it's not that that much pollution, but still it's a fossil fuel, part of like gasoline and natural gas. So we are getting away from one fossil fuel to another fossil fuel, unless otherwise we work out on first that end where our electric is produced, either by solar, wind, or by water. I don't think so there is any sense. And our governor, they are trying to help out the richer community, because the incentive is on a new vehicle, not on a used vehicle. So $5,000, Greenwich and Stamford people could afford those $35,000, $50,000, $100,000 cars, and they could enjoy that discount. But once it comes to the poor people, now they gotta run with the maintenance and all that. Number one. And number two, we don't even have a Tesla repair shops or anything in our state. So how are we gonna fix those cars? So either we have to take it across the border to New York and let them fix it. So this is what I'm trying to, achieve. I mean, we are servicing the poor neighborhood, and my business is my clients. They buy by the dollar amount, not by the gallons. So I'm buying $10 gallon. Okay, I think my time is up.
Yes, you heard the bell. Naseem, thank you for your perspective, being there on the front line. And I do not see any questions for you at this point. So thank you again for your persistence and for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, we're going to go to Paul Vosper, then Maria Cecilia.
Yes, hi, good evening, chairs, ranking members, members of the committee. My name is Paul Vosper. I'm the president, CEO of Oasis Charger Corporation. We're an EV charging manufacturing company. We're headquartered in Norwalk. We have an R&D center in East Hartford and a manufacturing facility in Oxford, Connecticut. We've installed our chargers in more than 23 states, as well as Canada and Mexico, and we're working to expand our footprint internationally. No surprise, I'm testifying in strong support of SB 884. I have submitted written testimony, so I'm going to try not to repeat what I said there, but maybe pick up on a few themes that have come out through the course of the day. I think there are two realities, whether we like it or not. EVs are coming, and they will replace the combustion engine. And we cannot afford to keep burning fossil fuels. We've talked about equity, and I think that is a very important component of what we're doing. But we also have to think about the equity for future generations. And if we continue to burn fossil fuels, we are destroying the environment for our children and our grandchildren. I also agree with the prior testimony on the benefits of the TCI, especially regarding environmental justice. So often our disadvantaged neighborhoods lag in any new technology that's brought about. We need to make sure that doesn't happen with EVs. These are the communities that not only benefit from the reduced pollution, but the lower cost of powering an EV and the much lower cost of ownership. I wanted also to focus on the investment impact of the TCI. We do have, this state does have the opportunity to lead the nation in EV infrastructure. If you look at the various EV charging providers, most of those companies build their chargers overseas. We are the only state, as far as I'm aware, where the EV charging manufacturer is built in the state. And we have two companies, ourselves and our friends at EVSE who testified earlier. And we also have a very high adoption rate, particularly in places like Fairfield County, yet we're 21st in the nation in terms of the amount of level 3 fast chargers and 23rd in the nation in terms of the number of available level 2 chargers. We have large black spots along major arterials like 95, 91, 84 and the Merritt. And I also agree with prior testimony that the TCI has to be seen as part of a broader set of initiatives, including the Green Bank, and we've benefited from the Green Bank. Pura is also undertaking a Make Ready program that will substantially assist. I'll finish off by saying the opportunity, we've heard a lot about economics today, but the opportunity is a $500 billion market in the US. We are hiring advanced manufacturing jobs, electrical engineers, software engineers. We're working with the community colleges and the University of Connecticut in terms of both training and development. Also happy to address some of the questions that have come up on things like costs and gas station transition and the impact on the grid, if that's of interest.
Well, thank you, Paul. And I don't see any hands raised in the room, but oh, well, we have one, Representative Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about the cost that you had just mentioned, transition.
Sure. Well, look, I think we're paying the cost anyway, right? I mean, one of the things that we with gasoline, I mean, there are a number of different studies out there, but the impact, the negative impact, the cost of gasoline is about $50 to $100 per ton of carbon. So whether we like it or not, that cost is being incurred by the state through things like health costs and so on. So all this is doing is identifying those costs and placing them on the groups that are effectively selling their product at a lower rate than they should be. EVs also represent a significant reduction in cost. I think it was Mayor Florsheim this morning or earlier today talked about the fleet market. The largest fleet in the country is New York City's fleet, and they have estimated that the EV fleet cost them 60% lower to buy and run for 7 years than the equivalent diesel and gasoline vehicles. So there are significant savings, and that savings is also on the consumer. When you buy an EV, battery prices are coming down now. There are federal and state incentive programs to reduce the upfront costs as an active secondary market. Secondhand market rather for cars, but the cost of ownership is significantly lower. I mean, it costs me between $7 or $8 to fuel my car to drive 300 miles on a public charger. That's not the cost of charging at home is obviously lower than that. And there's virtually no maintenance on an EV. So the cost of EVs is somewhat of I've heard quite a lot of misinformation today on that cost. I've also heard a lot about the gas stations. I will say that we have a very active business in the state, in our neighboring states and around the country, installing chargers at gas stations and convenience stores. We work with Pride, we work with Noble Gas, which is an independent gas station here in the state. We're working with a number of convenience stores across Canada and the Southeast. And so it's not a zero-sum game here. I mean, there is a role for the convenience store and the gas station in this new economy. And I think the TCI, as it's been mentioned many times, can help defray some of the costs of that additional hardware. But this isn't a zero-sum game. It's not EVs or gasoline for these guys. There are significant opportunities. So I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we have Representative Chaffee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Chafee, by the way. Thank you for speaking with us tonight. I definitely appreciate that you make your chargers in Connecticut. I was curious, I don't know if this is proprietary or not. How much does it cost to install a charger?
It's not proprietary. It can vary dramatically depending on whether you're talking about a fast charger or a level 2 charger. And if you're doing it in a new development, it's very cheap because most of the cost is already being included in the cost of building a building. So it's really where you think about retrofitting an existing building. And it's somewhere between $2,000 and $5,000 for a level 2 charger. The level 3s are much more expensive. They run on 480 volts. It can be $20,000, $30,000 just for the install cost, not for the equipment. Having said that, our neighboring states have what's called make-ready programs where the utility companies will pay for the installation of equipment. So that's true in New York, that's true in Massachusetts, New Jersey, Rhode Island. Pura has a proposal to work with Eversource and UI to bring a Make Ready program to the state. And I think that is probably the single biggest reason that we've fallen behind our neighboring states in EV charging, charger adoption. But that program combined with the TCI could really add significantly to the infrastructure in the state.
What type of demand do the chargers place on the distribution grid? I know you said that level 3 is 480 volts. How many amps does that draw? And do you think the current distribution grid is capable of handling the amount of chargers you could foresee in the future?
Well, the estimate is that the EV vehicles eventually, because obviously this is going to happen over time. So it's not like tomorrow we all start driving EVs and we got to deal with that load. But over time, as we start getting into larger penetration, we got to think about adding about 25% more demand onto the grid. I would say that we have a problem with the grid today that has nothing to do with EVs, but has a lot to do with underinvestment, old equipment, multiple, we saw in Texas what happened there. It had nothing to do with anything other than a mismanaged system. But the EVs actually can help ameliorate some of those problems. We are moving to a situation where not only do you put a charge into the car, but the car can provide a charge to a building or to a grid. So what we call vehicle to building or vehicle to grid. So you have to start thinking about EVs as a sponge. They can sponge up excess capacity during the day when renewables are more active and can be recharged either late at night when the grid is quiet or during the day after the morning peak and the evening peak. Smart charging, and our chargers can do this, as can many chargers, can respond to signals from the utility company or from the building that the grid is under stress and to turn off or to turn down. So it's not a zero-sum game by any stretch of the imagination. And there's existing technology that allows chargers to not overburden the grid and within the next 2 or 3 years to actually help supplement what's happening in the grid. I don't mean to say by any means that the grid doesn't need attention. It does, but it needs attention based on the demand we have today. And if we're going to, as we continue to move into the future, if we continue to underinvest in the grid, this problem is going to get worse, not better.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, we have Representative Mary Mashinsky.
Same question about the charging. These can be off-peak charged at night when demand is lower on the grid, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So California already has a. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I interrupted you, I think.
Well, no, that was the first thing. Was I assume that people would charge them, especially if there's meters to change demand or to reward off-peak demand. Which is, we're talking about that in the Energy Committee right now, actually. So if that was true and you could save money by charging at night, I assume people would charge their electric vehicle at night when the rates were lower and the demand lower.
Yeah, we already have examples of that. So in California, there is nighttime charging. So if you charge after 11 o'clock, I think it's either 10 or 11, I can't remember the exact time, but the rate drops to half of what it would be during the day. So most EVs have the ability to turn on when you set it. So my car, for example, my EV, I can set it to start charging at 11 o'clock, so I don't have to come down and plug it into my pajamas. And we've also seen it. My home country is the UK. I say I'm British by birth and American by choice. But in my country, we have time of use charging in residential, and every dryer in the country is sold with a clock on it, and everybody in the country dries their clothes after midnight because the rates are so much lower. So we know that incentivizing customers to charge off peak, if you like, when the grid is quiet, works, and it works very well.
Okay, and then final question is, do you see a role for the convenience stores once we switch over to more electric vehicles in the state of Connecticut? Residential.
Yeah, so my background is in real estate before I took over this company. The convenience stores provide a necessary service in the community. Gasoline is nothing more than the product that gets you to stop, but all of the profit is made when you walk into the convenience store. So the profit on gasoline to the convenience store operator is tiny, if at all. What they really hope you do is you walk in, you buy a packet of cigarettes or a Diet Coke or a sandwich. That's where the real money is made. EV charging does nothing more than the same. I heard testimony earlier today that it takes 24 hours to charge a vehicle. That's nonsense.
No, that's not true.
And the new technology, the new battery technology that's coming out in the next 24 months will allow vehicles to charge in under 5 minutes. The convenience, it doesn't matter whether they're selling gasoline or electrons. People will stop, they'll need to top up their vehicles. And while they're doing that, they're going to walk in and, they shouldn't be, but they'll buy the cigarettes and the Diet Cokes and all the other things that have the high profit margins.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Thank you, Representative.
Yes, thank you, Mary. And before we let you go, what you said is stuck in my head. Your two companies here in the state of Connecticut manufacturing these electric vehicle charging stations. If TCI was to go through, do you see an avenue to potentially turn Connecticut into a manufacturing hub for EVs as a possibility?
Yeah, so I think it certainly has the possibility of being the leader in EV charging. Our company is growing at a very fast clip because of the need for charging. We are hiring, as I suspect our friends at EVSE are doing as well. We're hiring people with electrical engineering expertise, advanced manufacturing expertise. We are in the state because the state has a deep base of those types of people, and the community. And we work with a number of the community colleges with advanced manufacturing programs to feed our need for those types of employees. So we are courted every day by other states in the South. We have no intention of leaving because going to the Panhandle of Florida, for example, I will not be able to hire the same quality of people. While we do that, by bringing that kind of expertise into the state, it also attracts other groups, particularly the battery manufacturers. They're a very similar part of the ecosystem to us, and the batteries are the most important part of the car. It's about a third of the cost of the vehicle. If we can if we can encourage more battery manufacturers in the state, that's like finding oil in Saudi Arabia in 1937. I mean, this is the lithium ion battery, and whatever technology replaces that is going to drive significant economic benefits. And we're talking, the numbers are huge in terms of the capital that will be invested in the state or could be invested in the state, and the revenues that a company like ours can generate in the state. So yes, it's a holistic attraction, and there is no reason why the state cannot be the leader in the country. Texas has already got Tesla, Nevada's already got Tesla, California has a couple of car makers. but everything else is up for grabs. Batteries and EV charging, there is absolutely no reason why the state can't be a leader in that.
Paul, thanks again for the education and for your persistence and for your testimony.
I very much enjoyed it. Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have Maria Cecilia Pinto de Mora. And then I don't see Gobinda Shrestha waiting. So if we have to skip over, it'll be Michael Rapetsky next.
Good evening, co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Maria Cecilia Pinto de Mora. I'm Senior Vehicles Engineer at the Union of Concerned Scientists. UCS is a national nonprofit organization, and we use rigorous independent science to solve some of our planet's most pressing problems. Senate Bill 884 is an opportunity to start to reduce Connecticut's carbon dioxide emissions from cars, trucks, and buses. Actions to reduce carbon dioxide also have direct co-benefits for local air quality and human health. Exposure to PM 2.5 from fossil fuels was responsible for 1 out of 5 global deaths in 2018. Even a small increase in long-term exposure to PM 2.5 has been shown to increase mortality from COVID-19. For Connecticut, Harvard researchers estimated deaths and hospitalizations avoided from improvements in air quality and active mobility. In 2032, the health savings in the state range from an average annual 270 to 360 million, possibly reaching almost 700 million. I want to stress that these health savings are avoided expenditures in addition to Tci Bill proceeds. These benefits will directly impact Connecticut residents as people breathe cleaner air and have smaller healthcare bills. Exposure to PM 2.5 from on-road vehicles is highly inequitable due to a long history of misguided policies such as redlining. At UCS, we quantified this inequity. In Connecticut, the average exposure for Latino residents is 27% higher than it is for white residents. For African-American residents, the exposure is 30% higher. TCIP is one way to start to address this inequity. The 35% minimum of proceeds to be dedicated to investments that benefit communities is not sufficient and should be higher than the community share of the total Connecticut population. There are strong examples from California, where 57% of investments are currently benefiting communities, and in Massachusetts, where a bill would set this share to 70%. A survey found that 2/3 of respondents in Connecticut support the state's participation in the program. It also demonstrated broad support for directing program proceeds to a variety of projects that benefit overburdened and underserved communities, such as expanding public transit, walkability, communications, electrification, and road maintenance. I urge Connecticut to pass Senate Bill 884 and to strengthen it by prioritizing the voices and needs of disproportionately burdened and underserved communities. Thank you very much for your leadership.
Well, thank you, Maria Cecilia, for sticking it out and for providing us with your testimony. I don't see any questions pending from members. So again, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
I don't see Gobinda, so we're going to next go to Michael Rapetsky, followed by James O'Donnell.
I have Christopher Kelly on after Michael.
Is Michael? I don't see him up there.
I have him as 140. I don't hear him, however.
Okay. Michael?
Oh, hello?
Here we go.
Hi, I'm trying. Oh, hold on. Sorry. There we go. Good evening. My name is Michael Rapetsky. I'm a lifelong Cheshire resident in strong opposition to SB 884 joining TCI and the gas price hike that will result. If you haven't noticed, the taxpayer paying residents of this state are leaving in droves, more and more with each new tax. And yes, this will be viewed as a tax. This comes a matter of weeks after implementing payroll deductions for state FMLA. The audacity to attempt all this during a pandemic when so many residents and businesses are struggling is surreal. TCI is supposed to push people away from gasoline and toward electric vehicles. To say otherwise is a complete farce. There are several problems that face our state with electric cars, one problem being Eversource. We are absolutely being robbed by Eversource with astronomical rates. This past summer exemplifies that with issues that our state has yet to fix. So essentially, you're raising the cost of fuel in the hopes that people switch to a more expensive source of power. This will not work and will give Eversource and other power companies even more of a monopoly on essentially two industries now, power and transportation. Second, many in our state, because of our current economic situation, cannot afford expensive electric cars. So now you are pushing hardworking people further into despair. Not to mention, one of the leading car manufacturers, Tesla, cannot legally be sold in Connecticut. People are going out to New York to buy them, as they're doing now. And who will get the sales tax? New York, not Connecticut. Again, this is not helping the problem, but worsening it. Minneapolis just reversed a decision on switching their entire public transit bus line after finding 30 to 40% battery loss in colder climates and overheating chargers. If we are truly concerned about the environment, where is our battery recycling plan? This gas hike will not benefit one Connecticut road or bridge, which the current gas tax allegedly does. So now you're pushing people away from gasoline, which we tax to our benefit of our transportation system, to a source of energy that does not benefit our transportation system. Where are we going to get money for our roads and bridges when gasoline tax revenue declines? Some other new tax? No, we will not have it. The additional costs that companies operating in Connecticut will incur will either force them to leave the state or pass along the cost to the consumer. There are no electric over-the-road trucks being sold. Those trucks will continue to be diesel, and the extra costs accrued by this gas tax will just be passed along to the consumer in the products that we buy. We are putting the cart before the horse and writing legislation to direct the market in a direction where the technology does not exist or has been proven to work. The middle class cannot scream any louder. We need help. Please consider these points and put Connecticut and its residents first. Pull out a TCI and help Connecticut working class. I know that Connecticut can be stronger together. Thank you for your time.
Well, Michael, thank you for the testimony, and thank you for sticking it out this late into the evening. I don't see any questions pending from members. So again, thank you for taking the time and letting us know how you feel and for the testimony.
Thank you.
Next on our list is Christopher Kelly. I fibbed a little bit. And then James O'Donnell.
All right. Hello. Good evening, Chairs Cohen and Gresco, Vice Chairs Slapp and Palm, Ranking Members Minor and Harding, and all of the distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Chris Kelly, and I'm the Peter B. Cooper Legal Fellow at Save the Sound. I'm here to express our support for House Bill 6551, an act concerning environmental air quality. Thank you for your time and your attention now 11 hours into this hearing. As my colleague Charles Rothenberger told you, I will be addressing the environmental justice aspects of HB 6551 and amendments which we are requesting. The most important thing I can do is to direct you to the written testimony I submitted, which explains the necessary amendments in detail. Now, Section 1 of the bill creates an environmental equity working group to identify disadvantaged communities in the context of reducing existing pollutant and greenhouse gas sources. This is necessary as part of a comprehensive energy transition, and it will address existing sources of pollution in the communities least able to afford the transition we need. However, I would like to emphasize for you the importance of addressing future pollution and giving our state agencies the tools they need to prevent environmental injustice. Section 2 of this bill is a forward-looking provision which modifies a section of the general statutes known as Connecticut's Environmental Justice Law. Essentially, the language in question empowers the DEP and the Siting Council to reject permit applications for certain types of facilities which are unnecessarily polluting or which otherwise add upon the already unbearable conditions in our most polluted communities. This language is absolutely necessary to change our state permitting standards, because polluting facilities are still being approved despite clear harm and against the opposition of residents and much of our own state government. And the conditions in our most polluted communities are indeed unbearable, as many of my fellow advocates have attested during this hearing, referring to extreme air pollution in cities like Hartford and Waterbury, where respiratory conditions like asthma are pervasive. But please be aware that environmental justice communities exist across the state, including in rural and suburban communities where residents are affected by facilities in their own neighborhoods. The language in Section 2 is adapted from a bill passed in New Jersey last year, which has been referred to as the holy grail of environmental justice laws. This is now the gold standard for how to mandate environmental justice considerations in the permitting of polluting facilities. We expect many more states will be adopting laws like this in the near future. I know of no reason why New Jersey should be able to pass transformative environmental justice legislation and Connecticut should not. Without passage of the language in Section 2, Connecticut will fall behind on this issue and continue its long, unfortunate history of piling the burden of pollution upon the communities most unable to speak up for themselves. We have requested amendments and testimony, which we believe will improve the application of environmental justice law and would be appropriate to include in this bill. These include expanding the definition of affecting facilities to encompass other significant facilities not already explicitly included, but which similarly burden and pollute surrounding neighborhoods. These include waste transfer stations, recycling facilities, and resource recovery centers, as well as data centers, which may pollute the air through the use of diesel generators. I ask you to take full advantage of this opportunity to pass the bill with accompanying amendments and bring real environmental justice to Connecticut. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
That was right on the 3-minute mark. Pro. Thank you for the testimony, Christopher. We have a couple of questions for you. First, Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for hanging with us the whole day. And thank you for your testimony and also your written testimony. Wanted to ask you if you could elaborate on the 2020 greenhouse gas reduction target and versus the 2050. I think you're pointing out in your testimony that we appear to be on track to meet the 2020 targets, but it might be we might be a little bit behind for what follows. Can you elaborate a bit on this?
Thank you for your question, Representative Michelle. I don't believe that I extensively addressed climate change emissions reduction goals in my testimony. That was mostly deferred to my colleague, Charles Rothenberger, earlier. If I'm misunderstanding your question, I would welcome clarification.
No, it's okay. It's part of the testimony. It's fine. Then I have a couple of questions. So just for the sake of time, I'll move on. Do you think the DEEP is ready to implement this bill?
This is an excellent question, Representative Michelle, and it allows me to clarify one of the amendments which I've asked for in testimony. So Section 2, as I said, enables DEEP and the Siting Council to apply different standards in the permitting facilities, essentially taking into account whether a facility is the least polluting that it could be, and whether it inflicts burdensome pollution and harm upon communities disproportional to other communities. So logically, this requires developing a method to actually compare the burden of pollution in different communities. And this is not just between different towns and cities, but even neighborhoods within different cities and towns. And also considering what would be the impact of an individual type of facility. There are concerns from conversations that we've had that by immediately implementing Section 2 of this bill, it would require DEEP to apply a standard that they're not prepared to apply, that they don't have the data available to do that yet. And the concern is that in doing so, it would actually be harmful and hurt environmental justice efforts because it would be a misapplied law. So the amendment that I've asked for is that the implementation of Section 2 be delayed to a specific date in the future. I think it's very important to actually pass the language in Section 2. This has been agreed all around by different advocates, by people we've spoken to in state government as being excellent language and being the goal. It's based off of the language of the New Jersey law that I referred to. But I think it's important to actually enshrine that in law as saying this is the path that we are on. The legislature sets the path, and then it gives DEEP time to actually implement the effective tools to administer and enforce that standard that we're going to go for. Other states are working on this. New Jersey had years to develop the methodology and collect the data. Washington State's Department of Public Health has put together an impact mapping system, the statistical modeling, to compare the different harms that exist in different communities around the state, and also about how to either remedy or how those might be worsened by different kinds of facilities. We believe that DEEP can do the same thing. I would love for you to be able to put that into law and say that they have a certain amount of time. I think that's also very important to set those goals on behalf of DEEP, especially considering the difficult times that we're in. DEEP is facing a retirement cliff in 2022 that Save the Sound has referred to in multiple public hearings. And we are very sympathetic to this, and we look forward to them being able to hire on new staff with appropriate resources to work towards this goal.
And then thank you for that. That's fantastic. I also, can you give us more details on the public participation piece, please?
Yes, certainly. So the heart of the environmental justice law is to give residents in the areas where either a proposed new facility is proposed to be located or where there's already one that's receiving a modified permit. The heart of that is to give the residents who live there notice that there is going to be a new facility or a change in the facility and an opportunity to speak on it. The law doesn't across the board prohibit facilities, because it must be recognized that there are times when there is an actual need for certain kinds of facilities that might also have detrimental effects. But the important thing here is that there are a lot of communities in the state where these kinds of facilities, and when I say these kinds, could be trash to energy facilities, it could be landfills. They're located there because it's where they receive the least opposition. That might be because residents there they might work 2 or 3 jobs. They might not be available to go and make their voices heard. This isn't the 90s anymore. We don't receive newspapers at our door every day with important public notices about what's happening down the street. And also the land values might be the cheapest there, and so that might be the most desirable place to locate a facility. And when you put a landfill in a neighborhood, suddenly those home values go down, and it becomes a place where you're not going to get your money back, and becomes more attractive to place other facilities there. So we seek to embolden the public notice standards. This has already been done in previous amendments, or rather this has previously been put into the law. And we want to increase that even more. One of the things that needs to be addressed is that there are language barriers that exist in a lot of neighborhoods, which makes it very difficult for them to receive proper notice and to communicate, participate properly. There are also a lot of people who are not on the internet. And so it would be appropriate that if they live nearby, that they receive mailed notice.
Okay, that's great. And that actually is a great way to go to my next question. I'll try to keep this one short. You want to expand the definition of environmental justice community. And so can you touch up on that as well? Because I think that's a very important piece as well.
Of course.
Yeah.
Aside from, I mentioned in my testimony, one of the definitions we wanted to change is affecting facility, to expand that. We also want to expand the definition of environmental justice community. Currently, the environmental justice law only applies to permitting in what are considered to be environmental justice communities. That's already defined in the law. Environmental justice community is only defined in terms of economic characteristics, which is very important. It's based off of census designated tracts, I believe, under a certain income level. And it includes any municipalities that are distressed municipalities under Connecticut state law. This works very well to an extent. It covers a lot of the poorest communities in the state that need support. It covers communities which are both urban and rural in character. However, it ignores other kinds of barriers that are well known if you know anything about environmental justice, and in a lot of ways injustice in general. There's no recognition in there about barriers that may not be economic in nature, but maybe racial or linguistic, as I just referred to before about language. We did not propose specific language for those things. We felt that it was most appropriate for the legislature to determine what exactly should be the thresholds or the barriers that should be defined in there. But we think that's very important that in order to achieve environmental justice, we need to recognize race and linguistic barriers.
right? And I mean, it is limiting when we're talking about a whole, for example, a whole city as not being a community in distress, when there are parts of the city where there are communities in distress. And that's kind of, I think, something that should be also looked into. I think there might be some language that might have been worked on recently. But I appreciate everything, and I have more questions, but thank you very much for hanging with us, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Representative Hennessy.
Thank you, Chairman. So thank you very much for your testimony. Something that I picked up when you were reading your testimony, expanding facilities, and you had mentioned transfer stations. And I really thought those were in there. Could you talk more about the facilities that are in there and those that need to be included that aren't?
Certainly. At this time, facilities that are included under, there's actually quite a few categories. It's pretty good so far. Affecting facilities are electric generating facilities with a capacity of more than 10 megawatts, sludge or solid waste incinerators or combustors, sewage treatment plants with a capacity of more than 50 million gallons per day, an intermediate processing center, volume reduction facility, or multi-town recycling facility with a certain combined monthly volume, new or expanded landfills, medical waste incinerators, and major sources of air pollution as defined by the Clean Air Act. So there are a lot of things. The big things are very much considered in there, the things that actually probably don't come up all that often anymore. I don't know how likely we are to see any more trash to energy incinerators, considering that we have 2 of the 10 largest in the country in the state, and they can't get anywhere near capacity. Landfills are also a little out of style these days, although maybe once those incinerators shut down, we'll see what happens with that. So having those things is very important, though those are things which many of them have very obvious health risks and hazards, very obviously contribute pollution or have the risk of contributing pollution. One of the issues that has come up before with permitting under this law is that there are times when either DEP or the siting council, when they're reviewing these facilities, aren't certain about whether they have the right tools, whether they are specifically authorized to apply this level of scrutiny to a certain kind of facility, which often makes it very important to include the names of facilities in there. That you can't just assume that there might be a catch-all or that it's close enough. I also think that not only is it inefficient to leave some facilities out that might cause pollution, whereas we count others, but it's also hardly fair to the operators of these facilities, which are significant. Part of what we consider here is that these facilities, they're not a pop-up store that's going to be there for a few months. They're going to be there for years and years, and therefore they justify a rigorous permitting process. It's not fair for the operators of some facilities have to go through a rigorous permitting process when other facilities just happen to not be caught under the law, but pose the same pollution risk as some of these other facilities. So for instance, many of the recommendations we have for expanding the definition of affected facility are based around waste. These waste facilities, they talk about landfills, but are transfer stations included? Transfer stations still involve an accumulation of waste. I have personal experience working on a project, one down in New Haven, where it led to accumulation of vermin in the neighborhood, odors. There was a stormwater runoff into the Quinnipiac River. There can be pollution that could come from those facilities. Now, if they're perfectly managed, then perhaps not, but what matters here is the risk. Also, data centers is something that has popped up relatively new on the radar. The legislature just proceeded with a data center bill to encourage data centers to come to the state. They use an enormous amount of energy, as my colleague Charles Rothenberger was talking about earlier today. And they also have a tendency, it's apparently common for them to use diesel backup generators. Large diesel backup generators for enormous facilities like data centers can contribute an enormous amount of air pollution, and you don't want to be living near that. So that should be included under this law so that people who live in the community have a say in whether they think that the possibly economic value of siting a data center there is worth the air pollution risk.
Thank you. So in your written testimony, you write about unreasonable pollution. Could you explain what unreasonable pollution means?
Yes, Representative Hesse, I may have taken a little bit of a shortcut there to not go too far in my testimony to be ridiculous. By unnecessary pollution, what we're referring to is a facility where it's clear that there are options for how the facility is planned or for the permit application, where it could be less polluting than it is proposed to be. And so DEEP has would have the option, or the siting council, of rejecting a permit for a facility where it could reasonably be less polluting, possibly by changing the infrastructure there, by changing some sort of aspect of the permit application. They would have the option of rejecting it with then making it available that it could come back with a modified permit application.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Jack. Next, we have Representative Dillon.
Hi, thank you. And thank you for your testimony. I'm intrigued. I mean, you're really talking through using the coercion of the courts and administrative law. And as I read through your testimony, speed reading, I might say, so I wouldn't pretend to do justice to it. Do you anticipate at any point a community engagement model that includes problem solving or consensus building around some of these issues?
Thank you for your question, Representative Dillon. Would you mind just clarifying a little bit more, because I want to make sure that I don't waste your time and answer directly about what you meant by problem solving and
well, having lived through a landfill, you know, which is in New Haven actually, and spent a lot of my time in public life trying to figure out what to do about it. What if you don't do that? You know, what if you don't want a landfill there? What are the other solutions as a community that we can embrace? How do we solve the problem that generated this facility to begin with?
So you're referring to say an already existing landfill, not a proposed.
I'm thinking of the solid waste problem and how we resolve the solid waste problem. I offline would like to get back up on the compost issue, by the way, but that's a separate issue. But I don't think of that as a contaminant, and that's interesting. But yeah, it's really just about empowering a community to make sure that they have control over siting that's happening by default because they didn't have power to begin with. Is that accurate? And so you don't necessarily envision pulling people together to say, if we don't have this, what are we going to do with all that stuff?
I think I understand now, Representative Dillon, and you and everyone else on the committee should absolutely feel free to reach out to me anytime to talk about any of these issues. I would love to work together on that. So I feel like that is a pretty fair assessment. I feel like I should draw a line between two different aspects of what I've been talking about, though. So one is the ability of the state agencies to deal with permits. Either it might be a new permit, it might be a modified permit for an already existing facility. That is one thing that I've been talking to. Another part, which came up with Representative Michelle asking about one of my amendments on public notice, is I was saying that this is all about public notice. So part of the existing law, that the existing environmental justice law that makes this very community oriented, is it authorizes the creation of community environmental benefit agreements. These are a way for communities to offset the the pollution and the harm of these different facilities. At times, these are not considered to be entirely effective, particularly by environmental groups, because in a way it allows a facility to provide some sort of benefit which might help to offset the cost of their pollution, but it doesn't justify the existence of the pollution in the first place. It's very easy for a facility to contribute money towards a neighborhood community clinic when the sickness that they're causing could have just been prevented in the first place if they had the proper pollution controls or were cited elsewhere. One of the elements that we're asking for in the public participation sort of category is that there be actual community involvement in the negotiation of the Community Environmental Benefit Agreement, the CEBA. This doesn't solve all of the issues. It doesn't automatically create coalitions, although in my experience, there have been a lot of communities that do a very good job of that themselves. But under the current law, there's only required to be opportunity for the public to provide comments before the negotiations of the CEBA actually begin. And then the CEBA has to be negotiated with the participation of the chief elected official or town manager, and it has to be approved by the legislature. So it's democratic because it has to be approved by the legislature of the community, of the municipality, excuse me. But that doesn't mean that the public actually has say in the course of negotiation. They're required to have say before negotiation begins. So one of the amendments, and this comes from numerous conversations with various advocates and community groups, including a number of people who testified in this public hearing in the bill, and I'm grateful for that, is that the bill be amended to require participation not only by the chief elected official or town manager, but by actual members of the community who live nearby themselves.
Thank you. There's been some really fantastic testimony today, and you look exhausted, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your indulgence.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Chris, for enlightening us.
Thank you very much.
Next on our list is James O'Donnell, followed by, well, I don't see Youssef Kashmiri or Shamal Dapani. So following James O'Donnell will be Kevin Curry.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, chairs and committee members, for listening to me this evening and for your endurance. I'm James O'Donnell. I'm a professor of marine sciences at UConn and have served as the executive director of the Connecticut Institute for Resilience and Climate Adaptation since 2014 when it was founded. And I've also been a co-chair of the GC3 Science Subcommittee. I submitted some written testimony earlier today, and I just want to make a few points that highlight a few things that I already wrote about. So first is that climate change is not a shoreline problem. Right? A lot of people begin to think it is, but we need to expect that cooling expenses, insurance costs, heat-related hospital visits, business disruptions will all increase in the next few decades. And the cost of maintaining resilient power systems, water systems, transportation and communication systems will rise as well. And it's fairly inevitable. Worse, the evidence that extreme weather is at our latitude is going to get more likely, is getting stronger. There's a recent results I'm impressed with. And with these issues affect us all and our grandchildren, and we need to pay attention to them. And they've got costs. So an urgent reduction in the rate of emissions of greenhouse gases will make a difference at the end of the century, but will still have significant impacts for the foreseeable future, for the next few decades at least, even if we do have rapid reductions in greenhouse gas emissions reductions. So there's obstacles to adapting though, and climate change problems often manifest in a small part of a political jurisdiction. So a bridge or a particular road or a neighborhood. And sometimes these problems areas span the borders of several towns. And that makes consultation and consensus building about solutions, project scheduling, political decision-making and revenue generation, all difficult. HB 6441 recognizes most of these obstacles, and it creates new tools for towns to address them effectively. And it's a Connecticut solution. In a state where geography and development patterns are pretty fractured and diverse, and the traditions of local governments is strong, this bill is not prescriptive. Towns have considerable flexibility on the authority and how to use it. And they have new funding options to resolve problems. And so Circa and my team are looking forward to trying to help develop implementation strategies which will guide towns, and we can help share them. Finally, we're going to be dealing with these problems for decades, more than my lifetime, I'm sure. And it's obviously appropriate that we need to make investments now that will have return in the future. And so HB 6441 builds on the success of the Connecticut Green Bank to expand options for financing resilience and adaptation projects, and together with the revenue generation mechanisms, make a great pair. This combination of local control with accurate risk mapping and revenue generation and a broad array of resilience and adaptation priorities can be advanced. So thanks for your efforts and attention, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, James. And we're going to go to our Senate co-chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And hi, Jim. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Hi, and thank you for your testimony. I had asked of the commissioner and her team about 12 hours ago, not that long, but about 10 hours ago now. And I just, Circa specifically called out in the bill, as you know, indicating that towns may call upon your team for assistance. I wonder how you might envision that assistance. Are towns using you currently for consulting? Could you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, there's a big demand for both informal and formal programs from Circa. At the moment, our funding is restricted to towns in Fairfield County and New Haven County because it's federal funds, and I have to pay attention to effort reports and things like that. So there is there's a gap at the moment. The funding is pretty strong for those towns, but the rest of the state is, I think, getting less attention than it needs. So I understand the commissioner has some ideas for how to move this forward, and I'm hoping that together with the university and the leadership and your committee, et cetera, that a way to fund these things will be worked out. I listened to much of the testimony today, and I understand there's lots of concerns about funding and costs, et cetera. And so I don't think I'm able to provide an idea for how it should be done. I can give bottom line numbers and goals, et cetera, and options. And I prepared some notes on that.
Thank you for that. And I mean, are you providing any sort of consulting services to municipalities right now beyond the federal funding that you have? Is Circa able to provide sort of private consulting, if you will, where the municipality pays Circa directly for services?
Yeah, we have a very limited capacity to do that because the faculty of the university are sort of state employees, really. And so we have some latitude on what we can spend time on. So for example, I visited Mason's Island recently, where there's a road flooding problem. And we helped with New London's application to the FEMA BRIC program this year. But you know, the scope of the need is much greater than that. So often a good application, a competitive application for a federal grant in the millions of dollars range or more requires engineering design drawings. It requires a benefit cost analysis. It requires lots of formal kinds of steps that can cost several $100,000. You know, so towns need help both in imagining what can be done, organizing consensus about whether it's the right thing or not, and then they need help paying for the paperwork, the engineering, the benefit cost analysis, et cetera, that's part of an application. Once they've got all that, they can submit an application, and then they need 25% of the project costs in match. So that's why I think this bill is so valuable. Together with the green banks and investment options, towns can begin to plan ahead. And sometimes projects don't get funded the first time, and so if you're saving money, the interest will grow, and then you can borrow money at cheaper rates, etc. together, this package solves a lot of that. And I'm hoping Circa can participate to help guide the development of these such programs.
So as you're aware, in 2019, the legislature passed some enabling legislation around climate change and coastal resiliency reserve funds, where municipalities could essentially create these funds with a vote of their legislative body. My understanding is that there are several towns ready to do this, but there are a couple of roadblocks, some involving investment options and the like. But I'm hearing, that other towns are putting dollars away to the tune of $200,000, $300,000, $400,000. It sounds to me that the planning portion of this is quite costly. And then we're talking about, millions of dollars in shoring up infrastructure and the like, creating living shorelines. There's the physical components of this, berms and all sorts of things like that to really shore up our coastline. I guess what I'm getting at is if, that it could be costly to pay for the planning, and then where do all these dollars come from? Is it your position that it would be beneficial? Again, we have to explore funding options, but to create a line item for Circa, appropriate a line item for the state to perhaps provide grant programs for funding some of your services to municipalities, and maybe matching grants. I don't know. I'm just sort of throwing things out there because it is so vitally important. We've heard this all day long, that towns really begin resiliency planning, and that ratings agencies and folks at the federal level are really looking at this. How are the coastal states beginning to prepare and adapt and prepare for sea level rise? And so I'm just trying to consider, how costly this is for folks, and how costly it is for the state as well. But what can we do to mitigate some of those costs? How can we create some matching grant programs? I think this bill gets us partially there, but not all the way there. And so I'm just wondering what your thoughts are in terms of funding and how we might.
Yeah. So thanks. I have thought about this, and there's been a lot of planning actually over the last 5 years, and so most towns have resilience plans now, especially along the shoreline, and many inland towns have them too. What's the stumbling point is getting from planning to implementation. So very few projects have actually had these have moved to implementation. The ones that have generally gotten federal grants, and they've had some sort of way to fund the planning that's necessary to write the proposals. That's got that has an engineering drawing and a credible cost estimate, right? These are things that are fundamental. And a town generally has to dig that money up itself and then apply for a grant, which it may not win. Now, if it wins a grant, it can charge the cost of the planning to the grant, but it still has to make the 25% or 30% or something matching. So there's big obstacles for facing towns. Planning and getting the drawings and the PCA is the first one. And so I think some state funds to accelerate that would be helpful. This bill 6441 allows them to start putting money away for their share of the cost. And there's been a few projects in Connecticut over the last 3 or 4 years where the state has provided the match. But there are so many projects needed across the state that I doubt that that's going to be continued. Towns are going to have to raise money to do it themselves, right? And they're also going to have to win federal grants. And so I think that's the strategy. We need to provide some money to help planning. We need towns to be encouraged to understand they've got to share some of the cost. this bill provides some mechanisms to raise revenue to pay for bonds, and that's a big advantage. And these steps, I think, will bring down the barriers to move from planning to implementation.
Okay, thank you. I just for clarification, when the bill says may consult with Circa, is Circa prepared for that? I guess is the bottom line.
For the next year and a half or so, we have resources to help a little, but after that, I think that there needs to be a stable decadal kind of perspective. We need to institutionalize this operation rather than make it a year-to-year, grant-to-grant kind of program.
Okay, thank you so much, Jim, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next for the question is Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jim, for being here. It's nice to see you. My question is sort of following up on what Senator Cohen was asking about, and just maybe seeing if you could sketch out briefly when you think about what that annual, maybe give us 1 or 2 years sense of the funds needed to maintain Circa at the level where you can provide this planning. Can you just help us all get a sense of what those dollars are, and given your basic operations, what you need to maintain to be able to unlock all this additional funding?
Yeah.
You mentioned you'd sketch out some numbers for us.
Yeah, sure. So that's a difficult position to be in, but I'll do it anyway. So we've operated the Circa now since for about 7 years, and the first 3 or 4 years we operated about $1 million a year, and during that time we provided about a third of the resources to towns for projects. So there was a Hartford project to hire a sustainability coordinator and develop some plans for stormwater management. We funded a project in Old Saybrook for a living shoreline demonstration. Things like that. Projects that towns had prioritized, but they had sort of a broader applicability. Lessons could be learned that could be used by other towns. And so about a third of the money was spent on those kinds of things. That money was expended 3 years ago now. And since then, we've been working on this federal grant that we won as part of the Bridgeport NDRC program. It's a $60 million project to build a berm. Yukon got about $8 million for planning in New Haven and Fairfield County. And without those funds, we've been conducting extensive outreach with towns and people in the 2 counties. And we're trying to develop plans for a project that would be significant, reduce flood risk, and also create economic development opportunities. And so the idea is not just to focus on fixing a problem, but rather looking for a way to fix a problem that creates opportunities as well. And that project, we're spending about $2 million a year. Right. But we don't have any funds to give to towns to implement their priorities. This is a planning initiative, and it's got a lot of, and the goal is for that is to actually develop several, maybe 6 applications for FEMA and perhaps NOAA projects that would actually implement things. We want to make changes, not just do plans. And so to answer your question specifically, to continue that level of, or expand the level of things that we're doing in New Haven, which involves funding for our staff at Yukon and money for contractors and consultants to create these plans, we need about $2 million a year. And that would allow us to do what we're doing there in the other counties of the state. And I think we should view that as having a return, perhaps 10 times. Right, the goal would be to write proposals that bring dollars to the state to fix things in towns, and the return on investment should be an order of magnitude 10. Right, that would be what I would view as a success. And over the last 7 years since the previous commissioner or 2, and the provost set up Circa, we've spent about $3 million of state money, and we've raised about $13 million of federal money. So that's the record, right? And I think that we need to institutionalize this so that towns can bank on it, they can count on it, and it's not, relying on the availability of grants, which is uncertain. But we need to win them, but we need investment to win them.
Thanks, Jim. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
As a nonprofit director, I understand the idea of having longer term general funding that keeps you moving and not just waiting on grant year to year. So we appreciate the work you do, and thank you for laying that out.
Thank you, Representative Parker, and thank you, James.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Kevin Curry, followed by Jesse Stratton.
Can you hear me? This is Kevin. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. This is Kevin Curry. I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident, a product of your vocational educational schools, graduate of Wilcox Tech. And unlike a lot of people, I was in the automotive field for years before I became a fuel distributor. So I understand the EV cars, and I understand the internal combustion engine. And simply what's happening here is we are shifting over. I went through the supermarket parking lot today just looking at the age of cars, and probably the average age of the car was probably 10 to 15 years old. And I look around, and I know GM is looking at moving everything out by 2035 or 2032. Everybody's got a different year, but it's going to be many years to come that the gas stations will be around. And I just don't want to be part of something that's going to be a problem that you want us to just pay for. You want to pay to put us out of business. The tax that you're putting on the gas is actually, it is a tax no matter how you look at it. It's similar to the gross receipts tax. We know the EV market is here. It's going to grow. Unfortunately, we don't know what the consequences are. You look at the all the windmills that came up, the turbines that are out there, now they can't be disposed of. You look at the K-cups that were set up to make coffee easier. Now you're producing magnitudes of plastic that is into our waste streams. There's a lot of things that we think we're heading in the right direction, but we don't always know. I feel that this is a tax that will greatly hurt all of my small dealers that we sell gas to around Connecticut. And I also believe that the tax on the gas is going to hurt everybody in the state. The products that go to the grocery stores are delivered by trucks that use fuel. There's going to be a higher cost to them. Anything that's ordered online is going to be delivered, higher cost to the deliveries. People for their heat for their house. Any product that you come in that's using the vehicle you're looking to fund all these programs by. They're great programs, but unfortunately, I don't think that a gas tax is the way to do this. I am adamantly opposed to this, and I believe that it'll hurt the middle-class taxpayers more than anybody. And we need to help the taxpayers, and we have to stop giving things away to everybody. And the EV market is only there today because it is funded by state and federal programs to get them running. Most people wouldn't be buying these cars if they had to pay for them themselves without all the subsidies. For those reasons, I'm opposed to this, and I'm welcome to any questions you may have.
That was timing, Kevin, right at the buzzer. Thank you for your perseverance and for your testimony. I don't see any questions from the room at this point. So again, appreciate the education.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Stratton, followed by Chris Erb. Former Chair Stratton, are you there?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I thought you would unmute you. Anyway, good evening, Representative Gresco and Senator Cohen and Senator Minor and Representative Harding and other members of the committee who have persevered for almost 12 hours now. It is a pleasure to be here to strongly support House Bill 6441, and you have my written testimony, so I won't reiterate that, but I'd kind of like to pick up off the comments that Jim O'Donnell was just making, because I think that's what is so exciting about the opportunities that this bill presents. I am a member of the Town of Groton's Resilience and Sustainability Task Force, and we've spent the last 2 years, along with town departments, identifying the resiliency needs and others of the town. And that's no secret. It's pretty simple what needs to be done. The problem is for Groton, and as Jim was outlining, for most other municipalities in the state, that the resources available are woefully inadequate to address those needs. So while all 4 of these options within 6441 present towns with the option, no requirement, to adopt one of them to help create funds and put them in the fund that last year's legislation allowed municipalities to create. It's very exciting, but I think 2 parts of it. The part of the bill that actually excites me the most is the Green Bank's involvement through the Environmental Infrastructure Fund. It is one thing to start to say, okay, can we scrape together the matching funds to apply for a federal grant or something, but to actually finance the work in some kind of reasonable way. And this bill offers the Green Bank the opportunity to build on the same kind of successes it's had in renewable energy and other areas. The other thing I would really like to point out, I think people referred to the BRIC funding that FEMA has available right now, which is one of the sources of funding for these projects. That's about $500 million a year right now. In an interview last week, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said they anticipate that becoming $1.3 billion. So it's quite a few orders of magnitude different. And I think one of the things that the state and the municipalities within it need to do is to be prepared to try to access those funds, to do the planning, as Jim was saying, and be able to write the proposals to apply for what will be very significant funding in that going forward. The other thing that I would just note, there was a lot of comment earlier in the day on the optional conveyance fee. And again, I think it was stressed different times, that is a ceiling of what the charges could be. No municipality would need to levy it at that rate, but for shoreline communities like Groton and others that are wrestling with a lot of the issues related to sea level, that's a really important thing.
Well, thank you, Jesse, for your testimony. It was good to hear your voice. And I don't see any hands raised in the room. So on behalf of the committee, thank you for all your past work. And I would be remiss if I didn't say a special hello to you from our LCO, Brad Towson. And again, thanks for your persistence and hanging with us.
And thank you for your perseverance tonight.
And we are wrapping it all up with Chris Herb. Oh yeah, Chris Herb.
Good evening. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. I'm here tonight in opposition to Senate Bill 884. Our members own, operate, and distribute fuel to over 1,000 gas stations in Connecticut. If the purpose of this bill is to lower emissions, then it's already a failure. According to TCI, the gas and diesel tax would need to be increased by 17 cents per gallon to reduce emissions 25%. Earlier today, DEEP testified that TCI will achieve a 26% reduction at a 5-cent per gallon tax. DEEP has already departed from the documentation that TCI has issued. So how can we trust what environmental benefits will be if we create this tax? TCI also acknowledges that emissions will be reduced if it's not even adopted by as much as 17.5%. So we don't even need it, and it's going to fall by 17.5%, which means that Connecticut only gets a 7.5% emissions reduction. Is it really worth it? You have to ask yourself that question. That's all from TCI. That's not from the industry. That's not from a university. That's TCI's documents. It was suggested that TCI would not be passed on, but the typical supply contract that my members offer are only a penny or so above the cost of the fuel. There's no room to eat it, and it will have to be passed on, no matter what the cost is. I have heard several questions about how the proceeds of the tax will go to build an EV infrastructure. We asked the committee to depart for a second from what's in the proposal and just consider actually charging the people who will profit from it. Charge the electric utilities, charge the electric charging manufacturers, charge the EV manufacturing companies. Don't charge your constituents to build this infrastructure. Charge the people who will profit from it. And by the way, let's throw BP in, since they seem pretty eager to be able to pass these costs on to our customers and your constituents. Let's have them pay for it too. I think Representative Gresko made a great point earlier that they have plenty of money and plenty of ways to raise the money to do this. The families I represent are in their third and fourth generation where they have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in their properties. Let's let the EV industry pay for their infrastructure just like my members have, Connecticut family-owned businesses. Seems fair to me. Finally, I would remind you that TCI is a part of a bigger effort to electrify the entire economy in Connecticut. You're pursuing policies that further rely on monopolies like Eversource and Avangrid, who deliver the highest electric rates in America. And by the way, they've just asked for another increase, and I'm sure there'll be many more to come in your careers, just like there has been in the past. The other point I'd make is that we're really trading one point of emissions for another. We're trading tailpipe emissions for electric generation emissions. The vast majority of electricity in Connecticut is generated with natural gas, which is, according to EPA, 87 times more potent at trapping greenhouse gases than carbon. So if methane from natural gas is doing that damage, then what are we really achieving by adopting this? The bill doesn't move the environmental needle at all. Deep testified earlier today that sea level rise was a huge concern. This bill doesn't fix that. It doesn't change it, especially when most states aren't even participating. So I'll just leave you with, we'd like you to oppose this bill because all it does is increase costs for working class people who have to drive to work, school, and church. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And you have a question from Senator Cohen.
Hi, Chris. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned at the beginning of your testimony the 17 cents. Is that from the Tufts University study that was mentioned earlier today? Where is that? Could you?
Yeah, directly. Yep, I'll email it to you. It's directly from the TCI PowerPoint that was given to all the stakeholders that I participated in a process with.
Okay, so and you're saying that in order for TCI to see the level of reduction that's stated, that it's going to need to be 17 cents increase.
Yeah, that's why we were very curious about the commissioner saying that you could get a 26% emissions reduction with a 5-cent increase, where TCI was saying that you need to get a 25% emissions reduction, you would need a 17-cent increase. Again, no matter what number you pick, it seems to me that there's a vast disagreement amongst regulators, whether it's Georgetown Climate Center, who is the one who created this program, or is deep in their own analysis of it. But you know what? I will tell you that if you create TCI and we implement the 5 cents per gallon and it ends up that deep is wrong and Georgetown Climate Center is right, then you'll have to increase it. And that's what we're warning you about, especially when there's other sources of funding that can come from it, like the electric industry itself.
Well, I guess the two questions there are, is the increase in the gas at the pump, the increase in the price at the pump, how does that correlate to the decrease in emissions? Because typically it's the number of allowances that you sell that creates the decline in the emissions. So I'm not getting the correlation between the price at the pump and that decline.
Yeah, so obviously the obligated parties, the wholesalers upstream who will be required to purchase these credits, what we heard today is that there's going to be a mechanism in place that won't allow it to exceed 5 or 10 cents a gallon. So I don't know how many credits that equates to, but the bottom line is it's monetized in a way that will be passed through the supply chain to the consumer ultimately. And if TCI is telling us in their documents, like I said, I'll provide you the specific presentations that they gave on this. They're saying 17 cents is how you achieve a 25% reduction. I don't know how deep capping it at 5 cents achieves a 26% reduction. The math doesn't work for us.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm curious about when that report came out. Was it after this new program that with the new language in the bill with the cost containment reserve and all of that was created, or was it prior to that?
It was the
Prior to
last.
the MOU.
Sorry, yeah, it was the last stakeholders process that I was involved in. So I'm not sure if, I mean, I guess it wouldn't, I'll answer it this way. I guess it wouldn't even matter if it was before that there was the cost containment, because cost containment only controls the cost. It doesn't equate to the lower emissions. If they're saying it takes 17 cents, all you're doing is not achieving the emissions goals that you want by lowering it to a 5 cent per gallon tax. I guess that's probably the bigger point. If the committee's desire is to see a 25 or 26% reduction in emissions, then you need what Georgetown Climate is saying is you need that higher one. So regardless of the cost containment mechanism, the bottom line is that you will eventually have to raise it up to accomplish your goals.
Yeah, I'm still not totally clear on that, and I do believe that before the MOU was signed in December, there was they were doing a lot of modeling, and it took on different iterations. So I just would be curious. We'll have to sort of touch back with the commissioner and better understand where those numbers came from and why they're not jiving. But
I'm definitely not a smart enough guy to be able to create this modeling. We're just simply responding to what the industry was told by Georgetown Climate.
Okay, thank you for that. And so it sounds like you believe that there should be greater emissions reductions, but the 26% seems like not enough. So I'm just wondering, is there anything that you would suggest in terms of emissions reductions within the transportation sector? Like, how do we achieve greater reduction?
Oh, I think you misunderstood what I was saying. What I'm saying is that it's much more expensive than what was portrayed in Deep's testimony earlier, that it's going to be much more costly than 5 cents a gallon to get to that 25 or 26% reduction that we keep hearing about. So I wasn't suggesting that we do that. I'm saying that if you're choosing electricity as the chief vehicle, you have two problems. The first one is the majority of electricity is generated with natural gas. Our natural gas system, which I've testified before this committee dozens of times, is leaking like crazy. It's 87 times more potent at trapping greenhouse gases than carbon dioxide. So the first problem is we're just trading a tailpipe emission for a natural gas electric generation plant emission. So we don't get a lot of a movement forward on that sense. And then the second piece of it is that I would say that if electricity is that vehicle in which you guys have chosen to reduce emissions, then make the utilities pay for it. Make Tesla pay for it. Why are you making constituents? Because again, I think you guys understood after, and I've listened to you all respond to this today, that if my members are only charging a penny and a half, or 2 cents over the rack price of gasoline to the gas station, there's no way to absorb anything. You know, it would have to be a half a penny for us to be even considering a competitive environment that would allow us to eat it. So since it's being passed through, don't make motorists pay more, make the electric vehicle industry, the electricity industry pay for that. That seems like a win-win. You get the funding you need, you can accomplish those goals, and we don't end up putting burdens on motorists.
Okay, thank you.
It's just a different way to think. It's like just flipping it around, just looking at it from a different angle.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, we appreciate you sticking it out with us, and I believe that wraps up our I'm going to stretch this because my timer says 9:59. So we're
yeah,
going
we have to be able to say we had a 12-hour hearing. I'm sure our ranking member must have a comment or two.
Yes, thank you everybody for sticking it out and for enduring. We appreciate it. A lot of good information passed back and forth, and we will see you all hopefully on Friday. Thanks everybody. Good night.
See you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bonsoir.